All right. Good evening, everyone. It is June 16th, 2020. We are here from City Hall and across Athens-Clarke County for a couple purposes tonight. First, a special called session. This was initially going to be the date of final budget approval, but sadly, following passing of our friend Commissioner Jerry Neesmith, that has been moved back to the 25th. So we will have a budget work session on the 18th, Thursday the 18th at 5:30, and then we will gather for a final vote on the fiscal year 2021 budget at 6 p.m. on the 25th. And then we will proceed this evening with our regular agenda setting session. And following that, we'll have an executive session for which I'll call for a vote toward the end of our special called session. So that we may begin our special called session, I'm going to ask the clerk to call roll.
Davenport. Davenport.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Blink.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Denson.
Here.
Edwards. 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 Is Russell absent?
He was dialing. He was
I
dialing.
do see him on the screen.
Herod.
Present.
Thornton. Thornton. Present. Hamby.
Here.
And we have a quorum. Is
All right.
Edwards in or out?
Edwards is here.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Again, the purpose of this meeting is to conduct public hearing number 3 as required by the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, passed by the Georgia General Assembly in 1999, and consider any other items in proper order. And at the conclusion of the motion to table this until the 25th, I will ask for a motion that we enter into executive session following our agenda setting meeting. So given that we have the public hearing, I'm going to go ahead and call for public input. I know we have some folks ready to do that. As with every element of public input is provided for 3 minutes per individual. There's a light in the chamber. When 30 seconds remains, that will turn yellow. And then when the 3 minutes is up, that light will turn red. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to public information so they can facilitate the input in the chamber. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is John Elliott. I live on Southview Drive. I was here at the last tax meeting. Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, I appreciate this opportunity. I believe we've had a little bit of an increase in our tax digest, and I would respectfully ask you to roll back our taxes in an equal millage rate to even out that tax increase. We certainly don't need a tax increase at this time, especially when everybody's been on vacation for 3 months, hadn't been able to earn a living. Also, I'm fairly certain y'all aren't very interested in this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. In the last 16 years, I have paid 4 times in taxes what I paid for my home. I've lived there for 40-something years. And senior citizens need to be given some accommodation on the school tax too. A lot of communities exempt senior citizens, people over the age of 70, from school tax. I hadn't had anybody in school for 30 years, but I would appreciate your consideration in this matter. And think about the senior citizens in this community, what a burden it is to them. You're taxing them out of their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Raj Renikal. I live on Deering Street, and I've emailed my representative, Commissioner Edwards, quite a few times, and I've yet to hear back from him. So I figured I would just read the email to him so you all can benefit from it. So I am encouraging you to support Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Dennison's budget proposal to help fix our broken criminal justice system. People with mental illness are 16 times more likely to be killed in interactions with the police. By replacing sworn officer vacancies with an additional mental health co-responder unit, we can ensure that people experiencing mental health crises in Athens are not met with force, but instead receive adequate treatment. As a short-term solution to many of the current problems in our law enforcement system, it was proposed to add a mental health responder unit to the Athens-Clarke County Police Department for the 2021 budget. I was very surprised that we didn't already have a unit like this existing in the ACCPD, as they are already in place in other cities across the US. For example, Houston, over 35 counties in Colorado, and Seattle. So yeah, those are all larger cities. But in addition to those, there's also a small town where I am from originally, Lansing, Michigan, was able to also add a social worker earlier this year, which is a smaller town with a smaller tax base than Athens. There's evidence that the presence of mental health professionals in policing can decrease arrests, reduce jail time, and provide a route to mental health treatment to those that may otherwise go untreated. If you'd like a peer-reviewed study of that, I encourage you to look up Kane, K-A-N-E, et al., 2018. I will also be happily email you it as well. This results in safer law enforcement encounters for both officers and the citizens, and reduction in the arrests and jail time has the potential to reduce city spending. Unfortunately, one mental health responder unit is not enough. In order for these approaches to be successful, we need a larger team of social workers, restorative justice mediators, and mental health responders to work with law enforcement. This can be achieved without an increase in spending by replacing 50% of the current armed officers with responders whose primary goal is to serve the community members and ensure their mental and physical health and safety. Lawyers fighting for people like George Floyd should be well-resourced, and folks accused of crime should be connected with the resources they need to avoid further involvement in the criminal legal system. That's why I'm also calling for a pay increase for public defenders in addition of a social worker in the public defender's office. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Could you spell your last name for the record, please?
K as in kite, A-U-L.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm a little short for this camera.
We
My
got
name is Joy Christopher. I live on Buena Vista in Normaltown, and I'd like to talk about how important mental health is to me personally. There's a lot of times people really struggle, and when police show up, it's not what they're equipped to do. We ask police to do too many things, respond to all kinds of problems, and we don't train them enough to do well and respond to mental health problems. There are professionals who know how to do this. My dad has autism. He's a really nice guy, but sometimes if the police came up to him with a gun or stopped him at a traffic stop and asked him to do certain things, he might not always respond in the way that they expect. He might behave differently or not, and then they'll think he's not compliant. And I don't know what would happen to him. And that's really scary to me. And I would feel a lot better if there were mental health professionals who understood and could recognize something like that and help keep him safe. There are a lot of people with much more serious mental illnesses. If there was a guy walking around naked on a sidewalk, is sending in a bunch of people with guns really the right solution? Most of the time, they just get tackled down or hurt and unfairly punished rather than getting the help that they need. There's a lot of situations where sending in men with a gun in a situation that they don't understand or might fear will result in violence and not peace. So please consider investing in mental health help instead of more police who are armed to the teeth. Like that saying, if you have a hammer, everything's a nail. And we have police, and if they're scared for their lives or they don't know what to do, people like my dad or people who might be acting differently might end up as the nail. And I really don't want that to happen. Please help us. Please help our community by taking care of them better and investing in community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christopher. Good evening.
Hey, I'm a little short too. My name's Vanessa Heath. I live on Travis Drive. Me and my family have been residents since 2005 of Athens. We've owned our house since 2005. We moved down here in 2003. My daughter has special needs. I thought this was talking about tax properties, which I can do that. Tax properties are still too high. Where I live out on Tallahassee Road, we see very little benefit from it. You come through our neighborhood halfway paving, half the storm drains get cleaned out, the other half neighborhood don't. So we benefit very little. But I'm very concerned about the 5010 proposal that is in. And I sent every one of y'all an email about it. I did the online comment form. I've also did an online comment form for what the website said regarding the taxes and the budget increases, which is crazy. So y'all can look at those. I just wanted to say, I did get a response from the mayor. Thank you for your auto respond. The only thing I've got to say is a quote that I saw the other day from a young mother in Athens. And she says, "No amount of policy reform can change the human heart. Only God himself can take over hearts of stone and make them of flesh, willing and able to obey and love him alone." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heath. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lori Ragsdale, and I've been a resident of Clarke County in the 30606 zone for 22 years. I've raised my children here, sent them to public schools here, and both my husband and I work in this county. Tonight, I would like to address the property tax issue that is in the proposed budget. Although this year you say it's only a 5.1% tax, that's an additional $69.40 for me. Last year it was up 20.1%, and the year before that 16.8%. So over a total of 3 years, my taxes will have gone up $719.40. This 5.1% tax increase will bring in approximately $3.1 million according to your budget report, which is $3.3 million more than the previous year. From what I read, the mayor and the commissioner's general funds gets 49% of their budget from property taxes. With the funds you are proposing to give 29 different departments a raise anywhere from 0.8 to 34% increase in salary and benefits, and the transit system will be funded at 44.2 additional percentage increase. This budget also includes a raise of salary and benefits for the mayor and you, the commissioners, of 7.1%, and an increase in your operating budget of 5.5%. You have also asked us for $23,000 for meeting and retreat for yourselves. Many of the citizens of Athens-Clarke County have lost wages, lost jobs, and due to this COVID-19 virus, many of those that do have jobs will be facing an 11% decrease in their salary for this same virus and lack of state funding. Under your fiscal year 2021 strategic comments and goals, you all have written that you want to invest in, and I'm quoting, human infrastructure by collaborating with stakeholders, and you want direct citizen engagement on the front end of ACC government processes with varied forms of public input, end of quote. I oppose making permanent 5 Athens-Clarke County Police Department positions, and I would also like to take this last opportunity to say, do not defund the police department. My property tax money goes for the protection of all its citizens. Your budget proposal says we have 254 sworn officers across all the departments in the police department, with 911 emergency and non-emergency calls that total 159,721 calls from last year, and I got this in the mayor's report. That is 307 calls per day and 17.2 calls per hour. If you divide those 254 officers into 3 shifts, according to this report, that equals 0.57 of 1 officer per 1,000 citizens in Athens-Clarke County. I want my property tax money fully funding the police department and the 5 positions slotted to disappear. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ragsdale.
Thank you. I'm Cedric. I live in Athens, Georgia, and thank you, Mr. Gertz, for taking my call Sunday afternoon. It was a pleasure speaking with you and hearing my concerns. I decided to come down here to voice my concerns before you all. First and foremost, the reason why my family moved here to Athens in 1986 was opportunity and safety. As a Black individual, and my mom and my parents, Black individuals, they moved from 1979 all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, because of the Wayne Williams murder. They were murdering little kids. It was not safe to raise kids there. It was not safe to, it wasn't opportunities to have kids and raise kids there. They moved to Monroe in 1980. And what happened there was they found out Ku Klux Klan members were marching in the middle of Monroe. So what happened then was we moved to Athens in 86. From 86, hey, it's been beautiful. It's been peace. It's been safety. I've went to elementary school here, Barnett Shoals. I went to Clark Middle School. I went to Cedar Shoals High School. And I've never had too many incidents with cops. Although I'm a Black individual, what I heard about this 5010 through 11 Alive News, and I thought it was just an egregious act. And also too with the Chief Police Spruill, I believe that he's doing a great job. As a matter of fact, he's been their police staff and the police force, they're keeping the protests and all that stuff peaceful and quiet. And I've seen this for the past couple of weekends. And by defunding that, especially on game days, by 50% in 10 years, you got game days. You're hampering everybody with game days. You're hampering everybody, the police staff, and the safety of individuals here in Clarke County. So my strong opinion, I say that do not defund the police. Do not defund the police. As a Black individual, I thank these police officers daily because they risk their lives to save Black individuals, white individuals, Hispanic individuals. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Cedric, can I get your last name for the record?
Cedric Pascal.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right. And thank you for the call, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Miranda. I would like to first thank Mayor Kelly Gertz and all commissioners for this opportunity to address and speak on how I feel as a Athens, Georgia, Clarke County Black resident about the 5010 proposal. When I was 18 years of age, I was brutally shot at point blank range by a gunman holding a .40 caliber pistol. The friend standing beside me at the time dialed 911, and the first responder to arrive was a police officer. I would say it took him about 10 minutes to get to where I was located. Soon afterwards, about 5 more minutes later, 2 more officers came in at the scene. About 5 more minutes later, after hardly keeping conscience, the ambulance was pulling in. I was then rushed to the hospital where surgery on me took place. They put me into a medically induced coma for 2 weeks. I woke up, and to my amazement, I was told by 2 surgeons alongside both their teams that I had a 10% chance of life. Both surgeons and their teams agreed that it was a miracle that I lived. I spent 2 years in the hospital recovering from receiving 4 organ transplants due to 1 .40 caliber hollow tip bullet. The police are not our enemies. 1, 2, or however many more of them may have made bad decisions, whether intentionally or not. that still does not mean that all police are corrupt. If we as Americans, whether black or white, want justice in the police force, then why would we take away money from that cause? After all, it takes police to make police. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miranda. Good evening.
Hi, I just want to thank you all for hearing us out. I know there's a lot of well-rehearsed citizens coming up today and sharing what they have to say. And I'm just going to go ahead and speak from the heart and say that two things can be true at once. Police brutality is wrong, and defunding the police is also not the solution. And so I just want to come out and publicly say that I do not agree with defunding the hardworking men and women who work for our police force, because they would literally just be suffering for a few bad apples when most of them are doing their job and doing it well. And as the young man before me said, taking money away from the cause that we're trying to improve just simply doesn't make sense. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ma'am, can I get your name for the record?
Natasha Jeffries.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries. I appreciate it. Good evening.
How you doing? I'm Joseph Ebron. I live in East Athens. I am a UGA graduate. That was actually my wife who just spoke. And she's actually a pregnant woman right now. And my concern with the 50-10 plan is that I don't think that's the solution to our issues. I honestly think that it's an overreaction of emotion that's going on right now. I think it's sort of taking advantage of what's going on, taking advantage of a lot of our people and their responses to things instead of looking at the situation from all angles. I also just want to speak on, I don't really like how it seems like in government or wherever that the support for our officers is lacking. I think it's fine that, you can bring pizzas to the protesters, but why not bring pizzas to the officers? Maybe bring some unity among people. I think it's the job of our leaders to unify us. But when that doesn't happen, when you have all this yelling and fighting, when our leaders aren't stepping up and actually uniting, they're pointing fingers at the ones that are there to serve and protect. That's an issue in my book. I have a young kid coming, December 22nd, my child will be born. And I don't want him born into a city where we don't respect our officers. Because taking half of their budget is not respecting our officers. I'm a young black man in the city. I grew up in Augusta, Georgia. I've been here for a couple years, and I graduated from UGA. I've had every opportunity in the world to better myself. And a lot of the issues that we're looking at as a community as a whole are not from defunding the police. They're from family issues and from other things. I understand that there are programs that are part of it, but this is not the solution. At 3 a.m., if somebody knocks down on my door, I'm not calling a mental health expert. I'm calling the police. I really think that we have to look at this from other sides. We look at other solutions, and we really have to look at it as a whole community and not make haste decisions, because right now I really do feel like this is a haste decision right now that are capitalizing on people's emotions. I don't think that's right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Greetings, Mayor Gertz and Commissioners. My name is Danny Delgado, and I want to support your efforts in determining a just and effective allocation of taxpayer funds for our county budget. And the best way, frankly, sir, I know personally to support you and other distinguished commissioners is in prayer. As a current school librarian, one of my favorite topics to read about is the Constitutional Convention of 1787. In that convention, state representatives bitterly fought and tried to clean up the mess that the Articles of Confederation had left behind. And during the partisan divisiveness, Benjamin Franklin addressed the convention body that hot June day and urged them to allow a chaplain to open each session in prayer. So, sir, without further ado, Lord God, we formally invite you as our honored guest in tonight's meeting. And every future city council meeting, we know what happens when a society neglects our maker. And we don't want to suffer the same fate like those in the past. Enlighten our minds with a portion of heavenly wisdom and influence our hearts with a love of truth and justice, and crown our labors with complete and abundant success. We officially, Lord, give you the keys to Athens, Georgia. Every neighborhood, every street, every building, every inch of pavement and concrete are yours, and they are not ours. You see our nation is suffering, Lord. Our communities are hurting, and our neighbors are divided. Everyone is searching and seeking for answers and solutions that will last. Lord, you have the cure for the toxic situation we find ourselves in today. The remedy is found in your Son, Jesus Christ. What our city and nation and world needs is unprecedented revival. Hearts surrendered to the gospel, lives transformed by the love of God, a love so powerful that it bridges the divide and unites man with their fellow man. Move, Lord, like you have in bygone generations. Frustrate any plans that are contrary to your will by the enemy. Expose every plot or plan that will result in our citizens being vulnerable and ill-protected. We know you will always defeat the strategies that oppose your purposes and plan of salvation for mankind. Lord, you are the undefeated, undisputed, all-time champion of the world. And from this day forward, let Athens be a beacon of hope to other cities, other states around the country, because we collectively stood in solidarity as a community, set ablaze by the life-changing power of Jesus Christ, where because we surrender to Jesus, we truly become brothers and sisters, regardless of efforts from all corners of society to emphasize that we are quote-unquote different. Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence on thee, and we beg thy blessings upon us, our families, our neighbors, and our country. In Jesus' name, amen. Commissioners and dear Mayor, thank you so much. Be blessed and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Anthony Deutsch, and I just want to emphasize that the statistics show that the crime rate in Athens, Georgia was reduced in 2020 when compared to 2019. It was our active police department that made that possible. If you would, please maintain our active police department and do not reduce its numbers any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Good evening.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Steve Middlebrooks, Mosside Drive, Athens, Georgia. I want to first of all thank you for your tireless efforts to serve our community. You'd rather be somewhere else than tonight being here, and I'm sure of that. But I want to talk to you on a couple of matters. First of all, I want to talk about taxes. Between my home property and my business property, I pay over $200,000 a year. I hope that is a large number for you, because it surely is a large number for me. And my taxes in 1 year, 2017 and 2018, went up from $58,000 to $124,000. Yes, I did purchase the property from my partner, but I hope you would understand, to try to if you would, a slang phrase, cut a nut of that kind of increase is dramatic. And so I appeal to you to maintain the current rates on property from the standpoint of the millage rate. Now, I'd like to go and talk about the defunding of the police. Words are very important, as you all know. And if you haven't had, really, I know you've been well attuned to many people that have contacted you. And I have had calls from all over the state of Georgia about people with having children coming to the University of Georgia. And everybody's concerned about Athens, Georgia. And I'm sure you know that. But we need additional police, not just maintain the police force, but additional police. I do agree with those that have spoken before me that I've heard speak about other needs in our community from the standpoint of social workers, and to start early in the lives of people so that we can rid our community as much as possible of the crime that we have. But I do strongly support our police department, Chief Spruill, and I appeal to you to not defund the police in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middlebrooks. Good evening.
Hi, I'm April Williams,
I live on Lumpkin Street in Athens, Georgia, and I have been here for over 20. I've lived in Athens-Clarke County for over 20 years. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've never done anything like this ever, but because I felt like this was, I was motivated because I felt like it was important enough to not worry about being so scared. So, Mayor Gertz, I was in the Lead Athens training class with your lovely wife. And it was an eye-opening experience. And part of what we did was to see parts of Athens, you know, I'd never seen, and to get an education about all the population, you know, here in Athens. And one of the things that really struck me the most was the time that we spent at the police department and talking about going through their crisis intervention training. We got to experience it personally. It was just humbling to see because we were put in scenarios where we were tested, and we got the opportunity to see what it would be like to be in their shoes for just a second. And I do know that through their crisis intervention training and the advanced training that they get on de-escalation, that we've made so much progress in our community over the years. And to see that be undone is just really disturbing to me. Would I like to see more mental health professionals? Absolutely. I mean, I work for Piedmont Hospital. We do a needs assessment every year. The fact that, I mean, behavioral health is completely underfunded. And from my understanding, the advanced behavioral health asked for just a little bit of money last year. They were denied it. And I don't understand why they were denied that. So anyway, we are definitely in crisis in that area in our community, but I don't think that our police department is in crisis. I think that we're suffering because of I think that I feel like you're trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And because I can't speak as eloquently, I have a friend, Mrs. Sims. Her husband is a policeman, and she is an attorney. And she wrote a letter, and she wrote it from the perspective of a wife as a law enforcement agent.
Ms. Williams, your 3 minutes is up. I apologize.
Oh, okay. But you saw the letter from Ms. Sims?
If she emailed it to us, we have that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And I'll be sure to email it to on her behalf. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please don't do it.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Deb Weiler, and I live in Kingswood here in Athens. As the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. stated, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. I am here on behalf of the Athens Religious Society of Friends, or Quakers. We call on ourselves, on the mayor and commission, and on all to remember Dr. King's words as we work together to eliminate the pandemic of racism that is older than our nation, which is as visible as the recent murders of Rayshard Brooks, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery, and as common as the daily experiences of our brothers and sisters of color. We greatly appreciate the individual men and women who put themselves in harm's way to protect our community. and we appreciate Chief Cleveland Spruill's express commitment and actions to implement community-oriented policing. But we are deeply disturbed by the growing militarization of the police, not only nationally, but right here in Athens. This is in direct contradiction to the philosophy of community-oriented policing. This militarization is detrimental psychologically both for the police by reinforcing warrior mentality over helper mentality, and for the community, as it reinforces perceptions of us versus them, threat, and both historic and contemporary trauma responses. Multiple studies demonstrate this, and I quote, "We find a positive and statistically significant relationship between 1033 transfers and fatalities from officer-involved shootings across all models." Therefore, one, we call on the Mayor and Commission to direct the Athens-Clarke County Police Department to immediately cease utilization of and to begin dispose of military equipment. Two, we call on Chief Spruill to cease utilization of military terminology and framing in his statements about protecting public safety. Three, we call on the Mayor and Commission to begin an orderly process of transferring public funding from uniformed police officers to appropriate helping professions in mental health, community engagement, and so forth, to provide support to individuals in need and to address underlying systemic causes of poverty and crime. And lastly, we call on the unified government and all institutions to explicitly address systemic racism in all of our institutions and practices. We support the positive steps the Mayor, Commission, and unified government staff have taken, such as the establishment of the Office of Inclusion, the Prosperity Package, the outreach position for unsheltered individuals, and the 2 officers of the Mental Health Division in the Police Department. And we call for dramatic expansion of these efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Weiler. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hey, how are you this evening?
Good, thank you.
My name is Heather Fletcher. I live over in Normaltown, and I decided I wanted to come out and speak this evening. So what I have to say is that basic police officer training in Georgia requires 408 hours over 11 weeks. Cosmetology licensing in Georgia requires 3,000 hours over 18 months. I say this because it demonstrates a fundamental flaw in our system. We seem to care more about the education and capabilities of our barbers and hairstylists than that of our police officers. We need quality policing, not quantity policing. The 5010 proposal by Commissioners Denson and Parker outlines, in my mind, not a defunding, but a reallocation of funds by replacing policing with much needed services that can and should work in tandem with the ACCPD. If a mental health professional and a social worker had responded to the 1994 call regarding Edward Wright, rather than armed officers, might he still be alive today? Maybe the answer isn't 50-10, maybe it's 30-10, but the point is that we need to reallocate and better use public safety funding that not only provides for mental health and social services, but also more education and better pay for the officers we have. They serve a public good. It should just be shifted for more quantity, more education, better pay. The majority of our officers, unless I'm mistaken, can't even afford to live in Clarke County. That's a problem. If you have police from other areas coming in, they don't know the people they're serving. So I would simply like to see this committee that has been proposed formed. Let's form the committee and let's see where it goes, because there is no quick answer. A woman who spoke earlier said, defunding is wrong, so is police brutality. But again, to me, defunding that's not what's happening here in my mind. You can retrain officers to form other services. They could start youth groups. They could run community centers. Our teenagers, I used to teach at Cedar Shoals and am now a member of the school governance team for the 2020-2021 school year to serve a 3-year term, actually. And teenagers they're bored. They need things to do. It keeps them out of trouble. So I could see officers fulfilling those roles, not carrying guns, obviously. One way to quickly escalate a fight in a high school is to send the resource officer.
I've seen it happen. So I can see both sides of this, and I just ask that we at least get this committee off the ground and see what happens. There are a lot of good ideas floating around today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening. So first I want to say thank you for this wonderful opportunity to speak. I really appreciate you guys for doing that. But I'm here today to express my concerns on the 5010 proposal from Dixon and Parker. I really don't agree with it. 18 years ago, all I wanted to be was a police officer. I grew up in the inner city parts of Athens, Georgia, from Nellie B, Broad Acres, and so on and so forth. My mom was extremely poor. I grew up with 3 mental health patients in the house. So I know how this thing works. Like I said, 18 years ago, all I wanted to be was a police officer because I was surrounded by criminal violence, the thugs yelling defund police right now. Not all, but majority. And so when you take away the funds of a police officer, what do you think is going to happen? Not that many people is going to sign up to be a police officer. And first and foremost, they're not going to have an opportunity to express to justice as they should. What do you think is going to happen 10 years from now? What are the little kids going to look up and want to be? When there's a lack of authority in a place, chaos begins to come in. I'm sure we all can agree with that. Just looking through history, where there's no authority, chaos begins to creep in. So with that being said, those little kids 10 years from now, they're not going to want to be police officers. Guess what they're going to want to be? Thugs, criminals. By the age of 18, that's exactly what I wanted to be, as the criminal violence in my surrounding area began to increase. Where there's no authority, there's chaos. I started selling dope. I started selling pills. Everything that I wanted to be prior to that totally went out the window because the thugs had influence in my life. If you remove the authority, that's what's going to happen. I know you and I both know that the next generation is going to rule the world one day. This is for the next generation. But these kids, what they're going to have to look up to are criminals running the street. We see it in Mexico. The cartels, they run the streets. If you're not a cartel, you pretty much doomed in Mexico. That's why we have so many different people from Mexico coming over here to America. So I'm sure you guys thought about that. And my prayer is that justice be served through Jesus Christ. I really appreciate you and all what you guys do. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Can I get your name for the record, please?
Jeremiah Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Good evening.
Good evening. How y'all doing today? My name is Markel Smith. I was born in Athens. I've been in Athens for a long time, and just hearing defunding the police, it really doesn't get to me why we would do anything like that. We all have laws, and as the mayor and as commissioners, y'all want the law to be intact. But by defunding the police, you're taking away enforcers of the law. And I understand, whatever the cop did, it was wrong. It was murder. But still, defunding the police really is not going to solve anything. Just think about if you have somebody that goes into a house with a gun. I mean, who's the first person you're going to call? You're going to call the police. Regardless, you're not going to call a mental health person. So, I really do thank y'all for this time, and I hope and I pray that God would help y'all and make right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
My name is Chris LaValle. I live in District 1, and I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak. All government needs oversight. And because every government in history has abused its authority, including the Athens-Clarke County government. I am disappointed in your recent application of and understanding of the law and your power. When the debates were going on about, when y'all were voting on changing the emergency ordinances, your city attorney repeatedly said when talking about enacting these ordinances and what ones we wanted to provide. He said, we can give them the right. That's a misunderstanding. You don't give us any rights. The only thing y'all were doing was taking away our rights during that time. Another thing that your business manager said after Commissioner Denson brought up a concern from a citizen about the ordinance where a government official can come in and inspect property without permission and without being announced. The business manager specifically said, we don't intend to abuse that. Okay, but you're speaking for yourself, but you're not speaking for everybody, and you're not speaking for future city officials. That needs to be limited. All government needs to have oversight, including the police, because there have been well-documented numerous occasions of abuse. But what I want to propose to you guys today is that we support our law enforcement here in Athens-Clarke County. I would like to see proposals where they are strengthened, where they are made more comfortable and feel more support from the community and from the government. I would like to see a 10% pay increase across the board for all of those involved in law enforcement. I would like to see all positions that exist right now fully staffed. But I also think they need better and more training. I would propose that 3 days a week, they only work a half day in the field, and then the other half of the day they spend in physical training so that they can learn how to be effective without the use of their weapons. That involves verbal training. It involves hand-to-hand combat and situational training that should be provided for by the county, by our officials, so that they can be better and keep us safer without having to harm people. Because sometimes they're put in a highly stressful situation where they have to make split seconds decisions. And so how can we fund this? Well, there was a letter that was sent to the commissioners and the mayor that mentioned there's two separate $20,000 funds that were for the improvement of Clarke County and $23,000 for the retreat. I think we can start there by using those funds, and we can look elsewhere as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. LaValle. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Charmaine Broughton, and I'm a small business owner here in this community, of course, and I am here today because when I hear this defund the police thing going around, it brings me way back to 20 years ago when I started my business. I had a child and I wanted to be self-employed. I started a cleaning service and was working for a lot of property managers, and in some of the not so good areas when I had to go out at nights all by myself, I remember feeling confident that all I need to do is have my phone charged. That way, if anything go wrong, I can call the police because I know that the police will be there, because I've had to call them a couple of times and they were there in a jiffy because they were staff. If we cut that staff, those calls are ignored or no one to come to them. I also was able, because of the security I felt, to grow my business from where it was just me to where I now have 43 employees and send them out on the road each night. They go to buildings, they go to various places, and they also have the confidence where if something go wrong, they can call the police and the police can be there. Now, if that is removed, now we would call that a non-violent, but there are many times when they're in a building and there are, idlers lurking around the building. They are scared to exit the building, and they've had to call the police in order to exit the building feeling safe. Now, if we reduce our police by numbers or by funds, are those calls going to be important anymore? And as a taxpayer in this community, I would like to see, the gentleman just said, the police, get more training, be more respected. Have I been pulled over by the police a couple of times? Sure have. And not one time in 25 years of living in this community have the police disrespected me. The first thing they would say, are you okay, ma'am? Is everything okay? And I feel like if you give them that mutual respect, they will give you mutual respect. I also raised 4 Black children in this community and feel they are safe when they exit. I never once feel that they are targeted by the police because they're Black. And so I am asking, when making a decision on funding the police, let's not do one an emotion. Let's make intelligent decision so our community can be safer for the future. I would love to see my grandchildren grow up in the same atmosphere my children grew up in. So let's please make our decisions not on all the emotions that are going on out there right now. Emotions go away, but wisdom doesn't. So let's please use wisdom in making these decisions. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Broughton.
How you doing? I thank
Good
you
evening.
for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. My name is Alfonso Cooper. I was born and raised in Athens. Was born in '60, so I've been around a little while, and usually don't even get involved in politics and things like this. But I felt the need to come out and kind of speak, because I really don't believe it's a good thing to defund the police because. I live in a community, I'm on the east side around Nellie B, Spring Valley and all of that. And all the things I see around there on a daily basis, and, even got prostitution, drugs and all of that. And my older brother died of drugs and it was back in the early 90s, so we got drugs everywhere. Defunding the cops, I would think, I'm not up on all the politics and all of that stuff behind it, but I would think that would mean you would have less money or time to maybe investigate or observe and things like that. You have fewer people to really meet the need of the community. So I'm against that. I would. Plus, people not gonna naturally just police themselves. I hear it out there on the steps when I was out there a minute ago. We perfect without the cops, but they can't even act right with the cops standing outside. And with the young people, man, we love them. I hope they understand that. I always got the best interest. Anytime I meet anybody, I got their best interest. But when they, come up with the idea of defund the police, it's almost like the tail wagging the dog, because somebody threw out something because they're the ones, still in that age group where they are actually doing a lot of things that might cost themselves something. And when you take restraint off, we're not naturally just going to do right. That's just, that's just human nature, and, all cops are not bad. We got bad cops. And when you lower the funding, you're going to get the worst of the crop. People are not going to want to work for nothing. They got probably one of the toughest jobs in the community, and for them to, they got families. We make them, take away their humanity. Basically say, well, it's about, we are safe because of them, but we can't respect that. And that really bothers me. So it make me feel like we are a little bit more selfish than, actually looking out for everybody. And I thank you for your time. I just hope, we can make a difference and move forward, in a positive manner without defunding the cops. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Good evening. My name is Alan Corley. I live here in Athens and I am a student at UGA. In 2018, Chris Ward of the Athens Police Department was convicted of child molestation, sentenced to 55 years in prison. Likewise, in 2018, I learned an important lesson, one which many more of us have learned in these past weeks. Scattered throughout this great nation, there are, in fact, bad police officers, though they are few and far between. Mr. Ward was the commander of my Civil Air Patrol squadron for a number of years, and though I was not a victim of his actions, I know the boys who were. And I think I speak for all the cadets that knew him when I say that our trust was violated. He was our teacher, our mentor, our figure of authority, and he betrayed us. Until the time of his conviction, I maintained that he was innocent. But upon his conviction, I was faced with a hard truth. Yet to this day, I maintain the highest respect for law enforcement. They strive with danger on an almost daily basis, often at the cost of their families, their finances, and their very lives. I maintain my respect for them and obedience to them because I, like most Americans, do not deal in stereotypes. One pit bull which mauls a child does not make all dogs evil, nor does one teenage school shooter make all teenagers evil, nor does a lightning strike make electricity evil. So too do the actions of a single wicked officer serve only to condemn himself rather than his fellows with him. The facts and figures are there if one is willing to search. For brevity, I will not repeat them here. In fact, the facts are of little import. They are being ignored, because rather than being based upon quantitative facts, this issue is founded upon emotion. To be angered at the sight of injustice is natural, and to seek a means of action is good. But we must take care that we do not overstep our bounds in the heat of the moment. There is a fine line between swift, decisive action and reckless impulse. This plan crosses that line. Rather than support the upholders of the law in this time of turmoil until we may plan reform with clearer heads and calmer streets, this plan would sweep their feet out from under them. In a time of growing instability, it would paralyze the only thing that is keeping us steady. Let us not forget the very reason we may protest in safety is due to the protection of these men and women. That is why I ask you, from the bottom of my heart, to vote against the 50-10 plan. And let me say, God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'm Pam Shropshire. I live on Riverbend Parkway. I feel I need to address this issue because of my work experiences. I am a licensed clinical social worker with 30 years experience in home care, hospice, and dialysis social worker, not only here in Clarke County, but in the 17 counties of North and Northeast Georgia. I am very, very concerned about the defunding of the police and the use of social workers to de-escalate situations and not have police with them. I am well aware of the many, many hot spots in Athens, Georgia, and in our surrounding communities, and I am not talking about the coronavirus. And I cannot tell you how important it was for me as a social worker in many of the situations that we're talking about, that I knew that I had the ability either to have the police with me or very near to be able to call and be right there. This is ludicrous. A lot of the situations that we're talking about happen in the middle of the night. And I am probably one of the few women in this town that has been out in the middle of the night, because people die in the middle of the night. And I've seen many, many things that maybe even you commissioners have not seen. And I am very, very concerned about the defunding of the police. If anything, they need to be paid more for some of the things they deal with. It's incredible. Some of the things they deal with, their families, their loved ones, they go out the door and they might not come back. I cannot stress to you all how much I think, yes, social workers can be utilized in a lot of these situations, but they need to have police accompaniment. They cannot go in there by themselves, especially female social workers. And this is a pipe dream that you think you can send people in the middle of the night and de-escalate some of these situations. I'm very, very concerned about this. Not only as a licensed clinical social worker with 30 years, I've made thousands, not hundreds, thousands of home visits. So I feel an affinity to the police because I've seen what they've had to deal with in many situations. That being said, I hope you will really consider not defunding the police. If anything else, fund them more. And if you want to go ahead and use social workers, that is a good idea, but they need a police accompaniment. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Shropshire. Good evening.
Hi, I'm David Drum, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So 22 days, that's how long it's been since George Floyd was brutally murdered. And we all agree that it was horrible, and we all agree that it should never happen again. And unfortunately, it's already happened since then in Atlanta. But 22 days, and now our city and United government, you folks I'm talking to right now, are talking about defunding the police. I think it's very hasty. I think it's based on emotion. I don't think it's been well thought out or well planned. And I'm not saying there's not some good ideas in the proposal. I think that there are, but I think that we need to talk about it. And I'm not even saying let's talk about it and never do anything. Obviously, we need to do something. But I don't think that this plan is a plan made for Athens. This is a cookie cutter plan, maybe for Minneapolis, maybe for Camden, New Jersey, but we are Athens, Georgia. And you know what? We got a lot of smart people in Athens, Georgia, and I think we can come up with a better plan, a plan that focuses on Athens in particular. We've got some great nonprofits in this community. And look, I work in mental health and addiction treatment service. I've been doing that for over a decade. I get the whole thing about, the police showing up when somebody's in an acute psychiatric crisis. It's not the best situation. For years I've advocated for some kind of change, but we've got some great nonprofits. We've got Divas Who Win. We've got Managed Behavioral Health. We've got Acceptance Recovery. We could have an army of volunteer peer support specialists that we could embed with the police, that we could have and utilize to train police. That's just one idea. We don't even have to wait to 2021. We could have that army of peer support specialists by the end of the week. There's all sorts of folks that would sign up for that. And so I think that we could have a better idea. We can tap into some of the great passion of people, some of that are speaking here in front of you tonight. And I think that we can do better. I think we can come up with a better plan. I get the political pressure you guys are under to do something. And I agree. And I feel like you guys want to be on the cutting edge and really come up with something great. And I agree with that too. Let's come up with something better. Let's come up with something made for Athens. Let's come up with something that Athenians want, because I believe that Athenians do not want the plan as proposed. And so I want to stand in opposition against it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
I'm Ron Sharp. I live in Homewood Hill subdivision here in Athens. And I'd just like to speak against the proposal to defund the police. I think when people talk about transferring money from the police to social workers, whatever they call it, that is in fact defunding the police. And the lady who spoke for me just two people ago, I think she said it very well. That's a scary situation to send social workers into without support. We need the police. If anything, we need better funding for the police, for better training, more funding. I think that is the way to go. And I'd like to finish just by saying thank you to all of you for sitting here, listening to all of us, listening to the citizens, and taking all your time doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mary Paget. I live in Northside Subdivision in Athens, Georgia, and I am here in opposition to defunding the Athens-Clarke County Police. I'm here in opposition to your knee-jerk reaction to what's happening nationally. Athens is not Minneapolis. Athens is not Baltimore. Athens is not Atlanta. We do not have systemic racism here. Since all of this has come up, I have made it a point everywhere I go to notice how people react to each other. And all I've seen is kindness, people being maybe even nicer to each other. People in Clarke County have businesses, they have homes. Their lives matter. They deserve protection. Lord knows we pay enough in taxes to feel safe. So I'm here in opposition to defunding the Athens-Clarke County Police. I heard a lady a couple of about 30 minutes ago say it takes longer to be a hairdresser than it does a police. Well, maybe you ought to think about, we're not spending enough on training. Maybe we're not spending enough funding the police. And I've also been told that crime has decreased over the last 25 years. Well, there's a reason for this. It means that the police department's doing a pretty good job. And I think we ought to support them. You should show more respect for them, for the officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padgett.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Charlie Upchurch. I reside at 2035 Timothy Road. I've lived in Athens all my life. I love Athens. Went to Clarke Central High School. And just nobody, I can honestly say nobody's more passionate about Athens than I am. There might be some other ones that are as passionate, but nobody's more passionate than I am. I love Athens, Georgia. I've been doing business here for, 35 years. So I know all about Athens, and I appreciate it. Let me see. But one of the reasons I'm here right now, I'm extremely sad. I'm sad about the direction that we're going in. I'm sad about all the confrontations that we're experiencing. It's a sad time for Athens, Georgia right now. But we can overcome that. Let me see. Commissioner Parker has put into place or is asking to have put into place the 50-10 plan. I've read the plan numerous times, and I do think that there are merits inside of the plan. But the one thing that I would never agree to, and I strongly object to, is that reducing the police force in Athens, Georgia. If anything, they need more officers. Again, like it's been stated, is that the crime in Athens, Georgia has gone down for the last 25 years. That didn't happen by accident. That happened by well-trained officers that have done a great job, and I appreciate them. Our office, matter of fact, our entire office, one time a year, we make a full barbecue for all the first responders and the police officers included, just because we do respect them. When I leave the house in the morning, my wife can pretty much be sure that I'm going to be coming home, but that's not always the case for the police officers. When they leave the house, their wife never knows if they're going to come home, or their husband for that matter. So I strongly oppose defunding the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. And I hope that y'all would reconsider and think about this and study it at length, all the things that we have to do. But again, I appreciate what y'all do. But I am very, very concerned about the divide that we have in Athens-Clarke County. It hasn't been this way since the late 60s. And I sure hope we can recover. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Upchurch. Good evening.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Dr. Louis Ortiz, Senior Pastor at Young Harris. I just recently moved back into Athens, just a few months back, about 6 to 8 months ago, my wife and I, as a new pastor of the church. And previously I had experienced Athens 27 years ago, actually, as the first Hispanic Puerto Rican preacher in a country church in Commerce, Georgia. I spent the last 27 years of my life as a minister in cross-racial, cross-cultural churches, figuring out ways to eliminate the racial divide that is created in Caucasian churches with the changing community. But I want to share a little story with you this evening about myself as a young man. I'm the middle of 5 Puerto Rican kids, grew up in the inner city, up north, very impoverished community, very impoverished family. My father was a drunk and alcoholic and a lecturer. We grew up in a predominantly white community with just 2 other Hispanic families and 1 black family. And the African American was my best friend. We spent elementary to middle school running literally every day home so that we wouldn't get beat up by the kids. And I felt the sting of racial profiling as a young man, as a young Puerto Rican kid, uneducated, barely spoke English. My spelling was atrocious, let alone the fact that most people thought I had a speech impediment because I spoke Spanglish. I dropped out of school at the age of 16 and lived on the streets for about a year. And I ate out of the luxury McDonald's trash cans for a while. Fast forward that 30 years later, in between that time frame, I developed a severe hatred towards police officers and any individual who had any type of authority. I ended up giving my life to Christ as a young man. I moved out into the area that I was in and began going through school because in the United Methodist Church, education is required for ordination as an elder. And what I discovered was, as I became educated, I found ways to express my emotions and my hatred and my bitterness towards all those who racially profiled me, but in a very well-mannered, reserved way. I have literally spent the last 27 years in ministry trying as a first Hispanic pastor in all Caucasian churches. Many of them, when I walked in, they would say, well, you know what's going to happen now that that ends here. They would use the N-word, and I literally hear them saying it. It didn't matter to me. I still loved them. And years later, the churches thrived and exploded in growth and had a great multiracial congregation. 27 years ago, when I first came to Athens, I fell in love with Athens. And I was so thrilled when my bishop said, you're moving back to Athens a few months back. And my wife and I were ecstatic because I said, we love Athens. It's a beautiful community, beautiful place.
Mr. Ortiz, your 3 minutes is up.
Oh, can I just say one thing?
Please.
I know the old saying in the United Methodist Church, if you're not happy with the leadership, go after the money. I'm well aware of that. And whenever a church wants to get rid of a pastor, the first thing they do is they pull the funds to the conference. I understand that that's what's happening with the younger generation. They're angry. I understand that. All lives matter. But I think to defund the police department and shrink it even more than what it is wrong. I think that as a community and as leaders, you guys can come up with creative ways to find the resources needed to let the younger generations express their anger and their bitterness. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Mara Elizena, District 1. And I would like to state that I am against this defunding the police. I am a citizen here. I'm a citizen of the United States, but I am an immigrant from Nicaragua. And I disagree with this because I grew up in New York in lower income neighborhoods where the police at times were tough with people, you know. But one thing that a lot of people don't have is that perspective, what it is to grow up in a neighborhood like that. A lot of times, yes, there's a lot of problems that arise because of social situations, but those problems exist and they need to be addressed differently, not by defunding the police, because people that live in these kind of neighborhoods are always afraid. And I say that as a person that grew up in these neighborhoods. We are afraid. We do need police. Now that there are police officers that, you know, take advantage of their power, yes, there are. And I believe that reform is in place. And maybe we can, like a lot of people have said, you know, raise the salary to the police, raise the degrees of requirement of their education. There's so many things. But to lower the amount of police or to put them in situations where, you know, the people in these environments, to have them depend on social workers for stuff like this, I think it's two different things, you know. And my perspective is, growing up in such neighborhoods like this, is that we do need to feel protected. Do we need reform? Yes, we need reform. But I get a lot of people from Athens talking about how they should resolve issues, and they've never lived in neighborhoods like this. A lot of people that are protesting out there and are saying so many things, where did they go live? They go live in their singular houses there that, you know, they've never had an experience of what it is to be profiled as a woman, as a Latino woman, you know? And I know people from Mexico and El Salvador where the police protection has lowered, and where that would seem good, it's not, because then bad people take over. People who are stronger than police officers. And what happens? People like that run across the border to come and live here. Not to have people defund in their communities police, because that's what they left behind. They're left behind places where police officers have no power and crime can in. And then they have nothing else to do. I don't want that for Athens. I moved from New York. I moved from neighborhoods like that. I have a perspective of what it is to live afraid. So I'm asking you to please think about what you're going to do, because what you're doing may be for the popular people who live in these homes that have no perspective. When I came to Athens, I went to live on the east side, and a lot of people said, why are you living on the east? Why are you picking to live on the east side? You should go to the west side. That's where the better schools are. Both my kids went to Cedar Shoals. Both my kids had to deal with problems at Cedar Shoals with school. I went to their schools. I talked to their teachers. I am outspoken. I like to make my neighborhoods better. I don't mind living on the east side, and I don't mind living in some areas where people are living out of trailer. I visit those places. I talk to people. I do something about my neighborhood. But I don't want the government taking away the protection that I need in my neighborhood to make you guys look good, to make you guys feel better about doing something for society. You want to do something good for our society?
Thank
Go
you,
move
ma'am.
to my neighborhood. Come and live to my neighborhood. How about that? So that way you could get a perspective of what it is to be afraid and to want to call the cops. As a matter of fact, the cops take too long to get
Thank you,
there.
Ms. Elisada. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I just want you to think about that. Move to my neighborhood and see what it feels like.
Gordon Roden, 340 Heather Cove, Athens, Georgia. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. You know, I love Athens. My wife and I moved into Athens 22 years ago. I built a house. It's been a great place to live. Our daughters were grown when we moved here, so we didn't weren't involved with the educational process with them here. And through the course of the 22 years, I guess I have not been as involved as I should have been. And I confess that to you people tonight, because I feel like along the way, if I had been more involved, maybe where we are tonight could have been diverted a little bit. I believe that Athens does not have to become some of the other cities that we see on the news every night. We're better than that. We call ourselves the classic city, and yet sometimes I don't see a lot of class, you know, and that's on both sides of the street, you know. But I would like to approach this issue of the proposal that was sent out. And the reason that this was planned for this evening was on the front page of Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson's proposal for the 5010, it was said that it would be voted on the 16th. So we began to ask people if they wanted to go speak tonight. As that happened, people arose to the occasion. I think maybe if you see what took place outside tonight and around town and look at some of the tapes, you're going to see that there are a lot of people that have come out tonight to voice their opinion that maybe have never showed up at a commissioner's meeting before. I think it's time for the commissioners of Clarke County to listen to all groups that are in Athens, not just the ones that yell the loudest. Maybe it's some of those that paid the most taxes. And I spoke last time we were together about the taxes and the evaluation of the properties and so on. I still think that's a critical issue in our town. I think the budget needs to look at hard and long. I think there's a lot of fluff in the budget that needs to be looked at. I wonder if sometimes if we are just rubber stamping things. So I do appreciate those of you in leadership. I've been in leadership before, and I know it's not an easy job. So thank you for your time tonight, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Gertz, members of the Council and Commission. We can see three of you. I hope more of y'all are able to benefit from the comment tonight. Thank you for taking the time as well as your commitment to public service. It's awfully easy to lead in good times. It's much more difficult in challenging times as we're in today. In an ideal world, we wouldn't need a police department, but we don't live in an ideal world. In an ideal world, we'd all be dealing with our best selves with one another. But when we send the police or the sheriff's deputies out, or they're responding to a 911 call, they're often dealing with the worst of us on a day in and day out basis. It's not an easy job. But I would suggest to you, as you consider your budget, and of the 500 plus municipalities in Georgia, police is the largest item in the budget for those cities that have a police department. You consider instead raising the bar. You have a regional police academy here in Athens. We could raise the hiring entry level from a GED to a criminal justice degree. We could put more programming in place to deal with racial diversity and cultural sensitivities and issues. There's a program I want to commend to you that the Anti-Defamation League Southeast Office in Atlanta runs in elementary, middle, and high schools. Has trained thousands of children, simply called No Place for Hate. And if you look at the kids that are outside tonight that are protesting to defund the police, many of them probably graduated from that program. I think that there's a lot to learn that's coming into our middle schools and our high schools that we could also train our law enforcement professionals. There is a post-standards training council. There is a Peace Officer Standards and Training Council that's open to suggestion about new training. There's again a regional police academy here in Athens, Georgia, that's attached to the university system. So instead of defunding the department and putting those high-risk neighborhoods that are underserved at further risk where the majority of police calls come from, let's invest in law enforcement and make Athens and Clarke County, in the way that it is in many other areas, a model for other cities, communities to follow. Property that I have is 558 West Broad. Got a couple of investment properties here in Atlanta and in Athens. And when I get to the point of eventually retirement, you will probably have me full time up here. I want the city that we've all known and come to love to still be here. And I think if you defund the police department, it won't be. Thank you for your time.
Sir, can I get your name for the record, please?
Bill Crane. Sorry, I thought I said that at the beginning.
Thank you,
CRAN.
Mr. Crane. I appreciate it.
Take care, Kelly.
Good evening.
Hi, Mayor Gertz. Hi, Tim. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Ara Morris. I'm a resident of District 9 in Clarke County. Good to see you guys. Thanks for hearing me. Just a quick, I just want to take a minute to just talk about what I'm seeing here, because you guys are at home watching the video, and I'm assuming you haven't been outside this evening. I'm going to guess we're maybe 15% through the line of people that have come to speak tonight. If everybody stays in line, we're probably going to see some attrition. That was when I was at the door 15 minutes ago. And there was a pretty rowdy protest out front, and a counter protest, and a lot of screaming and yelling. I don't think anyone got hurt, although there was some rumors of someone getting physically hurt. So it's pretty intense out there, is what I'm saying. And I think most of the people who have come before me that I've been hearing anyway, I've been listening to the live stream on and off, have been speaking out to say that they hope you don't defund the police. And there's a bunch of people coming behind me who are going to speak in support of the 50-10 plan, and you'll probably get a mix of both coming on throughout the evening. So I say all that just for a little context. I'm a social worker. I'm a licensed master social worker here in Clarke County. I am in support of the 50-10 plan, and more than that, I'm in support of its core, like the core values that underlie it. So I don't have any attachment to the specifics that are in it necessarily, but I'm in support of what it's trying to do. And I think it's a powerful step in the right direction for Commissioners Denson and Parker to stand up and say, hey, here's a proposal, let's do something positive and move forward. I did a lot of listening out there. I didn't do a lot of talking. I did do some talking with people who were on the other side of this issue than myself while I was standing in line, that I found really interesting. Most of them seemed to be nice folks who were interested in chatting if someone wasn't going to yell at them. And most of them seem to have not read the proposal. I think that's true of some people who are also in support of the proposal. They hadn't really read it, and they didn't seem familiar with a lot of what was in it. The main thing I was hearing people arguing about was whether funding was going to be taken away from the police, which when I read the proposal is a part of it, but not the whole thing that's there. I think there are a lot of people I talk to on the other side of this issue who would be in support of things like bringing 911 under public control or adding social workers. I heard a lot of people say, we'd be fine if social workers went with police. We just don't want to replace police with social workers. We're scared that that won't work. So I don't have probably enough time to explain all the ins and outs of my thoughts about that, but I don't know what your options are tonight, but I would be in support of moving forward with this proposal. And I think a lot of people on both sides would be in support, from what I was hearing, of doing a study to figure out how to move forward and increase our social services response and our social work response, instead of sending armed police to every conflict that happens in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Call. I am a resident of District 1 in Clarke County, and I am a graduate student getting my master's in social work and my master's in public health. So I'm going to read off of something I wrote because I'm not used to being in front of the screen, so I don't want to forget anything I say. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the 50-10 proposal. I think currently we are asking the police to play many roles, which is virtually impossible for anyone to do well. We don't need to reform police. We need to rebuild and create an interdisciplinary team, which is why I support this proposal. There are many people and professionals in this community who can fill those roles and who are specially trained to fill those roles. The issue now is that we, particularly social workers, are coming in at times of crisis and helping with the cleanup when we have the training and we have the empirically based education to help us with the prevention of these problems. Reallocating the funds as is proposed can help with the prevention of many social issues rather than relying and placing all of that responsibility on the police. I want to be clear that we as social workers and public health professionals want to be a part of creating a more just society that helps its citizens from the moment they are born in order to prevent the massive health disparities that currently exist in this community and around this country and are partially caused by the current state of policing. We are not simply going to become social workers or counselors who help police, and we need to remain a part of the planning and implementation of this rebuilding. We are in such a unique position in Athens, having the university, having the social work department, having such a fantastic public health department with award-winning professors that can provide this guidance. I think it's a necessary first step. I think some of the groundwork has been laid. We have the cottage that currently works with the police department to do forensic interviews after someone reports a sexual assault or a child abuse report. We have the crisis team with Officer Corcoran and Advantage. So I think we've already started to do some of this, and this is an expansion on this. So I don't think it's actually so radical. I think we're already ready to get there. And I want to also say it'll never be perfect. We will never feel like we're ready to start change. But we have to start somewhere, and we have to do it quickly because this is going to escalate. And apparently, because this has been made relevant, I'm originally from Philadelphia, which is really close to Camden, and I lived in a high crime area. Camden did something similar to this a few years ago, and it has been very successful. So I would encourage you to look into that as well. And that's all I have. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Call. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Graham Jarba. I'm an educator here in Clarke County. I've lived in Athens my whole life. Like I said, I'm an educator, so I'm used to preparing, so I'm going to read something as well. So ACCPD has spent the last several years trotting out new initiatives and these ideas of community policing, the 21st century policing initiative. And despite that, we still have a culture of violence and racism in our police department. In Athens, a Black person is 3 to 6 times more likely than a white person to be arrested for a marijuana charge. ACCPD actually have killed more people last year than some European countries. As soon as ACCPD has had the chance, they use the tear gas and rubber bullets that they have in storage on peaceful, outnumbered protesters and then lied to our community about it. Our chief either does not command enough respect from his officers to tell him the truth about use of force, or he lied to us on purpose, which in my opinion would be worse. The previous chief was removed because officers were angry that a cop was fired after he ran over a Black child with a car. Years of reform have shown us that the ACCP officers do not appreciate that and have been leaving our department in droves. Despite that, our crime rate has been going down, and that's why I support the plan to reduce the number of police officers that we have here in Athens. I stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Jackie Foss. I'm a Master of Social Work student at the University of Georgia, and I just wanted to use this opportunity to speak in front of you guys as a member of the Athens community for 10 years. This is so energizing. Hello, everyone. But something I've noticed while standing outside is that so many of us are closed-minded and nobody actually wants to talk and listen to each other. I also wanted to let you guys know about just my concern for trauma and how that affects our police officers. Trauma does crazy things to the brain that we don't quite understand yet, something I'm learning about in school. And I think it's really important, and I'm in full support of this plan. I think it is the first step to, giving our police officers some sort of trauma-informed care. I think it's a great first step, and I just wanted to thank you guys for letting me stand up here and talk to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Koff.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Candace and I live in District 4. I also have written something to read.
Candace, can I get your last name for the record?
It's Jones.
Thank you.
So I'm currently going into my specialization year as a Master's of Social Work student at UGA. And as a social worker, we're guided by our profession's values. Included in those are service, social justice, and the dignity and worth of all people. So by now, you guys have all surely read the 50-10 plan proposed by Commissioners Denson and Parker. It seeks to fix our broken criminal legal system. And as a member of the constituency and guided by social work values, I'm asking you that you support their proposal. I'm aware of the proposal Start Athens, Steps Towards Anti-Racism Together, that Commissioners Wright, Thornton, Davenport, Hamby, and Harrod are putting forth. I understand that they seemingly overlap with one another, these two plans, but this does not mean that you cannot and should not support Denson and Parker's proposal. Most glaringly, START does not address completely the problems of police officers using aggressive tactics such as tear gas, excessive force, and responding to situations in which armed responses are not necessary. It endangers those in crisis. If the goal is to improve Athens and to make it safer for all residents, the solution is not more police training, equipment, and oversight. To take steps towards anti-racism and public safety, it's imperative that we move some of the budget for policing to invest in our communities, particularly Black and Brown communities and those living in poverty, to target those roots of inequality that cause crime directly. We have to invest in community-based anti-violence programs and remove police officers from our public schools. We must invest in restorative justice programs and community-led public safety strategies because people and their communities are experts in their own experiences. We must invest in affordable housing, workforce development, healthcare, access to healthy food and education, and we do not need more armed officers. We need to decrease the number of police and increase the number of social workers and mental health providers. Obviously, that doesn't need to happen all at once. That would be a knee-jerk reaction. A plan needs to be put into place, which is what the 50-10 plan is calling for. Start Athens also doesn't address the need for the increase of salary for public defenders, nor add the second social work position to the public defender's office. We need to increase the pay of our public defenders in Athens-Clarke County so that they can devote more time and attention to their cases and ensure just and adequate defense for all communities. If we are to take steps towards anti-racism together or START, we must reimagine public safety. It's time to do more than talk about systemic racism and how it's embedded within our criminal legal system. We must take action and put our money where our mouth is. I urge you to support the 50-10 plan. If you don't support it, please let us know why you don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Good evening.
Hi. I also wrote something on my phone. I'm a little nervous, so I'll try and be slow and steady. So my name is Brianna Sterling. I have two properties, one in District 2 and one in District 5. I graduated from UGA School of Social Work and hold a Master's of Social Work license. I've lived in Athens for 5 years. I have over 7 years experience working with trauma survivors and their loved ones in a variety of settings. I'm also certified in trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy and trained in EMDR therapy, two major therapies that treat trauma. I currently work as an individual child and family therapist for the community. As an Athens resident, I've witnessed firsthand members of my community who identify as schizophrenic be labeled as dangerous. I've witnessed uneducated community members create fear in neighbors by spreading false information on these individuals. I've witnessed myths about their diagnosis taken as fact by local police, eventually leading to inappropriate responses from untrained police officers, and then innocent community members' rights being taken away. I strongly believe that instances like this will not happen if the Parker and Denson 50-10 plan is set in place. As a licensed social worker, I have worked with countless families who have feared phoning the police for help during a mental health crisis. They express fear of what the police may do to their child, to them, or to their neighbors. I have witnessed Black teens treated inappropriately due to implicit biases, covert racism, and blatant racism. I witnessed Black teens responded to with excessive force and punishment, eventually leading to their entry into our juvenile justice system. The Athens community needs this 50-10 plan. We need to create more resources for community health and safety. We need to increase the use of educated mental health professionals and social workers when responding to crises. We need to start building resiliency factors to prevent additional traumatic experiences for our fellow community members. Athens social workers support the 50-10 plan. Most of us were educated here. We live in this town. We work in this town. and we're ready to continue serving this town to ensure the human and civil rights violations involving police brutality against our Black, Indigenous, and people of color community members end now. Parker and Denson's plan is our step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Starling. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to read my thoughts off my phone. My name is Joanna Wilson, and I live on the north side of Athens. I've been a resident of Athens for almost 2 years. I'm here to support Commissioner Mariah Parker and Commissioner Tim Denson's budget proposal. I'm a community mental health counselor. I hold a master's degree in mental health counseling and provide services to children and their families here in the city. I'm a witness to the extensive damage that the criminalization of mental health issues and drug addiction and alcohol addiction has caused and continues to cause the families that I provide services to. I urge you to consider to invest in this public safety approach and invest in community-based alternatives, such as non-police mental health professionals, to help improve the lives of the citizens of this community and to create a real sense of public safety and justice that is grounded in compassion rather than criminalization. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Hello. I'm also going to read from my phone because I'm a rambler. My name is Katie Fonque. I'm a licensed master of social work here in Athens. I've lived here for 13 years. I currently work for an organization that serves domestic minor sex trafficking survivors across the state. And I'm here to speak in support of Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson's 5010 plan, and here is why. So I know from my experience being a social worker and just being a person that law enforcement officers are constantly called on to respond to situations for which they are not properly trained and are not really given meaningful, effective tools other than to make an arrest. So these situations can include folks struggling with mental health crisis, substance abuse, conflict within their homes, as well as just like unhoused persons who are just kind of trying to survive out in the community. And so often, unfortunately, the very presence of a law enforcement officer can escalate a situation by inspiring some panic and fear, especially in Black and Brown communities where statistically we know that excessive use of force is way more likely. So this obviously is not just an ineffective use of public resources, but it's dangerous for everybody who's involved. Social workers receive years of education specializing in how to help solve these common social problems by de-escalating individuals who are in crisis using techniques that don't require a service weapon. So I'm here because I believe that the 5010 plan represents just a better way to think about public safety in our city by investing in the resources our citizens actually need, rather than needlessly filling our jails and courtrooms with folks who really just kind of needed some help. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Fonque. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, Mayor and Commission. Great to see you. My name is Vanessa Raditz, and I live in District 2. I have a Master of Public Health from University of California, and I'm currently a graduate student doing my PhD in geography here at UGA. I'm also a part of the Athens Mutual Aid Network, which has helped hundreds of Athenians through the COVID-19 crisis. And I want to thank the Athens Street Medic team outside who are currently keeping protesters safe. And I think that they're an excellent example of how we as a community are able to take care of each other. So as a former EMT myself, I also want to make this statement in the memory of Breonna Taylor, the 26-year-old African-American EMT who was murdered by Louisville Metro Police Department on March 13th, just as our county was beginning its shelter-in-place ordinance. In a time of pandemic, police killed a healthcare worker. And I think it is a really poignant metaphor for the times that we are in. So in her memory, I am here to say that I support the 5010 plan from my commissioner, Mariah Parker. Thank you. However, from a public health perspective, I also want to say that I do not think it goes nearly far enough to address what our community needs right now. The 5010 plan is a great start, but in this moment of public will against policing nationally and the health threats of this pandemic, this community deserves more, and we have the opportunity to do more. So you may have heard from a lot of people saying that they do not want to defund the police, I just want to make it really clear that this plan, the 50-10 plan, is already a compromise. It is already a compromise because our community really deserves much more than this. Gunshots from armed officers are not the only way that police kill people. The entire system of policing and incarceration are public health issues, and they need to be addressed. We have the opportunity with this budget decision to address the economic, social disparities that coronavirus has made so blatantly evident. We have the opportunity to divest our public funds from punishment and invest in the social determinants of health that keep our community well. I've been a social worker. Adding one social worker to the police department to have a caseload of hundreds is a recipe for burnout and ineffective care. For the number of people in our jail right now, we would need at least 10 social workers to be able to have a caseload where they could effectively provide wraparound services. This is just one example of how this plan could go further. So I'm suggesting think of it as this is already the compromise. I sent you an email earlier today that includes the American Public Health Association's policy statement on addressing law enforcement violence as a public health issue, which provides a peer-reviewed literature review of the existing studies that show that divesting from police and investing in the social determinants of health improves community well-being and health. I've seen what our community can do when the mayor, judicial system, commission all come together. And I suggest that this is the time that we do that to really invest in our community's health and away from punishment, violence, and death. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ravitz. Evening.
My name is Joseph Carter. I'm here to speak in support of the 50-10 plan. I'm not going to go through policy. I'm not going to give you a whole lot of numbers. I'm going to tell you that what Ms. Raditz just said, this is the compromise. This is at the ground floor of what we should really be doing. Because already here today, there are numerous police officers at City Hall. Doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of us feel safe. It isn't safe to have officers here behind me to speak against them. And your morality, that's what's at issue. Because the budget is a moral document. And a compromise that sets out a plan to decrease the police by 50% over 10 years, that's an average of 5% per year over the next 10 years. That's the compromise. And some of you need arguments more to support it. I'm confused because I haven't heard any of you come out in public to say what's wrong with it. And if you think there's something wrong with the compromise, then actually show some courage and say why. Because when I went 3 a.m. on June 1st to go help get out all of the folks arrested, and realizing that our mayor is responsible for a curfew that has traumatized the community and that militarized our city, and we're here having to argue for a compromise, what are you doing? I don't even know what you're doing anymore, if you're even doing a job. Pass the 50-10 plan. It's the start, and you want to nitpick of ways it might not quite fit your priorities. That's ridiculous. I'm not going to give you a philosophical argument. I'm not going to give you a policy argument. Just do your damn job.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Evening.
Hello. Imani Scott Blackwell, 870 North Chase.
Honestly, I don't even know where to begin. I am not even convinced anymore that it is worth it to speak to any of you at all. I am really questioning as we look at the budget now. And I've heard so many people claim that Black Lives Matter, that they stand with the protests, that they are in support of all Athenians. But then I'm looking and I see, according to the budget, who you all are really in support of are the, let me see, 250 police officers. Apparently, the other 100,000 plus individuals are inconsequential. Apparently, the 300 plus homeless individuals that are literally sleeping on the streets right now do not matter in comparison to the police officers and the police department and the court system that apparently is worth about 1/6 of our total budget. I'm confused as we are getting to a time in the middle of both a healthcare crisis and an economic crisis where the only result, as always happens after time of disaster, is further over policing. So we are going to see, as we're watching now, an increase in police violence. And yet, even here today, I heard someone speak on the public comment to say that they heard a rumor about physical violence. Well, let me say I saw it with my own eyes as the people that came to support the police, one of them physically attacked a young Black activist and physically pulled them down the stairs, the concrete stairs outside. And would you believe that with all these police officers here, guess who wasn't safe? Really interesting how we keep coming back to that. Really interesting as I am trying to understand who you all are really intending to protect. And I wish I could say I was here to speak in support of the 50-10 plan. I really do. But it's not even close to enough. We are not in the time where all of the people that are being impacted by incarceration, it's not just the police that are killing people that are the problem. Families are separated by the result of incarceration. We know that the trauma that comes from taking people away from their families is setting off generations of damage. But instead of funding those resources, I believe the mental health responder that is provided for in the 50-10 plan for $12,000, while the employee holiday party has $30,000 in the budget. Please help me understand how I'm supposed to look y'all in the face and believe that you actually care about this community. I'm done with it.
Thank you, ma'am.
I promise it wasn't me that did anything violent.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Joan Roden, 340 Heather Cove. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I don't have anything written. I came here to speak for the gentleman behind me and the gentleman out in the hallway. The gentlemen that were across the street today, the ones that are not going to be able to come up to speak to you because they can't say what they think. They can't say what they feel. I'm not sure I can represent them, but I know this, that they will not be able to come up here and tell you what they think about the plan or the neighborhood or the county because they're silenced. Somebody's got to speak for them. They protect us every day. You see the policeman standing across the street. I'm very sad that people come and think, oh well, they're a threat to me. That's very sad to me. But the truth is, we have to have peacekeepers in our community. Athens-Clarke County is a great place to live. People get along every day. They work hard to get along with their neighbors and to do what's right. To see this kind of dissension within the neighborhood is hard for me. It's difficult. But I do know this, that my son-in-law was a Gwinnett County cop. He worked undercover drugs for a while. And we were concerned every night, would he come home alive? Would he be alive for that particular shift? I know that there were times when he took care of people that could not take care of themselves. These men and women who work for the police department don't work for the police department because they will get rich there. That's not what they do. They work there because it's a calling. They do this because it's a calling. It's like a missionary to the streets. Are all of them good? Absolutely not. Are all commissioners good? Absolutely not. Are all mayors good? Absolutely not. But to paint a broad brush across the nation, to say that our law enforcement is bad, they're not doing their job, they're not necessary. I don't know how they go to work every day demoralized, disparaged the way they are by the public, and then to not be paid the way they want to be paid. I think that there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in this, in the budget. There are a lot of things that I would say. A jogging trail is, to me, just not the thing that you want to put on a SPLOST. Some of the things that are on the budget, they could be cut. And I don't think that you're going to put a gun on the hip of a social worker, sending them out, as you don't put a social worker into a blue uniform. They're there to do a purpose. Thank you for letting me speak. I hope in some way that I've spoken for the ones that will not ever, the law enforcement that will not ever be able to come here and speak for themselves. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Gertz, commissioners. My name is Sarah Gehring. I'm a resident of District 10. I live at 160 Harold Drive. I see a lot of you are video off right now. I hope that that does not mean what it means for me when I turn my video off in a Zoom meeting, which is that I've probably fallen asleep. I do hope that you're all listening. I'd like to start by saying that I support Commissioner Jensen and Commissioner Parker's 50-10 plan. And I would like to continue by telling you why. First, I'm going to read to you from the Methodist Church resolution on humanizing criminal justice. A justice system that reflects God's desires for the world is one that is healing and restorative. Those who have been victimized by crime and the communities in which they reside need healing. Healing can come as safety and security are restored and the broken bonds of mutuality and shared existence are mended. Those who commit crimes must be held accountable through making amends to those that they have caused to suffer, and they must be given the opportunity to return to their full place in society and community. Since crimes are so often linked to a lack of resources, gaining access to resources is a necessary part of this return. As United Methodists, we support measures designed to remove social conditions that lead to crime, and we encourage continued positive interaction between law enforcement officials and members of the community at large. Retributive systems of justice form barriers to the realization of the vision of restorative justice because they are tainted with explicit and implicit racial and ethnic bias. They punish children as harshly as adults, and they accommodate a two-tiered system that serves those with wealth and subjugates those without. I was speaking to Joan, the woman that you just heard from, as we waited in the long, long line to come and talk to you today. And we both reached an agreement on one thing, and that is that a source of crime and hurt comes from a lack of community. Where we disagree is what role the criminal justice system plays in community. While I do believe that there are police officers who want and do their best to facilitate community and to be a part of their community in a positive way, in a way that is not their fault, their system is designed to rend communities apart. And that is why I support decreasing their funding by 50% and putting in restorative justice measures that can allow victims and perpetrators to become reintegrated into their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gehring.
Hello.
Evening.
I'm Evan Duran. I live in District 9. I go to UGA. I'm here speaking in support of Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Jensen's 50-10 plan. I think it's the best option on the table, and I think it's the only option on the table if you're not lying to yourself about what you think will actually happen as a result of whatever gets passed in this legislation. Stuff like START is interesting. The vast majority of that money is spent either already allocated or is being spent on small business loans, which are helpful. They're like putting a coat of paint over a car that's broken. You're not going to change anything fundamentally, and you're lying to yourself if you actually think it is. I saw other signs out there for support of stuff like 8 Can't Wait. And the only option we really have here, if we want to like actually change anything in Athens, is you need to reshape the shape of the police department. Because in order for reform to actually work, you actually have to be willing to stand up to the police. You have to be willing to go against the police chief. And you have to be willing to make unpopular decisions that I don't think, frankly, a lot of you seem to be capable of doing, considering I watched Mayor Gertz's newsletter or fireside chat, whatever, where he talked about how the reason peaceful protesters were gassed on that first night in Athens were because there were a bunch of alt-right gun weirdos, the boogaloos, whatever. Never mind that was a bunch of just like fucking college students, and you just continued saying it was a bunch of gun right freaks instead of, no, that's college students. You're gassing them because you are willing to bow down to the police, and you're not willing to actually make any fucking change. You're not willing to make any change. The chokehold that killed Eric Garner was illegal. It's now double illegal. I'm sure we're going to hear at some point in, I don't know, maybe the next 2 years of another police officer choking a guy out because he thought his life was in danger by some dude. I don't know. Maybe he's jumped a subway fare. And the police are like, oh, I feel in danger. Now I'm going to kill him with a chokehold. Because that's all police reform does. Unless you actually stand up to anyone, the reform's an awesome little rule that the police get to absolutely ignore because they make all the rules. You gave them all the leverage, and you decided that it was too hard to govern, so why not just let them do it? All right.
Hello. I'm going to read from my phone. My name is Levi Ellington. I'm a recent graduate from the University of Georgia. I've lived in Eastside Athens for the past 5 years. And listening to those who have spoke before me in this long line, and listening and talking with those around me as I waited here, I realized that much of what I've come to say has already been said by professionals that have done research in those fields: trauma specialists, therapists, social workers, public health officials. They've all stated in support of the 5010 plan. So as a university graduate, I support voices that have done research and held the evidence and seen the change that can be made through different practices. Since much has already been discussed, I'm just here to voice my opinion that I support Commissioner Parker and Denson's 5010 plan. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Ryan Dobrin, 130 Featherwood Hollow. Just want to thank you guys for your time. Just want to voice my support for Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson's 5010 plan. Like a lot of folks before me have said, is a good start. As someone who lived in Athens during college and spent 10 years away and came back over a year ago, as a city who prides itself on progress, I haven't seen a ton of progress. I see the want for progress and the hope for progress, but the city is as segregated as ever, and not just black and white, but poor and wealthy. And I really think by trying to figure out a different way to invest funds and build community and start at the beginning, funding education and social workers and mental health and substance abuse fixes would really go a long way. Again, 5010 is just a start. I hope you guys consider more, but I know with this budget that just the first step is going to be to investigate that plan and see what that would look like. So if we're not even willing to vote on that and come to a conclusion that that's the way to go, then I don't even see what other way we would go forward from there. So again, thank you for bringing this to the table, Commissioner Denson and Parker. I appreciate your willingness to put this in front of us, and I don't think it's out of line. I don't think it's crazy. I think it's just on the ground floor. So thank you. I hope that we can be an example for the 30,000+ mostly white students in the University of Georgia who can hopefully see what we're doing in the community as they go out into the world. I hope that we can be, as a white male Christian privileged person, I hope that we could spread the real love of Jesus and how he told us to seek mercy and love justice and seek equality for everyone. And, thank you again for your time, and you all have a good night.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is William Olmsted. I live over at 250 Little Street. And if you excuse me, I'll read off my phone. I wanted to share some of my personal experience and why I support the 5010 initiative. I work at a local nonprofit as an advocate for victims of domestic violence. As you can imagine, this means that many of my clients have interacted directly with law enforcement. And while it's true that many of the people I work with have been assisted by law enforcement, I have seen time and time again how that same system has failed them. I've met with many people who refuse to call the police because after everything they've been through, they still don't want to subject their partner to the possibility of police violence or jail time. I've read police reports where responding officers disbelief or outright ignore these victims or diminish their experience because of the part of town they come from. I've even worked with victims who are wrongfully arrested due to misinformation and misunderstanding on the part of the responding officer. Parts of the training program for new officers, including on how to interact with victims of domestic violence, have been cut in the past. There has been significant internal changes, and I imagine that morale is at an extreme low. This is not the kind of environment that lends itself to specialized response or de-escalation, and if we don't start the process of restorative justice today, then things will only worsen. This is not meant to be a specific indictment on whichever officer might be responding, but this is evidence of how important clinical training in a variety of fields would be to proper response. I can be the first to tell you that violence occurs and that there will likely always be a need for a protective element of society. But that protective element, whether it be police or otherwise, needs to be a small piece of a greater whole of specialized community-based services and service to the people rather than the status quo. As a final note, I would invite the public, and especially you all here today, to consider that when this passes, it will need to come with requisite increase in support for social resources here in Athens. Many, if not most, if not all, of our local service providers are underfunded for both their staff and the resources that they provide. Specialized responses to people dealing with homelessness or mental health concerns will only work if local agencies like Athens Area Homeless Shelter or Advantage Behavioral Health Services are given the funding necessary to provide care and resources to people experiencing the kinds of crises that police nationwide are unprepared and under-equipped to handle. As a citizen and as a social worker, I support the 5010 plan, and I believe it could be the first step to a better Athens. Thank you.
I might be too short for this. Hi, my name is Michelle Evans. I live at 115 Ann's Court in District 4. I've lived in Athens for about 5 years, and I'm usually really proud to be part of this community. I spend my days working with numbers, and I'm not really one for public speaking, but I would like to share some numbers with you that you're probably familiar with. Today, I learned the size of the Athens-Clarke County Police Department budget in 2020. That was $25.3 million. I also found out that there was a provision for a mental health responder in the 2020 budget, which is something I'm really in support of. What percentage of the $25 million was it? 20%? 10%? No, it was 0.3%. We spent 0.3% of the total budget to help those experiencing mental health crises. Given that, I don't really think that 50% is so much to ask. I just want to voice my support for this plan. I think it's something that can really help a lot of people, and I think it's important to increase community care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Just a programming note for everybody. We'll take a 5-minute break at 8:15 in just a few minutes. Good evening.
Evening. I'm Kevin Souza. I live at 115 Ann's Court in District 4. I just wanted to kind of go over the things that are listed in the 5010 plan, which I kind of feel are fairly minor and fairly reasonable. The first is adding an additional mental health co-responder team. It's very clear that of the 6 instances of police shootings in the last year, one of them was clearly a case of suicide by cop, and at least 2 of the others probably were as well. Very clear need for that. The second is make permanent the FY20 recommended vacancies of AP. I actually don't know anything about that, so I'm going to skip that one. Number 4 is 911 dispatch under public control. 911 is a public service, is essential public service. I wouldn't think of privatizing the fire department, so it does not make any sense to me to have it as anything other than a public service. Number 5 is establish additional social worker position in the public defender's office. It's very clear there's a need for this, as there's only one currently, and often people who are accused of crimes are in need of this service. Number 6, public defenders, increase salary to more closely approximate district attorney pay. The Fifth Amendment guarantees a right to a fair trial. Gideon versus Wainwright established that if you're unable to afford a lawyer, you're appointed one of the court. It seems reasonable to have our public defenders paid just as equally as those who they are opposing in court. And kind of briefly wanted to talk about the suggestion that cutting the budget by 50%, or no, the size by 50% over 10 years. I had a hard time trying to find actual numbers of the police force 10 years ago just to kind of get a comparison of what that would look like. But I did find the funding amount. It was about $14 million was the size compared to about 25. So that's a 44% increase. Just in terms of funding, if you kept the levels the same for 10 years, you'd be more than 80% of the way to achieving that goal. And as I said, based on what I'm seeing, I don't think anything here is that unreasonable and it seems fairly minor and a good step in the right direction. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Souza. Evening.
How you doing? My name is Stalin Cagle. I just want to go ahead and cut to the chase. First of all, I will say it is a little bit disheartening to see that not all of the screens are filled with faces of people who have been chosen and elected to represent the great citizens of Athens. I hope that you guys are actually listening to the people speaking to you. And I want to cut to the chase. American police forces are born out of racist terrorist organizations and slave patrols, as well as those in the North that were simply there to help squash labor strikes in the 1800s. A safe world is not one in which the police keep Black and other marginalized people in check through threats of arrest, incarceration, violence, and death. As Malcolm X said, your time will never get better until you get better. The homeless and mentally ill here in Athens are 2 groups that have felt the brunt of police violence. The vast majority of police officers make 1 felony arrest a year, and if they make 2, they're cop of the month. The point that I'm getting to is that since prohibition enforcement in the 20s, all the way to the 60s in light of civil unrest and protests for the rights of Black people, onto our current pandemic of racial violence being perpetrated by those called to protect us, it is clear that the simple acknowledgement of the problems in our police forces is not enough. And if you refuse to abolish the police, it is imperative that you at least cut the budget by half and the forces by half to make room for proper social change in our communities here in Athens. Instead of outsourcing labor to prisoners and taking advantage of the loopholes in the 13th Amendment, we should invest in and hire those who have not been caught up in the system and would be eager to contribute to the building up of Athens. And it should be our top priority to invest in community care. Communities that are taken care of by those elected to represent them are less violent and less criminal, and truly become places where one's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are protected. Thank you and good day to you all.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle. All right, everyone, we'll take just a 5-minute break and be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back to public comments for Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing number 3 here on June 16th. As noted earlier, this initially would have been the night for adoption of the fiscal year 21 budget, but given the passing of Commissioner Neesmith, we've moved our final work session for budget preparation to this coming Thursday, the 18th, and then final budget approval to the 25th, Thursday, the 25th. So we'll go ahead and continue public comment. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kavi Pandian and I live at 385 South Pope Street. First, I just want to comment on the fact that all of this meeting is happening through Zoom. And I have to wonder why we're not allowed to provide public comment as constituents through Zoom as well, instead of being forced to either submit an email comment form or show up in person where we were unable to enforce social distancing outside. I just think that's worth mentioning, that we're being forced to put ourselves at greater risk than the commission and the mayor. Next, I want to mention something that I saw happen outside just a couple hours ago before this meeting, where a Black trans activist and organizer was providing education to the community about this budget and about different priorities that are made evident through it, when on the steps right in front of City Hall, a local older white man attacked him and attempted to pull him off of the steps. And there were a bunch of cops nearby who did absolutely nothing. And in that moment, I found myself wondering, what is the point of protect and serve? Who were they protecting? Who were they serving then? But the answer was pretty clear. They were serving and protecting the people they always have. They were protecting white people, enforcing racial and societal hierarchies on other people. And that is not a system that I want to be funding in our budget. The policing system isn't broken. It's functioning exactly as designed. They were created to enforce hierarchy, and that is what they have continued to do. This isn't a system that can be reformed. This is a system that has to be abolished. But even if you don't agree with me, it's obvious that this is a system which at the very least should be defunded. You can't keep trying and failing to put fires out in the community with police. Instead, you have to ask, what is causing crime in the first place? And addressing that through providing people with good paying jobs, with secure housing, through addressing food deserts, through addressing educational inequity, and all the other things that lead to crime in Athens, that should be the priority of our budget, not putting $25 million towards a policing budget that fails to make us safer. It fails to build up our community. I hear a lot of talk about how Athens wants to be a model city. What are we modeling for other people when we look at this budget? When we look at $25 million for policing and corrections? That is not something that I want to see modeled in other cities. That's not a society that others should strive to emulate. Now to get into some specifics from the budget. I noticed that the budget only requested 323 positions, but 328 were authorized. I think those 5 should be immediately taken out of the budget for FY21. There's a sheriff inmate fund worth $70,000 and a corrections inmate fund worth $50,000. I would like clarification on what those do and what they're for. Finally, I want to encourage you not to approve this budget in a rush. This is a rare moment when the citizens are engaged, and you should allow that engagement to play out in real democracy, not the sham status quo that we've been operating under for years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ponda.
Hello, my name is Charlene Marsh, and I live here in District 7 here in Athens. The proposed policing budget for fiscal year 21 is $25,778,000. The combined budgets for housing and community development, economic development, public health, libraries, the Department of Family and Children's Services, the Neighborhood Health Center, and public transit works barely cracked $20 million. Instead of investing proactively in our communities and attempting to address the root causes of inequality and crime, we are instead investing in a reactive solution that has failed to make our communities safer. In fact, as evidenced by the 6 police killings in 2019 alone and the use of tear gas and rubber bullets on peaceful protesters just a few weeks ago, the police often cause direct harm to Athenians. The status quo is failing us, and it's time for a different approach. If we want to improve Athens and make it safer for all residents, the solution is not more funding for police training, equipment, and oversight. The solution instead is to redistribute the massive amount of funding police receive to Black and Brown communities and poor communities right here in Athens. This is just a snippet of a petition that was signed by over 500 community members recently. And I'd be glad to share it with all of you via email after this meeting, as it also highlights the continued benefits that this very government receives from the use of unpaid inmate labor. So as a student of public administration, I know just how much work these budgets require on the part of the mayor and commission, as well as the various departments that make their requests. However, I also know that when people risk their safety and health to protest and to speak out in the middle of a whole pandemic about what they want to see changed in their community, you listen and you change direction. So while I appreciate the 50-10 plan put forth by Commissioner Parker and Denson, I want to remind you all that that plan is the bare minimum when it comes to efforts to defund and abolish police forces. So voting yes on that proposal should not be a controversial decision for any of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Langston Leak. I'm from District 7 here in Athens. So I'm just going to get right down to the point and say that the $25 million allocated to ACCPD in fiscal year 21 is a truly ridiculous amount of money. The fact that all this money goes exclusively towards keeping the peace, quote unquote, rather than establishing systems that create long-lasting, sustainable change in this community is equally absurd. That $25 million could go towards expanding Athens transit so that Athenians could actually bridge the food deserts that have been allowed to grow. They could go towards addressing Athens' rampant affordable housing shortage. That could go towards public health and the neighborhood health center in the middle of a pandemic, no less. So I have to ask, why are we doing this? Why does policing take up more monetary resources than transportation, public health, community development, libraries, and transit combined? Who exactly is this helping, with 6 people dead this year alone from police violence? Does funding the police do anything to address that Athens has one of the highest thresholds for income inequality? And does it address the segregation that continues to increase every day? How is this sustainable? If your job is to expand the possibilities of this community and to make sure that this community can be as successful as it can be, why do you continue to pump funds into a system that fails to address the true ills of Athens, the poverty, lack of resources, and runaway inequality that has robbed communities in this city of having a fair opportunity for growth? I believe that the 50-10 plan is a good start, but I should emphasize that it's a start. Until Athens-Clarke County Police Department is defunded and that $25 million goes towards addressing the root of the social problems that continue to oppress the citizens in Athens, we will continue to have this same discussion again and again and again. And I don't want to continue to have to be here until I'm 40. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Leak. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mandy Martin. I came tonight to voice my opinion about the 50-10 plan. I do not agree with defunding the police, and I do not agree with decreasing police force in the Athens area. I'm a registered nurse, and I have seen firsthand the benefit of having mental health professionals and social workers available for crisis intervention. I think that having more of these professionals will add to the police force, and this will only strengthen the police force, but I do not think that they should be added at the expense of decreasing the current police force. Over the past few weeks, I've been listening to Mayor Gertz's community conversations, and I appreciate his transparency and his willingness to communicate with the Athens area. The last couple of weeks, he's had Chief Sproul on, and I trust that Chief Sproul is sincere in his willingness to make improvements in the police department where needed. I believe he gave himself a C+ grade, and showing that he does see room for improvement. I think he is sincere in his desire to serve Athens and to help this area. He said he is open to having improvements in his department, and he seems very willing to continue to work with the mayor and commission to improve the police force. I believe improvements should be made, but without defunding and without decreasing the force. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Antonio Martin, and I think it's insane to defund the police department. I've lived in Athens, Georgia, or the area for the last 30 years, and I used to live in one of the worst neighborhoods in Athens, Paldo, before it got demolished. So I do know about, the police and different things like that. My wife has worked in Athens-Clarke County for over the last 20 years. I've got kids that go to school here in Athens-Clarke County, and I've owned a business here for the last 16 years, and I'm interacting with other business owners and people in the community. I'm in a lot of the neighborhoods daily, and I see what's going on. I'm seeing, just last week I was in one neighborhood, police drove up, for example, for the last 5 years, I've been working with the diversion center, and I'm interacting with these guys a lot of these guys that are breaking crimes in and out of jail, in and out of prison. I'm working with these guys, and I've been doing it for the last 5 years. And so to say we need to defund the police department, I think it's insane, because I'm dealing with these guys. I'm helping them, build a budget. I'm helping them, when it comes to relationships and different things like that. And a lot of it comes down to making better decisions. I've been on both sides, and so I don't see how we can defund the police department and different things like that and have a better place. I can name numerous times where I've been in neighborhoods and my life was threatened, and I was so glad that the police did show up, drive by, and different things like that. And so I really thank them for all the service they do. I don't see how we can have a better place without them. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Hey,
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Isaac. I've been a resident of District 1 for about 4 years now.
Isaac, can I get your last name for the record?
Isaac Johnson.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm here to voice my support for the 5010 plan. I think that we have to acknowledge that we're at a pretty substantial crisis point, both nationally and here in Athens. We're not immune to the problems that we're seeing play out across America right now. In Athens, in 2019, there were 6 deaths at the hands of police officers here in our own city. And I think this point of crisis really calls for us to be imaginative and bold and start taking steps towards taking the change that we really need. And I think that it's pretty clear through countless examples in other communities around the country that increasing in funding for police and increasing in the presence of police does not decrease crime. In fact, even here in Athens, where we have a current police force that is understaffed, crime rates continue to go down despite that fact. So I think we have to really be honest, and we have to realize that happier and healthier and safer, more stable communities are really the solution. We have to invest in our communities, make sure that people feel supported, make sure that people have the resources that they need instead of pouring more money into police forces. Crime is not. Let's see here. The 5010 plan puts the focus in our response to crime on conflict resolution, restorative justice, and overall community health. And we certainly need to be taking steps in that direction. I think the time is absolutely right now. And I think there's no excuse for us not to take this very first step at least. And we need to continue fighting to make sure that Athens is a more equitable place. And that will do so much more to end crime than increasing police funding or anything like that. So y'all have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Good evening.
Hi, Sean Egan. So, not a great orator, I apologize. But here to talk to you about the idea that in the budget, you guys have set goals for year 21. Goals such as community-oriented and problem-oriented for the police. My question, though, is how can you be community-oriented and problem-oriented? In fact, you're still using measures of citations and arrest as methods to judging great police work. You have in there listed also one of your goals is a youth development and task force and a zero tolerance policy for crime. Gang-related offenses. In that, what are you doing to adjust the problem? Problem created from a lack of housing, a problem created by a lack of funds for housing, ones of which you've appropriated towards the police department. Now, we're not here talking about abolishing the police department, although I wish we were. We're only talking about defunding the police department, which is simply a better phrase for reallocation of funds. In the 50-10 plan, Commissioner Parker also mentioned too, more money should be allocated towards public defenders, something that wasn't initially allocated for in the proposed budget that you guys had, where you did mention that you would work with with the district attorneys, but you made no mention of public defenders. I do believe that that is something that needs to be looked at, as they are overpaid or underpaid and overburdened. I believe that any police officer will tell you that they have to deal with a lot more causes than what they are trained for. And by reallocating those funds to positions of people who have the training, these officers will probably feel less burdened, less threatened, less inclined to cause harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brent Temple. I want to start by thanking the mayor and the commission for the work that you're doing. We have hard times behind us, hard times ahead of us. Y'all are doing hard work, and I think you're doing it well, and I thank you for that. I am a professional social worker in 3 capacities, one of which is a first responder, a mobile first responder for mental health crises. From that point of view, I want to tell you that anything that is in your power to put social workers in cop cars, I think we need to do it, and the time is now. If you have plans in front of you that will serve to root out the causes and the impact of systemic racism, then the time is now. If there are plans in the community or groups working in the community already at that work, partnering with those groups, again, the time is now. And the time is now because we need to have these plans working and underway before some agent of the state uses deadly force again. I thank you again for your work, and I yield my time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Temple. Good evening.
Hello, sorry, I'm way down here. My name is Lexi Bridges. I'm in part of the 6th district here in Athens. I moved here for UGA, and like a lot of people, I fell in love with the community that I found here and decided to stay. I'm here to voice my support for the 50-10 plan to reallocate some funds from the police force here to fund social workers, public defenders, and mental health professionals in our community. I think we all know it's unarguable at this point that there's a crisis of police force in this country. It happens to everyone of all races. I think we know based on the numbers that it's obviously unfairly distributed to people of color. I think we have to acknowledge the crisis, that it's a health crisis, and treat it as such, and put all of our time and energy into making sure that people in this community feel as safe and welcomed as I did on the campus of UGA. I think we have an opportunity here to make Athens leaders in this fight. This town, I'm sure you all know, was built on racism and slavery, and we have a lot of work to do to make this a more equal community. And I think this is a good place to start. And it is just that, like many people have said, it's a start, but I think it's a good place to start. And I think it will help solve this crisis small steps at a time. So I urge you to adopt this 50-10 plan here in Athens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Evening.
Hello, my name is Patrick Doherty, and I'm a constituent of the 6th District of Athens, Clarke County. I messaged Jerry Neesmith the day he tragically passed, and I asked him to put his support behind the 50-10, or Mariah Parker's proposed plan, the 50-10 bill, and he did. He put his vote behind it, and now I'm standing before the rest of you to ask the same exact thing. I want to urge you to support this for not only my strong desire to see an equal nation in Athens-Clarke County, but to see Athens become a place I am proud to call home. This is and cannot be the situation until something is done, and the 50-10 is just a start. The 50-10 program, at its worst, sounds like a method to reduce the police force over 10 years, and at its best, a way for the Black constituents of Athens-Clarke County to feel safer, see less violence against the ones they love, and feel less oppression. Which would weigh heavier on you, the worst or the best? I'll keep it short because it's important for everyone to have a voice, but let me just leave you with this rhetorical question. And to me, one of the biggest parts of being a successful, what I see for being a successful politician is voting for what your constituents want. Do the constituents you have heard that oppose this bill seem like the future of Athens? And do they represent the next 50 years of Athens, or do the constituents who support this bill seem like what the future of Athens should be? And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Katya Tepper. I live in District 4. Thanks for having me. I'm here to express my support of the 5010 budget proposal by Commissioners Parker and Denson. There's clear evidence that police brutality is an enduring issue in our country and in our city. Just a few days ago, a couple hours from here, a young man, Rayshard Brooks, was murdered for falling asleep in his own car. Nationwide efforts to reform the police have been in motion for years, especially catalyzed after the Ferguson protests in 2014 in response to the police murder of 18-year-old Michael Brown. We've been here before, and we keep getting here again. All the actions to reform the police so far have proven gravely ineffective, measured in tragic loss of life at the hands of the state. Police reform is a flawed approach. The only way to actually reduce the incidence of police brutality is to reduce the amount of armed police officers and invest in our communities. The 5010 plan to reduce the police budget and reallocate funds into social programs honors a holistic approach to public safety. Anything less than this holistic approach will inevitably result in the continued cycles of violence in our communities that stem from a history and ongoing culture of police brutalizing and murdering Athenians. Please consider these facts about the ineffectiveness of other approaches to police reform. Body cameras and other reform measures were implemented as part of the Obama administration's multi-million-dollar response to the call for police accountability and have proven largely ineffective. Body cams are regularly shut off by police officers and do not result in less violent behavior, while increasing surveillance of those being policed. Trainings on implicit bias for police have shown no demonstrable effect. In fact, in Chicago, it was found that officers accused of abuses were leading the training. Community policing, the idea that if police and community work together, there will be more trust in the police, doesn't work either. The practice deputizes white and wealthy community members to surveil their neighbors, resulting in even more police actions based on racist attitudes and beliefs. Meanwhile, police murders continue, with 400 people killed by police already this year in this country, including unarmed people murdered by police right here in our small city. Athens has a long road ahead to reckon with its very foundation of white supremacy and white terrorism, with the police system literally built on the premise that Black people are property. I appreciate some of the points in the START proposal to address racism and racialized inequality in Athens, but a major structural budgetary overhaul of the police department is a required first step. State-sanctioned murder should not be normal. The fact that it is normalized speaks to a legacy of evil that is nothing short of a public health emergency. We must be willing to take a new approach, one that honors that life is precious and that invests in infrastructures for care and support.
Thank you, Ms. Sheffer.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Sorry. Well, can I just say really quickly that I've written to you about accessibility. I think it's really upsetting that in a pandemic, people are asked to come together in mass and spend hours on their feet to be able to participate in this process. I have an invisible disability. I've had internal bleeding coming to these meetings. People face a lot of structural barriers to get in this room. You guys are able to phone in from your homes comfortably. It's a simple accessibility measure that you can extend to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Evening.
Good evening. My name is Jake Taylor. I live at 400 Riverbend Parkway. And I don't know that I have anything particularly novel or profound to say, but I will say that I had the pleasure, I guess, of working with Commissioner Denson. I see you smiling. Over the past semester as an intern, and I can speak to the seriousness of the type of proposals that he is trying to get implemented in this community. I know that he means well. He doesn't mean harm towards anyone, and certainly not the police. We've spoken at length about this. We've actually worked on police reform, as you know, Mayor Gertz. We spoke about it a couple of months back. And for me personally, it is quite invigorating to see just how far the conversation has shifted in just the past couple of months. And I think essentially what that is indicative of is just the urgency of the moment. And while there are calls to, defund all over the place, and I support those, I also want to give my support to 5010 plan that Commissioner Denson and Mariah Parker are putting forward. I think it's really smart policy. I've looked at it in a lot of detail and have a lot of background in police reform and all that in general. So I do want to say that I support that. And just generally, this will be the last thing I say. I think that something really key that I keep coming back to personally is that so many people have their politics motivated by fear of others, fear of change, what have you. But we live in such a volatile and pivotal time that we just cannot afford to be afraid of change and what might happen if we were to do the 5010 plan, something like that. And, Mayor Gertz, I know a little bit about you personally, and I commend you for the things that you've done as mayor. And I know that, I've seen your response to COVID, and I know you take these things very, very seriously. And for that reason, I hope that you'll take what Commissioners Denson and Parker are saying very seriously. And that's basically all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Robert Parker, and I live in Tim Denson's district. I want to take a moment to thank all the commissioners and the mayor and the public for allowing me to speak today. In Athens-Clarke County, the police department receives approximately 100,000 emergency calls. They make 4,000 arrests, and they have countless other interactions with civilians per year. Despite these large numbers, there have only been about 200 to 250 uses of force incidents average per year. That means that the force was only required in a very small proportion of police and civilian engagements. And the reason for this is that the reason for this low frequency is that most emergency calls and incidents do not require an armed officer for adequate response. Furthermore, for many non-criminal cases involving intoxication, disorientation, substance abuse, and many mental illness-associated problems, an armed police officer is actually detrimental to the situation. We are expecting officers to serve as social workers, mental health professionals, and nurses, but we outfit them as if they are going into an active duty combat zone. This strategy is not working. People with untreated mental illness are 16 times more likely to be killed during a police encounter than other civilians. And perhaps if people responding to these calls were actually mental health experts, this disparity would not exist. This problem is not unknown to the ACCPD, and to their credit and to the credit of this governing body, they have taken steps to address this issue, including the creation of a crisis intervention team. I applaud these efforts, and I suggest that we should continue to address these and other issues of public health and safety in a similar manner. In Athens, Black people are pulled over at 2 times more frequently than white people when population size is considered. That's in line with findings across the country. White people and this is all in spite of nationwide data that shows that these searches that are often administered result in the same or fewer hits for Black people. Alongside a history of discrimination, these types of inequalities result in increased tension and distrust between civilians and police officers. Over the past 3 decades, we've all watched painfully brutal videos and heard firsthand accounts of unarmed Black people being hurt, beaten, or killed by police officers all across the nation. I refuse to believe that there is violence or conscious racism at the heart of our police officers. However, as W. Edward Deming said, every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it gets. And this statement holds true for our criminal justice system, which is disproportionately targeting and punishing the marginalized people of our community. I'm not satisfied with these results, and I believe system-wide change must happen. Thus, I urge all of the commissioners to vote in favor of the plan put forward by Commissioners Parker and Denson to begin the process of reimagining and rebuilding public safety and public health in Athens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Good evening.
Hey, my name is Zoe Love, and I live in District 4. I'm here to speak in strong support of the 5010 plan. And although I'm glad the other commissioners are on board with creating a mental health responder unit, it feels like giving a Benadryl to a problem that requires surgery. You cannot treat one symptom of a police force that is corrupt at its core. Because the police in Athens are not just a neutral force, they're an actively harmful one in many communities. Usually when I speak for you all, I quote this statistic, that Black people are 27% of the population, but 65% of the arrests for marijuana. Why is that? This is only one area in which Black people are policed and punished more heavily than white people. Not only that, but there have been 4 murders in Athens in the past year. On Saturday, I participated in the car caravan protest, and we drove through the locations in which people had been murdered by our police officers. What would have happened if instead of being met with armed officers with a God complex, they had been met instead with a mental health responder who is trained in de-escalation who could have connected them with the resources that they need? You all have the power to create this world. We could have a community where instead of having armed officers for situations that don't require weapons, we could have situationally appropriate responders who are equipped with the skills and the resources that would address the situation that they're being called for. I want safety for all of Athens, and by investing your budget into resources that address crime at its root and prevent it before it happens, we could have more safety than we have with our current system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Love.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
My name is Clark Brown of 645 West Cloverhurst Avenue. I apologize if I'm not as articulate as I would like to be. My phone died and I lost my notes with that. But I come before you today to urge you all to stand in support of Commissioner Denson and Parker's 5010 plan. The time for modest reform has come and gone. It is time to take radical action. And I would also like to bring your attention to the individuals that came before you this evening to spoke in opposition of this plan. I would like you to consider without making any broad assumptions about people, I would like you to consider the age and socioeconomic status of many of these individuals. I have been a resident of Athens-Clarke County for 22 years. I moved here with my family when I was 6. A lot of the individuals that I walked up to the steps to see shouting at my friends who were advocating for the Black Lives Matters movement were people's parents and grandparents that I grew up with. And these were the kids that I first heard racial slurs from. And I remember expressing my concerns to my parents and my parents just dismissing me, saying that some people were raised differently. But without carrying on too long, it is time that we not let our town be led by the interests of this wealthy few. They seek to benefit from a system that is unjust and broken and harms Black people and people of color at greater rates than white people. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Good evening.
Hi, Landon Bub, 624 Nantahala Avenue. I want to thank you all for being here tonight. This is the longest session I've seen go on in my time coming. I just wanted to come and give my adamant support for Mariah and Tim Denson's plan. I've been here, August will be 10 years that I've been in Athens. I have made the choice to make Athens my home. In my 10 years here, I have done dramatic things, seen the city change, fallen in love with the community, been on different boards, different initiatives. One of my favorite things I've done in this town was manage the Ben and Jerry's downtown. Um, when I was there, 5 years ago, I made a statement that Black Lives Matter on our Facebook page. We had over 600,000 impacts, mostly of people spewing hate, spewing all lives matter, spewing that blue lives matter. So I challenge people who think this is a new issue. It is not a new issue in this town. People have been working on preventing police brutality for decades in this town. So to say this plan is too urgent, too quick, it's been in the works for years. But something I learned when people were attacking our scoop shop online, there was people from outside of our town. The community in Athens rallied behind us. We organized events around it, and I saw nothing but love and support from this community. Also, when I was at Ben and Jerry's, I was working downtown, and I got the unique opportunity to befriend a lot of the homeless population downtown, befriending a lot of lower economic, homeless Black people. And I saw that it was important that they had resources, not more policing. These people just needed a break. They needed housing, they needed health care. And I believe that our 1050 plan can help provide those resources that the people desperately needed. Last week, I reconnected with someone who I consider one of my best friends, just a homeless lady downtown. She's at housing, she's at access to health care, she has access to Medicaid and resources. And talking to her and seeing her laugh, seeing her smile because she got the necessary resources, just warms my heart more than potentially seeing her end up in prison because of over policing in this community. So I urge you to support Mariah and Tim's plan. And I'm excited to spend 10 more years and see the whole plan come to fruition. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Bob.
Hello.
Good evening.
Thank you. I'm James Simmons at 145 Edward Circle. And I'm here to voice my support for Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson's plan to gradually reduce the size of the Athens-Clarke County Police Department and to reallocate some of those funds and resources for social workers, restorative justice, and mental health care professionals. Police brutality, particularly towards Black people, has been around for as long as myself and all of you have been alive. It's a very old problem. This statement is not a matter of opinion. It's not subject to analysis. It's simply a statement of historical record, to steal a phrase from James Baldwin. Individual positive experiences with the police, some of those that you've heard tonight, do not change the fact that the police here and all across the country target and brutalize people who look like me. The question is not whether or not systemic racism exists. It does. The question is, what are we going to do about it? And right now, the question is, when are we going to do something about it? And we have an opportunity to do something right now. We have an opportunity to move away from small, gradual reform and do something courageous and bold. Because at this point, the only thing that's going to really make a significant change is going to be something courageous and bold. Anything else is simply a half measure. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear all of us, and thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
Hi, I'm Evan Guthrie. I live in the 2nd District, and I'm a student at the University of Georgia. I just wanted to show that I'm in support of the 50-10 budget proposal proposed by Commissioner Parker and Denson. I believe redirecting funding towards social workers and mental health workers is more beneficial than financially supporting the police, because social and mental health workers are more equipped to de-escalate and problem-solve issues that police are now called upon to resolve. Most of the time in the situations of active shooters, abuse, and mental health crisis, the presence of the police actually escalate the situation and end in violence. Social workers and mental health care providers are trained to deal with such issues in a nonviolent and strategic way in which police are not currently. Overall, defunding police and the investment in social workers and mental health care providers stated in the 5010 plan is a better, more preventative measure to protect the community, as these are professionals that receive extensive training to do so, where the police do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guthrie. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Shelby Aiello. I am a constituent of District 2 and I am a recent graduate at UGA. I am in support of Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Dunson's plan. Being a young citizen, I do realize the responsibility my peers and I have to educate ourselves in such a time of pain and turmoil amongst our city. The biggest thing I've learned during these times is the power of education, and I'm truly inspired by the people who are brave enough to speak out and spread information that can allow us to critically think and to help our county as a whole and to come to understand the perspectives of all citizens in Athens in a safe way. I'm doing my best to keep educating myself on the world around me. I'm eternally grateful for those who keep spreading the message and allow our citizens to keep learning. That being said, again, I am in support of 5010 because I'm hoping that we can teach people to act not out of fear, but to act with knowledge. From what I've learned from the brave and wildly intelligent speakers that have spoken in front of me, I'm coming to realize that this plan is already a compromise itself. I do believe that it is our duty and hopefully our wish to do part in helping this county to feel safer. And this plan, even if it's a baby step, is in some right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hello. Good evening.
What's up? My name is Dejan, and I'm in support of 5010 that Mariah and Denson have proposed, simply just because being a veteran, we've gone through more extensive training before we were ever allowed to de-escalate a situation. And we've had a set of commands that we have needed to put out there before we were even attempted to try to solve the situation. So reallocating this money and cutting down the police force and allowing this money to be put into training, because, you know, for the cops go through maybe 3 months of police training or the academy, and then they're put onto the streets. That doesn't give them the knowledge needed to understand how to remotely even deal with any type of situation. Something as simple, putting money towards an emergency response team to deal with the people based on the situation would be far better than expecting the police to be our savior and to know how to handle everything. We can't expect them to be a jack of all trades when we haven't even remotely given them the foundation to do so. With that being said, you know, things have to be put into other situations, and plans have to be put in place in order for us to remotely begin to trust the police again. They need to be out there trying to earn the trust of the community. They need to show us that they are human, because right now everyone seems to think that they're invincible because of the immunity that they've been given because they wear a badge. It's got to stop. You know, it has to. Things have to be shifted, and this is a start. Is it going to fix everything? No, but it's a start. It's a start in order to give the people a voice and to make people feel safe. From a community standpoint, you know, we do feel failed by the mayor specifically, in terms of just the protesting and speaking out on what's going on. Do we feel like you could possibly make it right by, you know, passing this? Yes. But again, there's a long way to go before we can even begin to trust anyone who, you know, says that they have our best interests at heart. With that being said, I fully support this bill, and I hope that it does get put into place and that we do see some form of change, because right now it's scary just to wake up and just to walk around and not feel safe because of my skin color. Thank you, and y'all have a good night.
Dejan, can I get your last name for the record?
Owens.
Owens, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Mendel. I live in Normaltown, Georgia. I believe the 5010 plan is a great stride toward a reform in the matters of Black lives being slaughtered. I do not fear for my life every waking hour and sleeping hour like my counterparts and friends that are Black. To defund the police over a 10-year period would significantly affect the community for the better, and especially the Black community. They are racially profiled at a higher rate, and it shows in the mass incarceration statistics. We need social workers. To use force when in reality certain situations do not need it is practicing reactive thinking rather than proactively thinking.
Education funds are needed as well. Education is needed. When you're educated, you're aware, and awareness creates mindfulness. When mindful and individuals can make more rash decisions and use that problem-solving thinking to better the community and environment that surrounds us with equal human beings and equal perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendel.
First, I'd like to express my support for the 5010 plan and would also like to thank Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson for bringing it to Athens. A bit about myself, I'm Jeff Levine. I'm a former educator and after-school program manager that worked with at-risk youth whose second language was English. My students were all terrific, brilliant kids who were also often picked on just because of their accents or their nationality. And while some of my students ignored it, rightfully so, a lot of my students got angry, and that would cause fights, which would result in school security getting involved, making it just kind of a playground scuffle into a more violent altercation. This actually happened to one of my sweetest students 3 times in the course of 1 semester, and I was so worried about his future and his mental health constantly. And that's when Greenville County, where I just came from, hired additional school counselors, and he was able to find ways to de-escalate his anger through working through his feelings. And likewise, students picking on him, I was also told experienced counseling and grew kinder and learned because they had individuals teaching emotion and working to connect students, not school police breaking up fights or enforcing suspensions. This is a prime example of how moving money away from the police to highly trained professionals can result not only in safer environments, but improved welfare for our community and students. Also, as a teacher, almost every day I'd get this dread in the pit of my stomach of one of my schools not making it to after school because of an active shooter. Counseling is one of the best ways to reach kids who are harboring anger, resentment, and frustration that so many of these would-be shooters face. By reallocating funding from the police who are taught to enforce and use violence to student misbehavior and giving it to strong school and social and counseling programs who teach how to cope with feelings, we can also too prevent a tragedy that often stems from unheard anger rather than fuel the flames of its source. More school counselors and less school enforcers will only lead to a better and safer educational system here in Athens. That's why I support the 5010 plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Charlie Key. I'm here to voice my support for Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson's 5010 plan. I think that this is a moment of opportunity for Athens, for us to make a change that is way long overdue. I moved here in 2005, and in that time, I saw a disconnect between the university culture and the Black community. And one of the most prominent ways which I noticed that in my time here was becoming interfacing with the homeless community in Athens. And throughout my time living here, I've come to know all these people because they're all the same people. I used to live over off of North Avenue, and I got to talk to a lot of homeless people over there who were usually trying to talk to someone to find help because the shelters were full. Anytime that I've had an interaction with the police here in Athens, Georgia, I've seen myself get a pass, and I've seen my friends, people of color, get arrested and brutalized. I was literally let go while one of my friends was arrested and given a DUI. And in another situation, a friend of mine, a Mexican-American friend of mine, was arrested essentially for talking too long to the police officer during a verbal argument that he was having with another citizen. And when he informed the police officer that his parents were wealthy and that he was going to pursue a lawsuit, the police officer proceeded to force his knee into my friend's groin, causing him a great deal of pain. I think in this time, you can see across the nation, it's plain to see that there is a culture of violence against Black people and people of color in this country. And this is the only chance I think that we're going to have to start taking the steps to redirect all the funds that we've been giving and all the power that we've been giving to the police in our societies and redirect that towards the people by providing social services, by providing mental health services, by providing care for homeless people and improving our educational system here, especially in Georgia, throughout my lifetime has been either the worst or the 49th worst educational score throughout the country. So I think this plan is a great one to move to defund the police and move those funds into resources like education and care for the homeless. And also, I'd like to say that we need to end mass incarceration and the use of inmate labor here in Athens. I know that's on the budget, so please, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Key.
Hello, my name is Angelita Avila. I've lived here my whole life. I'm in support of the 50-10 plan. I think we need more funding for mental health services. We need more funding for women's health services. We need more funding or programs for drug and alcohol programs. We need to give those resources to the people. If there's no way to give people the resources, then there's no way for them to move on forward to becoming greater in their life. I've lived here my whole life. You know the Iron Triangle. You know the poverty in Athens. I mean, it's tremendous. I ask you with urgency to please say yes. It breaks my heart seeing so much homelessness. I mean, we all see it. I mean, I just ask for more funding for basically, we need more funding for healthcare workers. We need more funds in general. I mean, we spend so much money on the police force, but there are so many other things that we could be doing to promoting a happier life in all races, especially Black lives, especially people of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Good evening.
Hey y'all, I'm Rachel Parker. I'm here to voice my support for the 50-10 plan proposed by Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson. I strongly believe that diverting funds from police here in Athens and moving those funds towards mental health professionals, social workers, resources for people in our most vulnerable communities, it's not only going to create a higher quality of life, it's going to decrease, crime. I've seen so many, crimes of desperation, more resources for homeless people. Shoplifting is going to stop. I think that I love this town. This is my home. I was born here. I'm proud of Athens. I want to continue to be proud. But if the right to thrive in this town is reserved for only a select few, I just can't be proud. So thank y'all and support that 50-10 bill. Thank y'all. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
Good evening. I'm Alex Freeman, native Athenian. I'll be brief and just say that I am here to support the 50-10 plan. I think that it was a really good idea to reallocate funds. And I think it's a really good idea to start it here in Athens and kind of serve as an example and a precedent. Hopefully we can set to reflect in other communities in our area in North Georgia, Northeast Georgia, and really everywhere. Mental health is a huge, huge concern for me in the community as well. And that the idea is that there's only, a tiny number of officers or, specialists within the police or response units that are really fully equipped to deal with these types of calls that aren't necessarily violent crimes or things that would require force. So just having people equipped to know what they're coming into and putting the right people on the job for the right cases and not just kind of blanket people that are
trained in things that aren't necessarily specialists would be so much more helpful, I think, than just having, general people out there. Anyway, so that's all I guess I'm going to say tonight. And thank you guys for the time and staying up late a little bit to do this.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
All right, have a good one.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Simone Orr, and I wanted to voice my support for the 5010 bill. I care about our community so much that it hurts, and I believe, as y'all are all here, that you care about our community just as much as I do. And I think it's about time that, I see evidence of that. I would particularly like to put an emphasis on devoting these funds to mental health resources, absolutely for adults, but also for children, because trauma is generational and it's cyclical, and it's about time that we put a stop in that cycle of trauma by giving resources to communities, particularly with regards to mental health. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Orr.
Hi, my name is Cassidy Attic, and I am an Athens resident here, and I'd like to show my support for the 5010 plan. I support this plan because I think it shows that we do need to put a lot of the funds that are going to the police force into other things like mental health services and social worker services and just education in general, and building better public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Attic. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Gideon. I'm an Athens resident. I'm here to share my support for the 5010 plan by Commissioner Denson and Commissioner Parker. And I strongly urge you to take it seriously and listen to the people, what they want and what they desperately need. Thank you.
Thanks. Gideon, can I get your last name for the record?
Davinsky.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Gareth Ingleton. I'm a resident of Athens District 3. A 2016 report by the Ruderman Family Foundation, a disability rights advocacy group, found that as many as half of the people that police kill have a mental or physical disability. This is an unacceptable bias exhibited by the police. We cannot reward these crimes with the staggering amounts of public money allocated to policing. Clearly, the police do not support vulnerable members of our community adequately. This budget is more than just an administrative measure. There are lives at stake here. I'm asking that you choose to adopt a budget that supports and uplifts vulnerable members of our community, not kills them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ingleton. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Will Morris. Let's talk about the budget. So even if you don't buy into police brutality and the fact that police generally cause more harm among marginalized groups than they help, other people have talked about more adequately than me. Let's just say the budget allocation for the police force is just so disproportionate. It takes up roughly, 25% of the city budget. Housing takes up maybe 2%. The money's there. We could solve the Athens homelessness problem just with a sheer amount of money. If you took it away from the police, that's like, this is not incredibly eloquent, but I'm doing my best. It's just, the money's there. We could solve that. We could fix roads. We could fund education, because these are things that stop crime. Policing is a preventative measure. If you really want to stop crime, you'll pull at the root with things like housing and education. Take the money from the police, put into housing, put into education, put into social work, mental health, create a better Athens for everyone. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Morris. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Graham Day. I live in District 3. I am here in support of the 5010 plan in divestment from prison labor, in supporting mental health resources. And I believe that if we are going to continue to arm police with deadly weapons, they should be used only as a last resort in the instance of crime. Other people can say more than I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
Hello, my name is Juan Angulo, and as you may notice, I'm on a crutch. On May 31st, this city's police department shot me in the leg twice as I was running away with what you guys called beanbag rounds. What does it say about the city's police department that Chief Spruill did not know that his officers used beanbag rounds until 4 days later? Or he implied that there was no beanbag rounds used, and then said that he found out later. What kind of police department is that? I'm here to support a budget that defunds the police and puts this money back into housing, puts this money back into other things that won't shoot me in the back of the leg for peacefully protesting. It's crazy to me that you will spend 2% on housing and then 6% on cultural recreation. I'm not sure how one of those things is more important than the other. You guys need to defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Angulo. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Connor Lacey from District 7. I'm here to propose the defunding of ACCPD. ACCPD currently receives an enormous third of the ACC general budget or general fund. It could instead be redistributed towards mental health services, social workers, and public defenders' salaries. Nationally, between 15 to 30% of incarcerated men and women have a serious mental health condition. On top of this, 1 in 4 people killed by police have an untreated mental illness. The application of a mental health professional team is critical in the prevention of undue use of force by police and ensures people experiencing a crisis are met by trained professionals. It could also fund additional social work positions in the public defender's office that currently only employs 1, and more support is necessary to meet the needs of those coming in contact with the municipal court system. And we could also increase the public defender salaries so they're more closely aligned with district attorney pay. It's no secret that public defenders are overburdened and underpaid. Public defenders disproportionately serve wage-poor individuals who cannot afford to pay for an attorney. Underinvesting in public defenders is just another form of discrimination to low-income individuals. That needs to stop. Increase public defender salaries and ensure just and adequate defense to communities most systematically harmed by the criminal legal system. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name's Cody Workman. I'm a resident here in Athens in the 8th District. I want to first thank you all for letting each of us speak. I know we're all very tired. I know a lot of us have been waiting for a long time. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. I also want to say that I'm tired. I want to say that a lot of us are very, very tired of trying to make some change here in Athens. I know many people, many students here in Athens who have been working very, very hard over the past few weeks to try and start dialogue and just try and make sure that what we need here in the community is better funding for people who are underprivileged and unable because of systemic and wrong actions that have taken place over centuries and centuries in this country. And so what I just want to say is that each of you have an opportunity to start to invest more into this community, more into public housing, more into mental health resources for people who really, really need this. You know, I know that we think that public safety is a very important thing, and I understand why that is very important here. But how can you help a community who, when they are practicing their First Amendment rights and they think that they are safe, are tear gassed and met violently by police, including many of my friends? And I don't know how. I just don't know how we can make this better. And I think simply we just got to start with putting our money where we need to. I want to thank you again. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Wortman. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Sarah Lyle. I am a resident here in Athens in District 7. I believe in celebrating the diversity of people, ideas, and cultures around me. I believe in making our community safer, smarter, and healthier. I believe in stopping the school to prison pipeline. So I support funneling resources into mental health, schools, social workers, and community initiatives like food banks, libraries, and parks. I support the 50-10 plan because I believe that we should live in a more equal and just world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyle. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Jack Wagner, a resident of District 7 here in Athens. I support the 50-10 plan for the reallocation of resources away from the police department and into social and mental health programs, and especially programs to provide restorative justice to the Black community. The people in this community and around the country have made a historical showing in the past few weeks that we need to re-examine and correct the systems in our society which uphold white supremacy, and this plan is a good first step to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Ashlyn Sapiga. I'm a resident here in Athens in District 4. I am completely in support of Commissioner Parker and Dennison's 50-10 proposal. Our current criminal justice system in the U.S. is corrupt. There is a huge disparity in the targets of police brutality. Too many lives have been lost. It is unacceptable that the Athens Police Department was responsible for 5 deaths alone last year. The brutality used against peaceful protesters in the recent weeks is despicable. Enough is enough. In our current system, officers do not have the proper training and expertise to handle all situations. More funding needs to be placed in mental health resources. We can do something about this flawed system here in Athens. We need reform as soon as possible, and the 50-10 proposal is the place to start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sapiga. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Freddie Saya. I'm also a resident of District 4 and here to voice my support for the 50-10 plan. To start, I hope we can all agree that the function of any public body should be to protect and serve all the citizens that it interacts with. I think much of what you're hearing today comes from an understanding that police in this country and in this city in particular just are not meeting that bar. Police forces weren't founded to do this, and the current systems evidently do not cater to this. If we were tasked to come up with our best ideas for a system for public security now, I don't believe it would look like this. It wouldn't send a person with a gun to address mental health issues or issues that have to do with food or housing insecurity. It wouldn't incarcerate 1/3 of Black men in their lifetime. It wouldn't murder Black people in the streets. Here in Athens, Georgia, it wouldn't use lethal force on protesters crying out for a better system. I'd like to see the system defunded and to see funds allocated to systems that would actually be for the betterment of our community. And I think the proposal of Commissioners Parker and Dennison will do a great deal of positive progress in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saya. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Sam Denny, and I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm here in support of Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson's 50-10 plan. I have lived and worked in the city for over 12 years, and I'm currently a creative educator at a local nonprofit that provides outreach to underserved members of our community. I have seen firsthand how providing support to people in need or in crisis makes a difference for our community as a whole. And I firmly believe that that is the only appropriate course of action from this point. I refuse to stand silently by and watch more of my tax dollars fund the militarization of our police force and the further systemic abuse of our Black citizens and other people of color. It is a very real opportunity that you have now to show your citizens that their lives mean more than capital. No one is free until everyone is free. It is a non-negotiable that Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Denny. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Victoria Sloboda. I am a resident of Athens-Clarke County, and I live in District 5. I have been an Athens resident since 1998, and I consider this my hometown. I am a creative educator at Canopy Studio, which is a local nonprofit community arts center. I am also a court-appointed special advocate working with children in the DFACS foster care system. I have seen firsthand the difference that access to resources can make to positively affect people experiencing crisis and hardship.
I believe that Commissioner Parker's 50-10 plan to redirect funding into our community is not only important, it is imperative to the health and safety of our residents. I will not stand by and allow my tax dollars to fund the oppression of Black lives, the militarization of the police, mass incarceration, and further the systemic criminalization of people in need. I give Commissioner Parker and Denson's 50-10 plan my full and enthusiastic support. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Sloboda.
Hello.
Evening.
My name is Zachary Perry, and I'm a resident of Athens-Clarke County in District 9. And I'm here to speak out in support of the 50-10 plan. Because I think it's long past time that we reevaluate the way that we look at community safety in our community and the rest of the nation. This past fall, on the night of the Notre Dame game, I came home after a very long shift at a bar downtown at 6 a.m. to find a woman on my porch. She was passed out, unresponsive. I didn't know her. My roommates didn't know her. And the only way I even knew she was alive was because of her steady breathing. I was concerned for her health, but I hesitated to call 911 because I knew of the potentially deadly consequences of calling the police on a Black woman. Just that week, a woman in Houston had been shot in her own home after calling the police herself to investigate a local robbery. After repeated attempts to wake this woman up, I finally gave in, called 911, and later 4 officers were on my porch, and they were thankfully able to wake her up and get her on her way in good health. They were polite, they were professional, and they were kind. I was extremely grateful for that. But afterwards, I was wondering why I hesitated, and that's the issue here. And perhaps I hesitated because I knew that it would be 4 men with guns that showed up to my porch and not health professionals. Perhaps because I knew that if she was in custody the next day, it would be in a jail cell and not an observation unit. Or that if someone from the state was calling her a week later about this instance, it would likely be a public health defender or public defender and not a social worker. I want to be able to call 911 and not be concerned about the person's safety at the hands of the officers that arrive. There are many situations that a man with a gun is not the best solution, and there are also many situations where that's the worst solution. I support the 50-10 plan because while I believe in public safety, I believe that money can be used far more effectively in other ways. And I look forward to working with y'all in the future to make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Good evening.
Good evening, commissioners and mayor. My name's Ray Heekin. I live in District 3. I'm here to speak in support of Commissioner Parker's proposal, the 50-10 proposal. I feel as though we accept our system of policing because it's what we've been handed down. And if we took this moment, of course it's this moment, I mean, it's a huge moment. If we take this moment to say, okay, how do we reimagine policing from the ground up, which is what it sounds like this is an attempt at doing, that's absolutely the way to go. This is the thing to do, and this is the time to do it. I don't think someone would, from the ground up, design a system now where you send men who have been trained to see civilians as the enemy and this battlefield mentality out there with weapons that can kill these people to respond to, like the last man was saying, like to a situation that does not warrant that in any way. And police themselves, you talk about this, like they're overworked and they have to see, one stop to the next can be just violence, and then a situation that doesn't call for violence, and they're being asked to juggle all this. It seems like a better approach would be to do like this proposal says. It just seems like the right way to go. I support it, and I hope it gets passed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Heekin. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Nene Onyaha Clayton. I am an Athens resident in District 6. I live on 3 Oaks Drive. I am speaking in full support of the 50-10 plan by Commissioners Denson and Parker.
the use of police force to address problems that are better served by social services and with better outcomes, problems such as mental health challenges, poverty, and homelessness, is not only a willful and dangerous misappropriation of human, social, and fiscal resources, but also a travesty because of the unacceptably high fatality rates and miscarriages of justice that have resulted from such a strategy so far. Please stop the endless and senseless cycle of systemic oppression and brutalization that the police is utilized to inflict against Black and brown people for scores of decades in this country. I support the equitable and compassionate reallocation of funds towards the systemic healing rather than abuse of our Black and marginalized communities. Please support and pass this program. Policing as it is currently practiced is a public health hazard. It is time to prioritize social services to meet the needs of our community in a humane, safe, and sane manner. Please pass the 5010 plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. My name is Brianna Bivens. I live in District 4 at 188 Northview Drive. Thanks for allowing me to address you today and for your patience and listening to all of us speak. I was comfortably at home watching the meeting after a long work day and felt compelled to come down here after listening to some of the public comments earlier. And I know that some of you already know where I stand on this, but some of you don't, which is why I'm here. I want to speak in support of forming a community-based committee, which the 5010 plan suggests, whose task it would be to explore what it could look like for our community to embrace a more expansive and holistic approach to public health and safety. I don't care what the committee is called. If it wants to also tackle other issues related to criminal justice reform, that's great. But a key goal of this committee would be to come up with a set of recommendations tailored to Athens that transition what I consider to be a modest amount of resources from armed police to professionals trained in providing the type of care, de-escalation, and support that address the root causes of the challenges people face. I'm getting my PhD in education, and one thing we talk about a lot is how there shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all approach to teaching. Students have distinct needs, they show what they know in different and creative ways, and they have so many skills and strengths. They just need a personalized approach, an approach that includes wraparound services from their teachers and from the broader education system so that they can thrive. These are the kinds of things that a community schools model advances. Just as we might be weary of one-size-fits-all approaches to education, we need to be weary of a one-size-fits-all approach to public safety. And when we rely solely on armed police officers to respond to the broad range of situations and crises that people in our community face, we are doing a grave disservice to those individuals and to the officers who are expected to respond without necessarily having the expertise to safely and effectively do so. The components of what is called the 5010 plan right now are a modest ask compared to the severity of the problem and the extent of the harm done to over-policed communities and those who have suffered because they didn't get the specialized care and support that we all deserve. We can no longer delay meaningful transformations of this sort. I get that it might feel reactive, but if that is so, we are reacting decades too late. I also get that you're getting a lot of pushback on this, and that is understandable. We've all been socialized into one specific way of what public safety must look like in this country. But if we stayed trapped in only the things which we know intimately, and only in the notions that preserve our comfort, I'd wager that there's a lot of progress we wouldn't get to enjoy today. So I ask you to expand your imagination, approach the things you might not know with curiosity, and place some trust in a community-engaged process that can map some potential alternatives and facilitate a public engagement effort. So I plead to you to just form a committee, see what comes of it, that can research and make recommendations around the goal to shrink the police department by 50% over 10 years and invest those savings into the broader spectrum of community health and safety supports that people need to thrive. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Bivens.
Hi, my name is Claire. Hey, my name is Claire Bolton, 255 Oglethorpe Terrace. Tim Denson is my commissioner, and I am here to speak in support of the 5010 plan. Like Rihanna, I also had a long day at work and came in afterwards just to do public comment here. I wanted to point to a couple of dates in our history. So in 1935, a civil rights group in the United States noted the higher number of police killings that had been occurring in the past few years. And they said, we believe that actually police killings of Black people have replaced lynching. Today, we still see that Black men and women, especially Black men, have a much higher chance of being killed by police and thus face a major public health issue, as Brianna and Nene also said. We have to look back at that history to see how the nearly 100 years of attempting police reform has not been enough and has not worked in the way that it's been intended to. I'm sure all of you agree that the violence and killing of Black people at the hands of police is unacceptable, but we actually have to push farther, I think farther than maybe, like as Brianna said, our imaginations can see. I think that's really important to have a vision of public safety that is not just about people with guns, that is about disarming, that is about holistic community support and mental health. And it's really, it's difficult to stand here and say, like, as a privileged person, as a white woman with a lot of stability and security, how would I possibly know this, But I do believe that somebody like me can stand in solidarity and say that this is not the way we want to continue. And so let's be bold. Let's push further than we ever have before. And so that we can look back at this period of history and say, as I'm sure people will be saying 100, 200 years from now, that this had to stop. And as Eric Garner said before he was killed by police in 2014, he was constantly being harassed for selling loose cigarettes on the street. And right before he died, he said, "This ends today." And I just want to carry forward his words and let us think boldly and bravely about the future of policing and public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Hey, good evening.
Evening. My name is Chad Whitley. I live at 255 Oglethorpe Terrace. Tim Denson is my commissioner. This is probably the weirdest time I've ever come to speak at the podium because I haven't come since COVID started. But, it's very measured, militarized kind of. I don't even mean militarized. We're spacing because of COVID. And the people that are spacing us all have guns. And that's really weird. Why do we have people with guns enforcing that? No one here is violent. No one here is trying to start a problem. Guns are being used to keep us in line. It's unnecessary. We don't need it. And it's the same thing with this policing issue. Most of the reasons people call 911, we don't need someone with a gun to show up. I have never called because I needed someone with a gun to show up. In fact, I have not called because I knew someone with a gun would be who showed up. I'm in support of the 50-10 plan. I think of it as a baby step, though. And I understand that Commissioners Tim Denson and Mariah Parker probably are going on the lighter end because they just need something to go through, because 6 unarmed people died at the hands of our police officers last year. People act like this is a hasty response. This has not been hasty. It's been long overdue. I don't believe that the police that we have in the streets want to kill people. I believe that they bring guns into situations, and if you bring a gun into a situation, the situation will escalate and you will have a reason to use it more likely than you would if you didn't bring a gun. I've talked to police people about this before, and they say, "Oh, if I didn't have my gun, I would have been in trouble so many times." I wonder if they didn't have their gun, if they would have never needed it. If they didn't bring their guns tonight, they wouldn't have needed it. I wasn't a part of the first protest a few weeks ago where several people were tear gassed, but I promise if guns and tear gas were not there, then people would not have been hurt by tear gas. People would not have been shot. The second protest, I was there as a legal observer. I observed a large military vehicle and convoy of vehicles surrounding a lot of peaceful protesters who frankly did not need to have that kind of cover on them. The money spent on that could have been spent on so many other things. It was a lot more money than we're about to spend on this if you pass this proposal. So I think that's worth thinking about. We can spend money more efficiently and not have to spend money to send out a convoy of Humvees, or the armored vehicle that I saw just a few blocks away from downtown with a guy with a rifle or sniper rifle, I don't know, guns on top of it in a turret, ready to go downtown at an instant when we didn't need that. We didn't need to be paying for that. I know my time's up. Thanks for listening. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitley. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin McDonald. I'm a resident of District 4 with Allison Wright. I have lived in Athens since 2010, and I am here in support of the 5010 plan as proposed by Commissioners Denson and Parker. Recently, I experienced a situation in which I was paralyzed and honestly felt really sick over whether to call the police or not. I live in a townhouse with very thin walls, and one Friday night a couple of weeks ago could hear my neighbor screaming in a very disturbing manner. These neighbors are often loud, and I've heard shouts and screams of laughter before, but this was very different. There's also sounds of running and doors slamming. I didn't know if it was a domestic violence situation, if they were intoxicated or having some sort of mental health episode. The sounds were disturbing enough that I felt the need to seek help for them, but also did not feel comfortable calling the police. Athens police have been involved in 6 deaths last year, in which the victims were in different stages of distress, and I could not, in good conscience, call them if my neighbor was in a similar situation. In this case, I got lucky. I went outside and there was someone sitting on the sidewalk who explained that he was friends with my neighbor, that she was very drunk and that their friends were trying to calm her down and get her settled in for the night. And the sounds did stop in the next 20 minutes, but I still wish that I could have called a professional or someone so that her friends, who were probably like 19-year-old college kids, to be honest, did not have to deal with that situation that could have gotten out of hand or more serious in nature. I don't consider this plan proposed by the commissioners, Denson and Parker, radical. I consider it a course correction. The current state of policing is obviously not working for the most vulnerable portions of our population. So I do ask that you consider and pass the plan to better serve all of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Timothy Collings. I live on South Millage Avenue in District 4 here in Athens. I came to Athens 10 years ago for school and fell in love with the town, the people, and the connection between them. I left Athens, but I returned for a career in public service to work at the university and a master's in public administration. I think we all have a sense of how to serve the public at large and how to serve the community here in Athens, but I think it's overwhelmingly evident that we need to listen to our Black and other marginalized communities, recognize systemic racism here in Athens, and take direct action. I urge you all to support the 5010 plan proposed by Commissioners Parker and Denson. This plan to defund police and more directly invest in the community through support of mental health, social work, and restorative justice services over the next 10 years gives us a unique but realistic opportunity to continue being a leader among Georgia's governments. Citizens and leaders alike around the state and the country are looking at what all of us in Athens are doing. So I hope that you can recognize that this 5010 plan is the one that's most beneficial for all of us today and generations going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Evening.
Hi, my name's Eric Rose. I live at 317 North Chase Street. I'm here today to show support for Commissioners Parker and Denson's 5010 proposal. The problems of police require more decisive action than surface level reforms. Many of the police who have abused force against Black citizens have completed some of the trainings proposed by reform advocates. The officer who shot George Floyd had recently completed a training course on implicit bias. The knee hold that took George Floyd's life had already been banned by the Minneapolis Police Department. Reforms couldn't save George Floyd, and so many others. Reforms usually lead to more funding, more institutional power, more permanence, the introduction of armed police officers into ever more spaces, and more invasive surveillance and dangerous weapons used in the community. What we need to do is reduce interactions between the citizens and armed police. We need to reprioritize community funding toward preventing and mitigating the root causes of crime rather than increasing police power. We need to maintain order through funding education, providing for fair wages and accessible employment, ending poverty, addiction, homelessness, and prioritizing tolerance, mutual aid, and harm reduction over compliance and coercion. So thank you all for your time, and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Good evening.
Hey, y'all. My name is Erin Stacer. I live at 378 Atlanta Avenue. It's been a while since I've been up here, but I thank you guys for sticking around so late to listen to your constituents on such an important issue. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but I felt compelled, especially after seeing some of the initial comments I was seeing from people. It seemed kind of like the narrative that was getting talked about there described the plan, this 50-10 plan, as almost like a punishment toward our police, which is not intended to be some kind of punishment or punitive measure. It's intended, as it says, to reimagine policing. And it's asking us to think of different ways that we can ensure public safety. I also watched several people say things like they felt like this is a knee-jerk reaction to things that do not have to do with Athens. And to that, I was thinking, I wouldn't exactly call a plan that's asking for a 50% reduction in spending over 10 years knee-jerk. In fact, I would call that pretty gradual. I've also noticed, or I want to note the same thing that many of people have, that not having to do with Athens, that's ridiculous. We had 6 police shooting deaths over the past year. And as unfortunately one woman noted, she doesn't believe that systemic racism actually exists here. And I can assure you that it exists everywhere. And for that particular human, please reach out to me. I have so many books for you to read. And another thing that I saw a lot of people saying was that this idea that having less police officers equals less safety. And that is a broad overstatement that discounts the number of various kinds of situations that we send police officers to attend to. There are ways in which we can create specialization in jobs that are not police to respond to nonviolent issues. And this is not about demonizing, with these broad strokes, demonizing the individuals who choose to do a job. But this plan is speaking to the institution of policing that is flawed and failing. Like too many of our institutions, they're flawed and failing. So beyond how we alter our systems of law enforcement, we must also address how people end up interacting with the police. We need more decriminalization of nonviolent offenses. We need good jobs. We need social support to lift people up out of poverty and keep them out of poverty. And there is so much that needs to change, but so many of our institutions overlap in this way. And it's not impossible. We can do it. The 50-10 plan it's reasonable. It's very reasonable, actually. And it's a start to the kind of change that we as a society can and must accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stacer. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Heather Elise Stengel, and I live at 235 River Hill Drive in my Canby's district. Thank you for the snow cones the other day. They were delicious. I am here because I am asking you to support the Parker-Denson plan. I'm a social worker here in town, went to UGA, born and raised here, decided to stay and continue to be a social worker and provide social services here in Athens because I love this town. And I've worked in the emergency department. I know things go wrong. I worked weekend nights for over a year. And sometimes people don't make the best decisions. And that's something that happens. But that is a reality that we can deal with in ways that don't necessarily involve criminalizing people. Our police are being asked to deal with many problems that are not necessarily problems that need law enforcement. And we should really take the time to invest in prevention instead of punishment, and look at ways that we can deal with the causes of these issues instead of the results. Good intentions are not enough. We've tried good intentions for a long time. I remember one Athens, everyone was really gung-ho about how we were really going to change Athens and decrease the inequality, the systemic inequality that we had, and that some stuff has changed, but mostly we were looking at the same systems. And because today we're still steeped in a racist society that has different consequences for different people. Who is a threat and who is not a threat is a critical question that we all need to examine. I support a committee that looks at solutions beyond what we currently imagine, instead of shrugging our shoulders and saying that some of our fellow community members might just be collateral damage paid to support the rest of our so-called safety for everyone else. That is not an acceptable community for me. So I am asking you to support the 50-10 plan and take the first steps to creating a community where people are given what they need and are not criminalized for the lack of it. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Stengel. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. My name is Cassidy Fuller, and I'm a resident from District 8, and I came here to voice my support for Commissioner Parker and Denson's D10 plan. I spoke to a woman earlier who had voiced her opposition to the same plan, and while we obviously have very different ideas for the city budget, we both agreed that the scope of the issues that police officers have to respond to is far too wide. And since a city as diverse as Athens has a diverse range of problems and needs that police are not adequately able to address, we require more systems of support. And I believe that the 50-10 plan is an opportunity to show the power of what our community is capable of when we promote public safety by investing towards the root of the issue, the root of the social issues that can lead to the crime that we're trying to address. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Jake Pendergraft. I'm a resident at 175 Conrad Drive. I'd like to speak in support of the plan today and in support of a vision of policing that's consistent with American ideals. We may have started this, systematic degradation of our First, Fourth, and Sixth Amendment rights at the federal level, but it's been executed at 1,000 local levels. Part of that is this excessive saturation police force and their overreach into other areas that they would never intended to have to work in. I believe the commissioner's plan will direct us towards a more consistent vision. It'll shape us into a pattern of practice that will allow us to have some flexibility in how we respond to situations. And I don't think we'll see a decrease in our ability to effectively respond with the decrease in police force. I think you'll see you have a greater diversity of options, and we'll have more effective outcomes given that. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your ongoing patience.
Thank you, Mr. Pendergraft. Good evening.
Evening. My name is Zane. I'm a member of District 10. I would like to come up here and say that I am against the 50-10 plan, and that the last hour of comments I've heard seem to be a Cliff Notes version that were sent out on the internet, calling people to come up here and say the exact same thing for whatever reason. It seems like they are all transients of this area. They don't actually live here. I, for one, have been here for quite a while. Moved away for a few years to do a master's degree. I came back. I bought a house. My wife is due with our first child this weekend. I pay property taxes. I just saw all my tax rates go up. I believe that whatever you're planning is going to destroy our budget. I've looked at your savings. They're not savings. They're not realistic savings. And the further you go down this path, you're going to try to wipe out officer positions and then create more social positions. Those social positions will cost more money, and you're going to need more of them down the road. Whereas you could go talk to our newly elected sheriff, ask him what he thinks the department should do to better serve our community. Perhaps they can do training. Perhaps they can go to classes. I don't think he'd have an issue with that, but I don't think you should make a decision without speaking to the sheriff. And I don't think you should take this step to increase our budget just for this possible. Thank you.
Zane, can I get your last name for the record?
I'd rather not, actually.
Okay. Good evening.
Hey, my name is Josie Wallace. I'm a lifelong Athens resident. I was born in Athens Regional. I hesitate to say that I support the 50-10 plan because I do not believe that it does enough to dismantle the police department of Athens. I believe that, and I also want to comment on the fact that out of all of the people that I've seen come through this line, there have not been very many people representing those who this budgetary measure would affect in the greatest capacity. Those would be the houseless, the incarcerated, those who live in Rock Springs, Nellie B, Bethel Homes in East Athens. I believe that it is unfair and unjust to not hear those people's beliefs on the way that our community's police force is used against them. And I believe that while there are many essential services that police officers are assigned to do, they fail to do all of them miserably. We have private prisons and private emergency medical services in Athens. Why are those present in our community? It's stupid, very stupid, and I really hate it. I also believe that our implying that asking our newly elected sheriff to, I don't know, come up with some sort of plan to better serve the community also does not make any sense. I believe that we need to use our imaginations even a little bit and try and think about other ways of performing the incredibly important jobs that we place upon people with no training to do them. I personally work with a lot of houseless people in Athens, and all of them hate the police. All of them have been harassed by the police and are strongly opposed to them. I believe that if any of the people involved in power in Athens were to go and look a houseless person in the eye and attempt to tell them what they were doing to keep them safe and to get them housed, they wouldn't be able to say anything. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Good evening.
I'm a girl.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Evening.
Hello, my name is Jacob Wasserman. I'm a resident of District 7, and Russell Edwards is my commissioner. I just want to say, first and foremost, that this is a weigh-in on the community budget. So I would like to say that while I don't wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Parker and Denson's 50-10 plan, I think it's the most comprehensive legislative effort made in this county to do something about the extremely militarized police force, not only nationwide, but in Athens, in our city. And so that's where I stand on that. But besides the point, you know, police historically have stood to uphold systemic racism and institutional white supremacy. And as I was standing in the hallway, just waiting to come in here and speak, you can clearly see that that legacy holds true in Athens. All of the mayor's pictures on that wall are white. There's not a single person of color on that wall. And not only is that disturbing because there's not those sort of people representing our communities, but it's disturbing because people continually deny that that is what the police do. But And I've experienced that myself. I've been arrested for nonviolent drug offenses, and while I never had to fear for my life because I'm a white male, it was traumatizing, and I sometimes have trouble sleeping at night because I can't even imagine what it's like to be, someone who's not white, someone who's not, a male, someone that's not cisgender, and have to worry about those things on a daily basis. But I think that Commissioner Denson and Commissioner Parker's plan is definitely the best step that we have achieved so far. I think idealistically, it would be good to sort of come together as a community and maybe consider participatory budgeting as a more prevalent way of creating the budget in this community, instead of just having the I don't know how many of there you are, 10 of you, including the mayor, discuss it and then make a decision on the behalf of all the citizens. That just seems unfair. And I understand that democracy is not a spectator sport, but it just something about all of this just seems just unsettling, and it's really got me fired up. And I just want y'all to know that. And I want y'all to, when this is all, when this participatory meeting is over, I really think it's important that we all educate ourselves on how these systems were founded in our country, how they are upheld systemically, and what sort of legislation is being introduced to continue that legacy. I understand that I'm out of time, so thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Jacob. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Annie Simpson. I'm a resident of District 9. I firmly support the 50-10 plan, but I'd also like to talk about the necessity of demilitarizing the police as we defund them. I was particularly troubled as an observer of the most recent demonstrations to witness the Athens-Clarke County Police invite and collaborate with law enforcement agencies which accept high-powered rifles, armored vehicles, and tanks directly from war zones and the Department of Defense. They also invited and collaborated with law enforcement agencies which have done law enforcement exchanges with the Israeli Defense Forces. If I may, I would like to contextualize the dangers of allowing those who are supposed to support public safety and allowing those who are supposed to support public safety to collaborate with those trained by the Department of Defense and the Israeli Defense Forces. The deadly falsehood that violence against some communities will create security for others is perpetuated by the policies of both the US and Israeli governments. One of the most dangerous places where the regimes of Trump and Netanyahu converge are in exchange programs that bring together police, ICE, Border Patrol, and the FBI from the United States with soldiers, police, and border agents from Israel. In these programs, what is shared to promote is to extend discriminatory policing practices that already exist in both countries: extrajudicial killings, shoot-to-kill policies, police murders, racial profiling, massive spying and surveillance, deportation, detention, and attacks on human rights protesters. I firmly support the 50-10 plan. We must defund the ACCPD and reduce the number of officers on the force. Part of defunding demands that we also demilitarize. I ask that the Athens-Clarke County Police also suspend all mutual aid agreements with any law enforcement agency accepting weapons from the Department of Defense or doing law enforcement exchanges with the Israeli Defense Forces. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jason Bray. I am a resident currently of District 7 with Russell Edwards, and I had the opportunity to speak with him already during the night at the rally last Saturday night, and he told me in person that he supported at least $50,000 towards a study that Commissioner Parker has put out. So I was verbally told that. So I just showed up here tonight to just support people and just be with my family and be a part of this community and see this. And I've never used my voice to actually speak to the elected officials here in Athens before tonight, but just seeing the example of privilege that I came from, and somehow they became the people who you heard from first tonight. and that's not how it was outside. Somehow, even in that, it showed this example to me, like somehow they knew when to move in unison to get in front of everyone else and just use that privilege. And that's the privilege that I've been born with and have had all my life, and that I don't want anymore. I want to so I want to voice my support for this 50-10 plan. It's the minimum, in my opinion. It's not radical enough. I've been a resident of this community for 13 years now, Athens. And like I've said, I've enjoyed the privilege of being a white citizen in this community during that time. I would like to see it stop, and I've just been disappointed since May 31st. And what happened to these people that were protesting. Unfortunately, I was not there that evening to witness it, but I know plenty of people who were, and I've heard opinions. And then to hear the police chief and the words from the police department that have been so blatantly false to me and misleading, and I see somehow I'm actually about to reach my 3 minutes of time. So I can't believe I achieved that. I did not intend to, so I'm wrapping it up. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Hazel Bray, and I am a resident of District 7 as well. And honestly, I really don't know exactly what to say. I don't think that I am super qualified to speak on these sorts of things, but I think that it's important for everyone in the community to have a say in what's happening, and so I believe that that the budget should be a public thing that everyone discusses, and I believe that we should defund the police, and I think that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Hazel. Everybody, we're going to take just another 5 minutes for a quick break, and then we'll return. All right, everybody. Thank you for making a little bit of time. So commissioners and myself could take a final break. We are back on. Good evening.
Yes, my name's Michael Smith. I live at 147 Bryan Street. I apologize for not having my mask, but I left the protest about 30 minutes after the student was assaulted by someone in the temporary flash mob. And I got separated from my mask when I was taking care of some personal responsibilities. I wasn't going to speak tonight because I think that Commissioners Parker and Denson and the people that are coming up and standing up for them and for the people of Athens are doing a really good job. But I did have two important points to make. 2 days before the AADM Justice for Black Lives rally, I was outside City Hall talking to some people because I'm a volunteer for AADM, and I mentioned to a group of peace officers that we all were really working hard and hoped that we had a safe event. And one of them said, the police's job is punitive. It's as simple as that. His name, I believe, was David Epps. I think that's applicable to tonight. And then the second thing is when in that brief instant where the Blue Lives Matters guys came in without a safety plan and created the tension that led to the assault because they had no safety plan. One of the ladies kept on saying over and over again, you're acting like a bunch of animals, okay? So here's my response to the lady that said repeatedly to the students and the marginalized people that they were acting like a bunch of animals. 15 minutes earlier, I had met Jay. That's what I'm going to call her. She's a friend of AADM youth. She's about 22, has no GEDs, been working since she was 16 years old, worked at a big box retailer for a couple years, worked at one of the poultry plants for a couple years, finally had to quit because basically the extreme pain that she was going through in her job, and started work at another retailer in December in a smaller chain grocery store. Never did it occur to her over the last 4 or 5 years that she looked for a handout. She did not apply for unemployment. She doesn't even know that she can go to college. If you're on the fence about the 50-10 plan, think of Jay. She's not an animal. She's an Athens hero and was standing by me when that lady was verbally assaulting her. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Michael. Good evening.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jeremy Kieran Fernandez. I'm a resident of District 3, and I firmly stand for the 50-50 plan. And my perspective is I have an uncle that's a police officer in Athens, Georgia, Lamar Glenn. And I think he's a good person, but I do believe that until there is justice for our current police system, all cops are bad cops in the eyes of many people that have lost hope in them being what they should be, which is peacekeepers, and are now enforcers of petty crimes that put them into legal slavery. I want to go into some of the budget that I think is honestly really troubling, with the fact that $12,000 is going to our new investment in mental health, a mental health professional. When I don't even know, that's definitely part-time, and that's definitely not paying this person enough that's going to be in a position that, it's horrible amount of money for something so important. I think it's really insane that $30,000 is going for a party. That seems, I think everyone I can't really imagine anyone that could disagree with that. Those numbers should not. That the mental health should be far higher. Anyways, so and in all of this money, our parking deck, one of them, is making $3.1 million in revenue, and that money is going towards only of all of these things that are producing money. Only 8 million is going towards housing. That doesn't make any sense at all. Like these numbers just they don't make sense whatsoever. And the amount that we spend alone on for safety for our citizens is far too much, because it's not actually really benefiting the people that need. It's actually doing the exact opposite. So I'm definitely for diverting funds from the police towards social workers and mental health professionals, and hopefully a sooner amount of time than 10 years from now. We need this action as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ashley Na. I live at 870 North Chase Street. I want to start out with the fact that I can see 3 screens right now out of, 4 screens, 3 besides us, 4 out of about, looks like 17 people. And I think that this public comment is not for us to just come here and express ourselves and get our grievances out, but it is for you all to listen. And it feels a little bit disrespectful to come up and just see initials on the screen. I know that doesn't necessarily mean that you're listening, but it does mean for us that we're not sure if you are or not. So maybe that's something that can be addressed in future Zoom meetings. Additionally, I want to say that I no longer feel like I really have an ally on the mayor and commission because of the fact that I was there on Sunday when we were tear gassed and we got no notification of the curfew, nor did we get any notification of the violence that was about to incur and inflict our personal bodies, nor have we gotten an apology directly to us. And I think that a first step in restoring the harm that was done that night would be some sort of, if you want to give reparations or some sort of money, some sort of check for people who are affected, that's something that would work. If you want to provide mental health trauma counseling for people who were affected that night, that would help. And especially just a personal apology to everyone that was affected and was put into that violence without fair warning. I think that's a step that y'all could take when it already feels a little bit too late, but I think it would maybe help your elections for the next time. Something else that I want to say, there's a lot here, so I don't even know where to start because it's all pretty bad. But I want to say that I don't want to be an accomplice to murder or continuing to traumatize and re-traumatize and inflict violence on my community by spending our taxpayer dollars on a budget that you all approve of. That does inflict that harm. You are making us citizens all accomplices to that murder and to that white supremacy that you're going to propel forward into the coming years, or coming year at least. And I don't think that's fair without participatory budgeting, where we can have a say in how we want our money to be spent. And that's really important. And I think Imani said she's been talking about that for about 2 years. So we should have made some progress as this progressive, blue dot in the Red Sea. You gave $250,000 to Officer Salters after he hit someone with his car, and you're giving $12,000 to mental health. That's 21 times more than the amount that you had in your expendable income to give to a cop that hurt somebody pretty badly. The 50-10 plan is a small step. It's like putting a foot, starting to step into something, but this is the point where we need a big leap, and I don't think it does enough. You give 50% of our budget towards the criminalization of humans when we really need that money to go towards healing generations and generations of trauma. And I think y'all should remove the $5 million claim in savings for continuing to use slavery in Athens, when I know if you were asked if you stand for or oppose slavery, you would all answer that you oppose it, but you're continuing to use it. And I would also like to hear some sort of confirmation that each of you have read the budget before you pass it, and what your thoughts are as individuals.
My name is Alden DiCamillo, and I live at the Park Lakeside here in Athens, Georgia. I want to say that I fully support and stand in solidarity with Mariah Parker's 5010 plan and with moving forward with the process of participatory budgets. I also want to, at this time, awaken the group that is in front of me with the words of Danez Smith, who is a Black queer poet in the United States of America. I point to these words not because I feel as though I am adequate to speak them, but because I also am inadequate and because I need to hear them too. The poem, which I will read the beginning and the last part of, goes like this. I've left America in search of darker planets, a solar system revolving too near a black hole. I've left in search of a new God. I do not trust the God that you have given us. My grandmother's hallelujah is only outdone by the fear she nurses every time the blood-fat summer swallows another child who used to sing in the choir. Take your God back. Though his songs are beautiful, his miracles are inconsistent. I want the fate of Lazarus for Renisha. Want Chucky, Bo, Meech, Trayvon, Sean, and Janila risen 3 days after their entombing. Their ghost regifted flesh and blood. Their flesh and blood regifted their children. I've left Earth. I am equal parts sick of your go back to Africa, and I just don't see race. Neither did the poplar tree. We did not build your boats, though we did leave a trail of kin to guide us home. We did not build your prisons, though we did, and we filled them too. We did not ask to be part of your America. Though are we not America? Her joints brittle and dragging, a ripped ground through Oakland. I can't stand your ground. I'm sick of calling your recklessness the law. Each night I count my brothers, and in the morning, when some do not survive to be counted, I count the holes they leave. I reach for black folks and touch only air. Your master trick, America. Now he's breathing, now he don't. Abracadabra. Because Jordan boomed, because Emmett whistled, because Huey P. spoke, because Martin preached, because black boys can always be too loud to live, because it's taken my papa's and my grandma's time, my father's time, my mother's time, my aunt's time, my uncle's time, my brother's and my sister's time. How much time do you want for progress? I've left Earth to find a place where my kin can be safe, where black people ain't but good people, the same color as the good wet earth. Until that means something to you. Until then, I bid you well. I bid you war. I bid you our lives to gamble with no more. I've left Earth and I'm touching everything you beg your telescopes to show you. I'm giving the stars their right names. And this life, this new story in history, you cannot steal or sell or cast overboard or hang or beat or drown or own or redline or shackle or silence or cheat or choke or tear gas or cover up or shoot rubber bullets at or jail or shoot or jail or shoot or jail or shoot or ruin. This, if only this one, is ours.
Thank you. Evening.
Good evening, Broderick Flanagan, 215 Gresham Street. If we believe that crime and poverty are linked, then why isn't it reflected in our city's budget? If crime and poverty are linked, we should be taking it seriously to find solutions, and it should be reflected in that budget, in said budget. A couple of years ago, I was a part of a discussion where there was a panel where I think it was Hunsinger who was talking about, or asked the question, like, what's the status of crime in our community in Athens? And the answer he gave was that actually crime is trending downward. This was a few years back. So if our police department was understaffed and crime is trending downward, why are we investing more money in police in the police department? You know, like we need to come up with solutions that address the other side of that coin. We need to really find out how to stabilize families so they're not really turning to these illegal parallel markets that are created because communities have been starved of resources. We have plenty of resources in our budget because we keep on expanding for services like cars and things like that for police officers that don't even live in this community. So they can drive brand new vehicles and whatnot. I understand they need transportation to get back and forth to work, but also we have people sleeping on the streets. So we can afford to buy new vehicles. We can afford to do something with people that are experiencing poverty, the violence of poverty. There were several accounts that were told to me from different people one person like went through the officer training locally here in Athens-Clarke County, and they spoke about in that training they felt traumatized because one of the officers during the training said, and I quote, I wasn't there, allegedly, they said, "Who here supports Black Lives Matter?" One person raised their hand, and then after that person raised their hand, they was like, "Well, forget for Black Lives Matter. You shouldn't be supporting Black Lives Matter. If you think about Black Lives Matter, you're gonna lose your life on this job or whatnot." So if that rhetoric is being told during the training in our police department, what do you think is gonna happen when people get out of that training and how they interact with people in the Black community, these under-resourced communities? If crime and poverty are interlinked, as we say they are, as we believe they are, why isn't that reflected in our city's budget? There are many, many people experiencing poverty, trapped in cycles of poverty in this community, and I don't think we're serious about it. The 50-10 plan is a start, but I believe we can go far beyond that. We can go way beyond that, because if we can invest in like parks and zoos for recreation, why can't we invest in solving the issues of poverty for our people? Like this beyond me, like how we invest in all these other things that don't really get to the solutions of poverty. Like people that spoke earlier were talking about Jesus and all this. I believe Jesus would have stood with the poor and invested in finding solutions for poor people instead of trying to send them to food banks and whatnot. Yeah, feeding people is noble, but if you get to the pearly gates and he asks you about, well, did you feed my people, or could you have done more to stabilize their families? I believe he would have wanted you to do more to stabilize families and not just feed people, because they become dependent on your charity. Like, let's not pass this budget unless we put in substantial measures to address poverty in this community that we are serious about. This is about jobs. This is about jobs. Police department provides good jobs for families with benefits, but we're not doing that for our other communities. We're punitively punishing them, and we're making it so that people get trapped in reverberating cycles of having to pay fees, fines, and going into our court system, where people get paid off of other people's poverty. That is not acceptable on any level.
Broderick.
Not acceptable on any level.
All right, everyone. I believe that is public comment. Thanks everyone for coming out this evening. We really appreciate it. Thanks for your energy, for your enthusiasm.
Thank the officers for monitoring, for getting everybody in and out of there safely.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. All right, as noted, we've moved our next work session discussion of the budget to this Thursday, the 18th. That'll be at 5:30. And then we are poised to vote on that budget on Thursday, the 25th. Given that we had advertised the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, I do need a motion to table the budget vote until the 25th. I hear such a motion.
So moved. Allison, all right.
Second. All right, got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Denson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, all opposed, same sign. All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and have our final vote on the budget on June 25th. I do need a motion also to enter into executive session following conclusion of our agenda setting meeting for the purposes of attorney-client conference to discuss pending or threatened litigation. I hear a motion.
Moved. Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Davenport. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Now we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, a second from Commissioner Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Just before we move into our agenda setting session, I'm going to announce 3 corridor committees. I just want to make everybody on the commission and the public aware. With a Prince Avenue Corridor Committee, residents are Jennifer Rice, Peter Norse, Ellen Walker, Clint McCrory, and Emily Tatum. and that will be staffed by Bruce Lonnie, Stephen Bailey, Hillary Essig, Ilka McConnell, Gene Connell, and Keith Sanders as ex officio. The Atlanta Highway Corridor Committee with residents Dennis Hopper, Janet Prince, Alan Jones, and Pat Fowler, and staffed by Bruce Lonnie, Stephen Bailey, Hillary Essig, Ilka McConnell, Gene Connell, and Keith Sanders as ex officio. And finally, the Lexington Road Corridor Committee with residents Diane Napier, David Spooner, Greg Davis, and another to be named, and staff Bruce Lonnie, Stephen Bailey, Hillary Essig, Ilka McConnell, Gene Connell, and Keith Sanders as ex officio. All right, moving forward now to the agenda setting meeting. We have consent agenda items 1 through 8. Public input has been taken via the online portal, and so that is in the public record. Would any commissioner like to remove a consent agenda item and place it on discussion? All right, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and move to new business. Item number 9 is TSPLOST 2018, project number 15, Atlanta Highway Corridor Improvements, the proposed project list. Of course, saw this during the work session. There's a small number of projects recommended for near-term funding with a large number of projects that will be reviewed by the Corridor Committee as just named. So any discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Commissioner?
I had a I had a little bit of concern and question about the what's that road, Atlanta Highway and Jennings Mill?
Just before approaching the loop.
Yeah, the one with the old fire station there that's not occupied anymore.
It's Timothy and Mitchell Bridge.
Yes, Mitchell Bridge. Thank you. I had some concern about that reworking that intersection of the Atlanta Highway and Mitchell Bridge and would the number really jumped out at me at how much that was going to cost, and I guess I just was wanting a little more clarity either from the manager or whoever about the need for spending all that cash to fix that intersection.
I believe all of those sort of higher dollar value projects are prospective projects that are going to be reviewed by the committee. But Blaine, do you want to speak to that a little bit?
That's correct, Mayor. These are not in any type of priority order. They're just for you to understand the universe and to hear your comments. So, Commissioner Edwards, I appreciate that, and we can pass that along back to the committee and any other comments that y'all have about any of these projects. And as the mayor just stated, we'll be adding some additional folks there, and I think the thought is trying to balance the data, the need, the amount of funding. They'll come back to y'all with some suggested concepts for you to consider to approve.
Okay, then I guess I would just like to pass along that I've got reservations on that intersection improvement. I know that there was a plan put forward by our late colleague, Commissioner Neesmith and Commissioner Hamby, to make some great pedestrian improvements to create a loop in that area. And I just would really like to prioritize that. I just need a little more convincing of the need for all those millions to be spent on that intersection first. So thanks for passing that along, Manager Williams.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other input on the Atlanta Highway item? Commissioner Harrod? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I saw the hand icon, but it was not the hand icon, it was the camera icon. All right, moving on then to item number 10. This is from the same TSPLOST package regarding Lexington Highway. And again, there's some near-term funding recommendations, particularly around wayfinding signage, and then a series of prospective future funding items. Any input on this, Commissioner Parker?
Thank you, Mayor. I was really curious how we came upon the wayfinding signage as a priority when we do have issues of pedestrian and cyclist safety along this corridor, which to me stand out as things that merit prioritization. And so I wondered if the manager could speak a little bit about the process by which they came to that decision.
Sure. And so both between the Connect Athens study and just looking at some of the generators, I guess, if you will, on the corridor in conversation with the airport, there's long been a discussion about the need for entrance at the airport, and there was an actual SPLOST project for those purposes. I think it was 05, and they just weren't able to build the terminal on that side. I say all that to say, Commissioner Parker, that that getting people from the main traffic corridor of Lexington Road back to the entrance of the airport has remained a challenge. And I believe that if the committee were able to answer your question right now, they'd say for the amount of money, which I believe is $15,000, to put up some standard signage to get folks back there, they felt like that was a quick and easy win without taking too many resources away from the greater TSPLOST project.
Okay. I don't know how much I jive with that reasoning, given that I think protecting people's safety and traversing this corridor trumps logistical issues for people finding the airport. I wonder if, and maybe you can direct me to where in the Lexington Road corridor study plan they might have laid out how much these various recommendations cost, and we can maybe compare those side by side to look at how much more it would cost to take care of things like the intersection of Seagraves and Mimosa, where I've heard concerns from constituents that there's been numerous traffic accidents there, some nearly fatal, and concerns about safety of both pedestrians and automobile operators along this corridor. So I think that kind of breakdown might be helpful as well. Could you? And I'm really sorry that I'm trying to scroll through this to make sure there's something I overlooked. But so this is coming out of SPLOST funding.
TSPLOST.
This is coming out of TSPLOST funding, and so are there potentially, is there funding available for multiple projects to get first priority?
The immediate impact project. So as you know, there are a number of projects they identified and are sort of checking in, so to speak, with the agenda item just to let you know where their thoughts are. And again, as I mentioned to Commissioner Edwards, to hear any feedback that you had. If there were some, what they call an immediate impact project, they wanted to go ahead and recommend, if it was a nominal amount of money, something that they thought was helpful to the corridor. And so that's what that was meant to do. And certainly, any funding for any projects have to be ultimately approved by the mayor and commission. So that is certainly your prerogative. I will tell you that you bring up a great question and about other projects within the corridor that may need some attention and how much funding is involved. And this is exactly why I think Commissioner Hamby had asked for some further investigation on and Commissioner Neesmith with the Mitchell Bridge Road, Timothy Road sidewalk, because the Connect Athens study was really sort of a high level, comprehensive, public engaged, what are some ideas that are out there? When we get to particular intersections, and I'll give you one, for example, Gaines School at Lexington Road, there is a intersection study underway there because that's one of the more busier intersections. So there is a drill down next step if there are intersections or areas of the road that you want to look at. But there are, I believe, some high level cost estimates associated with it. I'm not sure the particular intersection you mentioned, Commissioner Parker, was in there or not.
That popped into mind just because I've heard a lot of complaints about it, or about that turn from Seagraves Drive onto Lexington, but not necessarily, pinpointing that as a specific project to undertake immediately. And just these are things that I hear about more often from constituents than about the ability to find the airport. And And I wonder if, not to put anyone on the spot, but like I would love to hear feedback from other commissioners who sat on this corridor committee if they share similar concerns or if maybe my concerns are overblown.
No, Commissioner Downpour here. Yeah, I share Commissioner Parker's same sentiment. Yeah, Mimosa Drive and the sidewalk gaps is, and I'm sorry, I'm about to fall asleep, but um, yeah, I hear a lot of constituents about the exit from Seagraves onto Lexington Road and some of the sidewalk gap problems that we have off of Lexington Road as well. And I commend the group for the study and their recommendation, but my top priority would not be for the wayfinding for the airport. It's needed, but as Commissioner Parker said, public safety is more important right now.
Okay, thank y'all very much. We'll pass that sentiment on to the committee.
Thank you.
I had, this is Allison. I wasn't on that committee, even though part of my district is where we overlap on the inside part, Mariah, the Oconee side. And a thing that I learned when I was at the vet school was that wayfinding signs to make sure people could go directly to where they were looking for was a safety improvement because it cut down on people like going past something or missing a turn and then turning around in somebody's driveway or, you know what I mean? It got them, it was less traffic in the area because they went straight to where they wanted to. And I don't know if that helps with a quick $15,000 improvement until the more expensive things were done. But I know that in my district, there was a lot of traffic complaints about people trying to find Memorial Park. And when they, Leisure Services made some specific signs to get people there on top of the street signs, they didn't have people going down the wrong street, turning around in the middle of the street, and then flying fast back, searching for the park. But
yeah, that totally makes sense for
that's
sure.
the insights there that if you get people to and from the airport, so they're not monkeying around where they're not, interfering with other stuff, turning around in driveways, driving pissed off too fast because they missed a turn, might miss their flight. I don't know. But
that totally makes sense.
That's the only overlap I have, even though I'm not on the committee.
For sure, that does make sense. I'm trying to think of how to conceptualize my follow-up question. Is there a specific, if there's all this TSPLOST funding available? I guess this is kind of what I was saying earlier, but do we need to prioritize that at the expense of why do we need to wait, I guess, for these other projects? If, I'm sorry if that's unclear to me right now, but why must things like sidewalk improvements that, immediately impact the folks that live in this area and might want to be able to walk to their neighbors' places or walk down to Gaines School or something like that? What is it because we don't have the funding? It doesn't seem to me like we have an issue with having the funding for that. So maybe if I could get some clarification on that, it'd be helpful.
So the committee I just mentioned will review that project priority for determination of folks who live there, what rises to the top. I think it's fair to say with all of those corridors that were called out in TSPLOST, the Prince Avenue corridor, the Lexington corridor, and the Atlanta Highway corridor, we could probably find tens of millions of dollars of valid projects. And so what the committee is going to do is look at the $4 million that we do have designated for each one of those corridors and cull the projects down to those priorities. And so they'll be making recommendations that'll flow to us.
Okay.
I
think that's it.
So,
if anyone else wants to go, I'll come back maybe later.
Tim?
I think built on where Mariah was going. So I'm trying to get an understanding also. So is the basic idea that I read here that the majority of the proposed potential project list require GDOT involvement in planning and permitting? So is the idea that the only thing that we could basically start moving ahead on, like day one, is airport wayfinding? Is there any of these other items that we could start moving on immediately, or would everything else have a delay due to GDOT involvement or something like that?
Well, let me mention that. So public comment, as part of this process, it's letting the public know as well some of the thoughts and projects that are being considered. And that public comment, I think, runs through June 28th. So this is more than, it takes a little time, but you're being put on notice that the committee thinks that these might be worthy projects for your comment. The public's going to comment on it. And then, and this is true of all of our SPLOST and T-SPLOST projects. There's a step-by-step process. There's check-ins with the commission to get your direction. There's check-ins with the public so they're aware. And so this is really the first step. The second step would be to return to you with a project concept, so a more specific concept and approximate funding. And what they're asking is for you and the public's feedback to say, yes, we think that this is a good project to pursue. And then you would give the approval to move it to the next stage of design development, which is called preliminary plans. And then it would come back to you and the public for them to see. And then the next checkpoint after that would be approving the bid to actually construct it. So in the midst of all that, and I think Commissioner Denson, the permitting and GDOT, obviously we need you to approve and say, this is a project we want to spend money on, and here's how much we think we're going to spend. And then staff would use their time to advance that project in the permitting phase. So I understand and I agree that we've got the funding for T-SPLOST is tiered over the 5 years. There is funding available right now for some of these projects. We just need to go through the decision-making process and hear from you about which one that you want to advance. And so,
Blaine, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure about when we're talking about the corridor. This was like a general proposal. We did not, so this will come back to us. I don't remember us kind of prioritizing or having this deep discussion. I just want to make sure I'm straight.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct, Commissioner Thornton. This is a universe of projects that the committee has identified that they would like to hear from you and the public, and then they will, using that and some further deliberation, we'll come back to you with one or more concepts to propose that you advance for development and construction.
So when you said the committee, which committee are you referring to? That's where I want to be clear at.
Well, the one that we're talking about now is the Lexington Highway Corridor, but the mayor.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I got you now.
Any other questions or input on Lexington? Obviously, we'll leave this off consent for some continued consideration. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 11, which is the automated traffic enforcement safety devices in school zones. So in many ways, these are comparable to the cameras that we've had at Alps and West Broad Street and the Cherokee Gaines Lexington intersection, and creating an opportunity for slower traffic through enforcement in that automated ticketing system at these three schools. So Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I have a question about what determines these, and specifically, I'm concerned about speeding on roads adjacent to Clark Central and HT Edwards. Rock Spring Street that runs behind Clark Central is a speedway, and I know we talked about that with resurfacing, and we're supposed to hear a plan from Hillary Essig about possible improvements. But also HT Edwards has been a long-standing issue because there's regular cut-through traffic and speeding on that. And I'm just wondering if the manager could get me some clarity on what qualifies as a school zone. Because if I remember correctly, if a road doesn't have a school driveway directly exiting onto it, it's not considered a school zone, even though it abuts a school property. Is that correct? Is that like a state guideline?
Now, that's Commissioner Link. That's something I would need to ask staff, and I will.
Could you look into that for me? Because I'm really concerned, because part of the reason we want traffic to slow down in these areas because kids walk to school, and it shouldn't matter if the if the driveway to the actual school doesn't directly spill out onto a road when they're, I mean, with Evans Street, you've got that little leg of Deering that actually has the driveways on it, but Deering's not a regularly traveled road, but Evans is the one that abuts the actual school, and the pickup zone is on Evans. And with Rock Springs, I believe the driveway is actually on Waddell, just a few yards off of Rock Springs. And that's where the real problem is, are the main roads. And if kids are walking to school, they're certainly walking on those roads. So if we can get some clarity as to what roads actually qualify for these kind of school zone designations and the kind of traffic calming measures where we can implement around them.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Manager Williams, is it anticipated that these could be implemented and then in a later phase, there could be some other schools that would be added to the program?
Yes. The caveat being that we have to have those permits approved by GDOT. That's the only caveat.
Okay.
I had some there.
Go ahead, Mariah.
So is there any budgetary issue with extending this program outside of school zone? Because I think it's a really effective way of helping manage traffic citation issues that could, I imagine might be more cost effective than deploying officers in all scenarios.
Well, I need to check this, Commissioner Parker, but my intuition is that there was, if you'll remember, a few years ago, some concern, and the state legislature got involved with privacy and cameras and taking pictures. And so I think last year, the legislature allowed school zones to be added in addition to red light cameras. So I suspect that there is a state restriction on where you can put those, but we can verify that.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Harrod?
Yeah. Thanks. So, Brian, you would have the figures probably more to your fingertips than me, but my understanding with the red light cameras, a lot of people say, well, they're a way for us to make money and but the red light camera that's at Barnet Shoals and Gaines, from my understanding, that basically just about breaks even because they're really expensive, and I think the money goes into a special fund anyway. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
So it's not so much that we would be saving money by not having a police officer out there because it's pretty much a wash.
Well, I think that I hope citizens still hanging in there with us understand this. The efficacy of the camera is not, so much in revenue generation, and that particular intersection, Commissioner Harrod, in the past that it had a great deal of rear end crashes and people running that red light. And once that camera was installed and there was some certainty, it altered people's behavior. And we saw over the years the number of violations decrease because of the safety. And so the reason why these 4 particular schools is this is where we're experiencing the highest number of speeding violations in school zones, existing school zones. And so putting them there, people, you don't know if a police officer is there perhaps, but most of the time they're not. Here, if you speed through that area, you're probably going to get a ticket. And that's the deterrence that we're looking for.
No, and I agree. Certainly the red light camera on Gaines and Barnet Shoals, as I recall, when that was put in, that was, we did a study, and that was the most dangerous intersection in Athens at the time. Mm-hmm. And I've noticed that people still go through there. It's not a speed camera; it's a red light camera. People still go through there and they get tickets, but the crash numbers and the severity of accidents when they do occur has been much reduced because of those cameras. So, but my point more was really that whatever revenue we get from that particular camera and the one on Alps, my understanding is it goes into a special revenue fund that we basically accumulate over time to replace them. Because if I remember correctly, that particular camera at Gaines and Barnett Shoals, I want to say it was about $300,000 or something like that. So they're not cheap, and they're not designed for making money.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
Allison, did you have your hand up for this one?
I really do have my hand up. Thank you.
Right.
Mariah, that might be a little for you, Blaine, but also, Melissa, can you hear me?
I'm here.
Yeah, on the school zone thing. So I was on one of the Barrow as a parent first safe routes to school committees, and we dealt with a lot of those school zone criteria issue, the stuff that Blaine's going to look at for us. But there was also mechanisms to, what do you want to say, ask for a variation to it. You see what I mean? Like that stuff you're talking about. So just know when we learn what he gets in details, there's also ways to still get that zone verification, even though it doesn't have some of that. You know what I mean? You submit a variation to it.
Okay, so we could ask for kind of a variance on there.
Yeah. So let's learn the specifics, and then I can share with you the one that we did that on. Again, that's been a while, but it's out there. So let's learn what it is, and then learn what variation we can get, so it's verified, because they do have to walk around H.T. Edwards campus to get onto, around the early learning to get to the main part, the adults.
Yeah.
Because the children are too young to be walking, or they're not walking up that road.
Well, and the big concern is the Boys and Girls Club pickup on Evans Street.
Yeah.
That entrance is on Evans Street, and so all the cars park on Evans Street, and the kids are crossing the street, dodging between cars.
It's a cluster.
Yeah. But that's also a really big campus too. So the whole peripheral around it. Anyway, just know that when we get those details, then the next thing we want to learn is how to submit an alternate.
Yeah, and if you could inquire what kind of variance process is involved, that would be really helpful, because this has been an issue for a really long time, and our Evans Street doesn't seem to qualify for our traffic calming program because the volume is not that high, but it's very high at particular times and very dangerous.
Any other questions about this one? Yeah, Tim?
Yeah, and maybe there was a variance already applied, but I know for Whitehead, since I live right next to it, the schools for Whitehead definitely also, it has roads, Whitehead Road, which there is no entrance to the school. Entrance to the school is off of Quailhead. So obviously maybe there was a variance, but I know the school zone is definitely multiple streets just in the area. But my question on there, and I couldn't see it in the details, and Blaine, maybe you know this, but for the violation, for the ticket process to go through, for us to go through this process, is there a threshold of speed that has to be exceeding the speed limit? Is it have to be the 20, or is it at 10, or?
I believe state law is over 10 miles an hour, if I'm not mistaken.
And is there a threshold less than the 20 miles per hour, which is extremely frightening to see that somebody that fast in the school zone. But is that a different fine, or because I'm only seeing one fine? Is it the same fine if you're going 30 miles over that as if you're going 10, or?
I believe that's correct, but I will confirm that for you.
Okay, appreciate that. But yeah, I think if this is a deterrent, just looking at how many cars this is happening, yeah, I see people crossing the crosswalks there every morning and every afternoon. This is a proven deterrent, and I'm very happy to see this move forward.
Andy?
Callie, I have a question.
Yeah.
Blaine, so there's a $25 processing fee. Is that added to the price of the speeding ticket, or is that incorporated into the price of the ticket? In other words, is it an add-on, or is it part of, if the fine is, I don't know, $50 for speeding, would you pay $75 or would you pay $50?
I need to check that, Commissioner. That's a great question. We should have had
Okay.
that covered in our agenda item.
And is this the same company that also processes the violations for the red lights on school buses? Or is this a different company?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is.
It's the same company?
Same company.
Okay. Because I think those are processed out of Arizona. Is that correct?
They're processed outside of our zone, you said?
No, I said I think they're processed in Arizona.
Oh, I'm not sure where they are. I do believe though that the $25 is an add-on to the 75 and the 125.
Any other questions on this item? All right, we'll leave this on new business for answering a couple of questions. Moving on, item number 12 is calendar year 20 pavement maintenance program, a change order to add some additional coverage. Commissioner Lake?
Yeah, I just have a question pertaining to pavement maintenance. I emailed a work order a good 2 weeks ago about pavement maintenance on Bazell, Smith, and Julius Drive, which I clearly remember being on the pavement maintenance list probably 2 years ago. And I remember asking about it and being happy that it was on there because those roads are in terrible shape and have been for many, many years. I've not heard back about the work order, but I'm asking the manager if he could please look into those streets. I got a call from a constituent a couple weeks ago saying that those streets hadn't been paved, and I was shocked because I clearly remember having a conversation about it behind the rail and being overjoyed at seeing it on a pavement maintenance schedule. So if I can get some update on those streets and why they haven't been paved yet and where they might be on some pavement maintenance schedule.
And Commissioner, you said Bazell, Smith, and Julius Drive?
Off of Hawthorne.
Okay.
Near Columbia Brookside, and some of the damage has been done by construction trucks that use those as cut through during the construction of Columbia Brookside, which has been done for years now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions on this item? All right, moving on to item number 13. This is a Government Operations Committee report regarding expanded in-home child care opportunities. Commissioner Hare, do you want to talk about this a little bit?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. So this is about, as you say, it's about in-home childcare. And to cut a long story short, our local limits on the number of children that could be served at the same time was more restrictive than the state level. And so basically what we're doing is simply loosening our limits and bringing them in line with the state number of children. And so we hope that that will do a couple of things. One, it will provide more opportunity for childcare. And secondly, it will hopefully provide more opportunity for childcare providers to get into the service of offering childcare because obviously they can make a little bit more money with a slightly larger number of children under their care at the same time.
Commissioner Lake?
Yeah, I'm glad that we're loosening some of these restrictions. I really believe, having these small childcare facilities in as many neighborhoods as possible is beneficial to all around. It's basically the creation of small businesses and allows convenient childcare opportunities for folks. But we learned a lot in that presentation about how restrictive the state of Georgia is in allowing people to operate these home child care facilities. Apparently, we're one of the most restrictive states in the nation. And our next topic on that agenda was about minority business enterprise and how to encourage minority businesses. And I feel like some of the restrictions to home child care inhibit some of those minority businesses from popping up in communities where they might be most needed. So I'd ask the mayor if maybe we could explore, some kind of local loan program to encourage the creation of these home child care facilities in minority neighborhoods that would not only create jobs and provide income for folks who live in those neighborhoods and who own property in those neighborhoods, but also fulfill childcare needs in those neighborhoods. It costs. Your house has to meet certain codes, so there's definitely some construction involved, some construction loans. There's a lot of education involved. Childcare providers in Georgia, even not pre-K, early childcare, they require a lot of education, a couple of years of education, beyond high school. So maybe we could offer scholarships for that. I just feel like there are some real barriers to accessing childcare and enabling these small businesses.
Commissioner,
When you said that, hello, this is Avita, and you said that when we're talking about childcare, I guess from my experience, some of the childcare providers that.
Ovita, we lost you.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Avita.
Okay. Well, so what we're looking at now, is there going to be any further discussion on with the GOC committee and childcare? Because I don't want to take it up tonight, but I do know that there have been some childcare programs that have gone out of business for a lot of good reasons. I mean, not a lot of good reasons, for reasons. So I don't want to take up tonight. So can this be an ongoing conversation about home-based childcare?
The assignment for this was specifically to true up our local allowance with the greater allowance that the state provides. I'll share that I met with some childcare providers, about 20 or 25 online about a month ago, and particularly in the midst of the pandemic here, the childcare providers, as all of us could imagine, just have a myriad of really challenging needs and circumstances right now, from ensuring proper numbers in a safe way can exist in a formal or a home-based facility, to making sure that they get the supplies they need. So I think probably there are some further discussions we need to have, maybe even outside the committee context, and potentially even in concert with our colleagues in the General Assembly, as we look at some of those training and allowance opportunities. In addition, I would hope that if there is further federal stimulus, that we can fund some of those childcare needs, particularly right now when people, if they want to get back to work and have children, are going to need some support.
Well, and like I said, it's late and I don't want to belabor this, but I do know that in the past, in two of our, one in Section 8 housing and public housing, they actually had childcare, home-based childcare at a person's apartment, which was legal. And one became very successful. The other one, I don't know where she's at. But I don't want to take up tonight, but hopefully this is a big economic possibility and a much needed service. So I just want to hope that we can talk about this a little more.
Tim?
Mayor. And yeah, I agree with Commissioner Thornton. This is definitely, I think, an economic issue also. The way I at least became aware of this issue, which I think that we still couldn't figure out exactly when and why that limitation was even put in place in the first place. But from what I understood from talking to some home childcare owners is that limit of 4, which I think includes your own children, if I believe correctly. So if you already had a kid, you can only have, it didn't? No,
I don't think so.
I thought it did, but
No, it didn't. It didn't include your own children as written in the home occupation ordinance.
But the thing with the 4 was that that was enough that you barely broke even, to be able to do this, and that Melissa said, like there's there's training you have to do. You have, the supplies you have to have, and it really didn't make it worthwhile for a lot of people to pursue this as a business because it's limited to how much they could actually have. And they actually said, like, we could just get those two extra kids in there, the 6 kids, that it make it much more profitable for them. So I'm hoping that we'll see more people start to pursue it, which will open up, as Commissioner Harrod said, more spaces that we desperately need, but also as a potential job creator. If everybody was okay, I would recommend that we go ahead and move it to consent if possible.
Everybody okay with this moving to consent?
I'm fine with it.
Yes,
Right.
please.
All right, Gene, we'll go ahead and move it on over. All right, moving on. Item number 14 is TSPLOST 2018 Project 1, the Capital Improvement Sub-Project 3, which is the Taxiway A Construction Services Contract Award. Any input on this item? Everybody okay moving this to consent?
Yes, move it to
Yeah.
consent.
All right, we're moving this on over to Gene. 13 moves, 14 moves. All right, item 15 are the indigent services funding recommendations. I think there are 8 or 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 agencies recommended for funding through the resiliency package to take care of community needs action, the Athens Area Diaper Bank, Athens Area Homeless Shelter, the Athens Community Council on Aging, Casa de Amistad, East Athens Development Corp, Family Promise, and People Living in Recovery. So, questions or input on this, Commissioner Parker?
I have I would like to pull it off for discussion. I'm getting calls. I have actually directed them to HCD. I do not feel comfortable. I do appreciate the groups that are funded, but I would rather vote for that separately.
Yeah, this is on discussion. Commissioner Parker?
Well, to follow up on Commissioner Thornton's point, like what would be the impacts if we pull it off for further discussion? I guess it would delay then the allocation of those funds towards these organizations, but is there any sort of like strict deadline by which we need to determine how these funds are spent?
Oh, I just didn't want, I'm sorry, Commissioner Parker. I just didn't want it on consent. I just have some questions.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm more or less fine with deliberating this at our next voting meeting. I just was kind of curious, like what the impacts of that might be. But my actual question was regard to how resources are defined in this item. Particularly, assisting county partners with providing emergency assistance to residents of Athens-Clarke County or employees or hourly wage earners of businesses operating within the boundaries of ACC, and providing assistance to nonprofit community partners who are providing essential services in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So, fully transparently, I see the work that IHCI does as meeting those criteria to a certain extent. Given our need for healthcare workers right now, training people and providing those essential services seems like it fits that category, as well as being able to retrain people to offer the resource of education to folks that may be hourly wage earners in Athens-Clarke County, but have needed to seek out new kinds of employment given the pandemic, where a lot of our service industries have shut down or have inconsistent hours. So I was wondering if there's any sort of like legal definition for how resources are, what resources mean, and like if there's any sorts of legal impediments to having a more broad scope in the way we're looking at it, with regards to some of the stuff I've just put forward.
And Commissioner Parker has probably articulated why I wanted to pull it off. Much better. I do think that the calls that I'm getting, and I know some other commissioners have gotten them, is that the resource part was not clear. And I don't know, maybe maybe County Manager Williams can explain that clear and maybe it can go on consent. But I would like that question for several of the people who have called me. I want to be able to answer that. So maybe you can answer it now, Blaine.
Sorry, y'all. What I'd like to do is, you want a definition of resource as the evaluation committee considered it. So let me get that from them and get that to y'all. And we're not suggesting it go on consent at all. And we, any questions that you have in addition to what's been asked tonight, please let us know in advance. We'll provide that to you, and we can take the time during the voting meeting to go over all those questions as well.
Thank you.
Tim?
Building on that a little bit further, because I also heard that there was just some real confusion and potentially just some mistaken information given. So I would like, just a little more information on how that was being dealt with. I know that with the CDBG funds that people applied, there's like a very structured policy, a way that kind of applicants are talked with and dealt with and kind of walked through the process. I'd be a little more information on how that's being done, because I went to some of this seems a little inconsistent, like on our facts and issues. It says the RFP states all applications must meet the following criteria, and which one of them says program must be an existing service that currently offers homeless services, food assistance and or resource distribution, and to verify indigent status of service recipients. But if you go to the Q&A that's on the HCD website, it's not as specific. It's much more broad. It just says registered 501c3 organizations and ACC that are currently operating a program offering homeless services, food assistance, resource distribution. And there's I can see no definition of resource distribution. And I'm hearing at least some individuals say that they were told resource distribution was catch-all for everything else. And so at the least, I think we have a lot of clarification needs to be done, since we're going to be doing these RFPs periodically moving forward in the next year.
Well, we'll share the RFP document proper with y'all. I think there were some details there. And again, I want to verify this with the group, but from a resource distribution, like for instance with IHCI, I think that was more of a workforce development initiative. And this is really focused on the COVID-19 response and providing relief, direct relief, whether that comes in the form of, and y'all been through all this with the indigent population, but food distribution, food assistance, we talked about that. I think one of the things, rent assistance, these are direct forms of relief during the pandemic. I believe that to be resource, but we will give you some more information along those lines. And the point is taken, Commissioner Denson.
So let me add that I know there's been a lot of small groups and people talking and different thoughts. We know that this COVID pandemic is going to have long-term effect. And I think that Innovations has a great opportunity in the future with healthcare, dealing with COVID, with some of the conversations around mobile healthcare. So, we got to think a little bit beyond where we are right now. And I don't think that those things were taken in consideration. I also know, even with the home health care stuff, there's a lot of people who can't get out because of the COVID. One lady who lives in my district, she had to learn to walk again. She needed home health care. So I would like for you, I would appreciate some responses, because I don't think everything was taken in consideration. And that is one of the problems with just doing the RFP. I think, again, we need to be planning and testing citizen budget participatory techniques on a small scale. So maybe later on, we will be so fine-tuned when we do things like a big budget. So please, any information you can give me for clarity, I'd appreciate it. Blaine.
Yes, ma'am.
Melissa?
Yeah, I kind of want to echo Ovita's concerns about, the need for home health care, especially in the pandemic. I feel like that directly relates. I mean, I know a lot of folks who might really, typically be going into nursing homes aren't going into nursing homes these days. I know I wouldn't be sending my parents into a nursing home in this day and age. So that I feel like the need for home health care is even greater directly because of the pandemic. And that's certainly a resource. And it's and also the fact that it is workforce development, which is vital right now when so many people have lost their jobs, especially folks in the service and travel industry. A lot of folks who cleaned hotel rooms lost their jobs, and those jobs aren't going to come back anytime soon. Any folks who worked at the Classic Center, restaurants are not going back to full staff anytime soon. So I feel like that proposal is very much directly related to relief due to the pandemic.
If I could just, when you send that out, if you could just also just because I remember the legal brief on the limitations with this was pretty hefty and thorough. So maybe if you send out some information on this, maybe a refresher from Judd on the legal limitations. Because if I remember correctly, this could only go to individuals with indigent that were defined as indigents. But I do wonder if maybe if we've had indigents that needed in-home health care, I don't know. But I maybe just have a refresher on the whole indigent situation.
Anything else that folks would like staff to follow up on? Okay. Moving on, item 16 is just the notice of those meeting dates that we mentioned earlier, that our work session on the budget will be 2 days from today, Thursday, June 18th at 5:30, and that adoption is planned for Thursday, June 25th. Then item number 20 is a project that combines a couple of components. This is safety improvements crossing Broad Street at College Avenue, which would also involve movement of the obelisk that is there, and also a 6-month temporary closure of College Avenue between Clayton and Broad Street, which could be the gateway, if successful, to permanent closure, and also could be a model for some other pandemic opportunities for streetscape use. So I'd be glad to answer any questions about this at all. Melissa?
Yeah, I fully support the closure of College Avenue. I feel like it's a project that should have happened years ago. But I also want to make sure that we move forward as quickly as possible on some curbside parklets for our downtown businesses, our restaurants and bars. But tons of other cities have done this. Savannah's done it. Dallas has done it. New Orleans has done it. Spokane, Washington, I believe. I've been sending out emails all week, and I've sent you guys links and attachments to ordinances and guidelines in all these other cities. And I believe the ADDA launched a pilot program of this past week and told, a handful of bars and restaurants that they could go ahead and do this. And they paid for those parking spaces, and they invested in some street furniture and, opened up for some outdoor dining and beverage imbibing, safely outdoors in a social, well, it's mostly socially distanced, but it's certainly much, much more safe than being packed indoors. And apparently that was not communicated to ACCPD, and these businesses were shut down for a violation of the alcohol ordinance. So I'd like to ask the manager if his emergency powers allow him to suspend that open container ordinance for specific purposes of transporting beverages from the front door of an establishment directly to parking spaces right out front.
Well, that's something I would defer to the attorneys. We have been talking with the attorney's office, and they have been researching ways to allow restaurants to carry alcohol beyond their premises. They have to sell it. I think it's state law. They have to sell it on premise. And what is the determination of, you know, I think one way around that is either immediately adjacent to the property or perhaps to relax the open container law and allow people to carry it, buy it in the restaurant, and then walk out.
That's
And
exactly what I'm requesting.
but Judd, I'm talking out of school here, so I really should defer to you.
Yeah, Michael Petty has looked at this and he's indicated that he feels like the parklet program that Savannah does can be done. If we're going to make it on a permanent basis, we have to amend our ordinance somehow. We define sidewalk cafes, perhaps. But my understanding from him is that we can do it.
I mean, I would like to ask that if something could be drafted by Thursday so we could have a quick special called session to go ahead and allow this, because there are businesses that have already gotten the setup. They're going to miss yet another weekend of business. And there's going to be and now that the restrictions are completely relaxed, there's going to be yet more people packing into these bars, and we're seeing a spike in COVID infections. Sorry, my dog's barking. I mean, this is a public health issue at this point. I mean, for the health of the community, we've got to get this done, and it's not rocket science. There are probably over a dozen similar cities across the nation that have done this, and I made the request and issued some guidelines and some model ordinances out over a month ago at this point. So I mean, I just can't stress enough how important this is for these businesses that have now been shut down for 4 months.
I do know and understand that several staff members are working on creating what that template looks like. And I had conversations as recently as this afternoon with Michael Petty in the attorney's office. One of the challenges with the parklet notion, obviously, is the conjoining of vehicular traffic and people who may be seated on that same asphalt bed. And so we want to do it carefully. Obviously, Savannah is differently arrayed in terms of the way its blocks are set up. And so you simply have a lot of very short stubs there on a very wide street grid. I've got interest in making sure that we can have as much outdoor seating as possible, whether that is on street bed or potentially on some private adjacent parcels that aren't being utilized right now. Think about the parking lot next to the 40 Watt right now as a good example of something that's not utilized at all. So I had discussions today with a couple of business owners adjacent to there about how that could be a model for use. But again, just making sure that we also do it in a safe manner. I think probably everybody's seen folks careen down Lower Washington Street and wanting not to have vehicles and tables and chairs too closely mixed with one another. It is something that we have to be careful of.
We do have a collection of very heavy metal barriers that we use for parades and for twilight. I would think that we could just offer those to these businesses for temporary purposes of just creating a significant barrier between traffic and the seating area. And I mean, honestly, I'm a proponent of closing entire blocks in downtown. Traffic is very low. It's summertime. There is a pandemic. I feel like we could close entire blocks when you do have a proliferation. Bars and restaurants, or at least close them after 9 o'clock at night, and allow for people to gather in the streets and the sidewalks. And I mean, at this point, it really is about public health. And I feel like the threat of the pandemic and spiking COVID infections outweighs the idea that we can't somehow block vehicular traffic from these spaces. I mean, we have plenty of metal barriers, and they're certainly not getting used because we're not having any outdoor festivals these days.
And that full block closure is the model course of college, the one that's in front of us now.
Well, I can tell you we are going to hear from other businesses who are going to be not happy about College Avenue being closed because it's not helping them at all. In fact, it might be taking away from their potential business. Even if there's a possibility of delivery, they have to keep another staff person on. And there's a sense of inequity in that we're catering to the needs of this handful of businesses on College Avenue. I think there's really only one bar on College. And College Avenue already has significant opportunity for outdoor seating. I just feel like there is an equity, although I'm fully in support of College Avenue, saying it's not helping everybody else.
Mr. Mayor, can I say?
Commissioner.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out, it's College Square. That's the name of it, and we're finally acting to turn it into a square, and it will benefit the entire downtown business community. And I feel good that Attorney Drake is working on a parklet ordinance. Once we come up with a process, then we can work with business owners who want a parklet. And deal with them on a case-by-case basis to make it happen. So that sounds good to me. I've heard from one business owner who wanted us to talk about a parklet, and he's since cooperated with Creature Comforts, and he's got his needs fulfilled. So, Commissioner Link, I just encourage you, if you're approached by business owners, let's go ahead and put them on a list and deal with them on a case-by-case basis and just get it done.
And I've been doing that. I've been sending out emails all week, and
Well, send it to me.
Moving forward at all on this.
Well, send it to me, because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know which businesses you're referencing.
Yeah, last week Cutters was shut down. We have constant communication from folks at the Flicker Bar. There's been a conversation about this for at least a month now.
I'm glad to see we're moving forward with one large space, and I certainly anticipate that many others will follow. Other questions or input on any aspect of this item?
Allison,
Allison, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry I left my hand up there, which makes it invisible at this point. Okay, thank you. I'm excited about seeing these pedestrian improvements. The downtown master plan committee years ago wanted to improve this for pedestrians because of the volume and how long it takes for the traffic of pedestrians to go between campus and downtown. So I'm really thrilled. The corridor committee learned that we couldn't even have planted a tree right there if we wanted to. Some of the landscaping, much less a monument that doesn't move in case a vehicle ran into it. Anyway, thanks for putting this on the agenda here. So can you clarify, Mayor Gertz, that This is on the agenda now, but it's not going to be on the 7-7 vote?
That's right.
Clarify that for everybody.
For nearest term action as possible, this would be up for a vote week from Thursday, along with the budget, so that staff would be authorized to implement all components of this.
Okay. And then if somebody could clarify on the purpose, the first one, it says C, authorize a change order of up to $350,000 to the construction manager at risk services to implement. Can you let me know what that's about?
Yes. So a part of this would be a bollard system that would, regardless of whether you permanently closed College Square or left it in the state that it's in now with traffic going through there, parking, and intermittent closures, we would like to install a bollard system at the front and the back. So, I think the Human Rights Festival, for instance, is one that uses the showmobile and the stage down there. And just to prevent a really stout system that would prevent anybody from getting a vehicle into there. And so if you can appreciate all the work that's going on in Clayton and the underground utilities, we feel like we've got a bollard system. We've seen several that would lend itself to, it's got to be substantial to stop a pretty stout vehicle, but at the same time, it needs to be lowered fairly quickly to allow emergency vehicle access. Anyway, that type of thing needs to be going ahead and installed while the Clayton Street work's going on. So we're saving some time by just asking you to approve a change order in advance, and we can work through that. Also, potentially the work at the crosswalk and other things that need to be done from a procurement standpoint, we can work through this contractor that we have under contract. If we're able to work with other vendors, if it's a nominal amount to get some of the work done, we can do that. But this sort of paves the way, no pun intended, of getting things done and moving things forward.
Well, that's great. For again, another health, public safety improvement is when we put up those metal barricades, they get moved. They're not a substantial deterrent, especially for people who are used to turning and driving through College Square, as well as the other areas when we shift traffic after a football game, and they do that through downtown. I really like it that you guys have already investigated it can be a sturdy ballard. Is that what you're calling them? Bollard. And then it can be gone and then it can be put in. And it could be that we also look at a smaller version of that for when we have to redo the sidewalk cafes and their boundaries on the Clayton Street side of it, so that we have permanent spots that maybe aren't there all the time. But that's another topic for another time. But thank you guys for getting this onto our agenda and getting this moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tim?
Yeah, I saw in here as one of the potential future long-term projects being having a crosswalk scramble there. I wonder, have we looked into if we can possibly have that as a pilot also, since we'll have it there? Is that possible? Are we looking into that?
Because it's GDOT. Go ahead, Blaine.
No, please, Mayor.
Well, I was just going to note, because it's a GDOT right of way, we have to get specific permission for the scramble from GDOT. If folks are familiar with the intersection of Baxter and Lumpkin, would be that same effect. So you could cross catty corner, so to speak, there. But because this is US Highway 78, we just have to have one more layer of approval than if it was a local road.
Okay.
Commissioner Denson, staff is hopeful that would be the case. And certainly if you're limiting left turn movements coming out of College onto Broad, that does really open up the ability to have a scramble and another crosswalk on that side as well.
Yeah, because I think we've all seen, cars, especially I turn right as people are going across the crosswalk. I think we spread it out. I get freaked out every time watching cars trying to pull out there. So, but that'd be great if we could somehow start to experiment with that early on. But otherwise, all of this is fantastic, and yeah, let's get it going.
All safe all the time. All right, everyone. I think we are ready for Brad Griffin, who is going to bring us presentations about 3 different planning and zoning items.
Hey, Mayor.
Brad?
Mayor, could I say one last thing real quick about?
Go right ahead, Commissioner Edwards.
About the parklets. If we're talking about some bars in Athens that want to, expand into the street. It seems like we're not really talking about parklets. We're talking about creating open air beer gardens. Is that that's kind of how I conceptually view this. We're talking about leasing county property to a bar owner to serve alcohol out in open air. Is that sort of what you're thinking of, Commissioner Link?
It's extremely, or they call them street cafes, actually. Parklet street cafes. There's in Dallas, they call them pop-up. What do they call them in Dallas?
And they're doing them with bars?
Bars, restaurants, yeah, and even they're offering them to retail establishments as well, in some places. Or I guess like service, like salons and stuff, so the waiting area could be outdoors.
Okay, well, how about you and I talk more about that later, and we'll talk with Judd.
I'll send you all my info. I thought I copied you on email since you're on the ADDA.
All right, well, let's talk. Yeah, let's talk about it. That sounds good. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, y'all. All right, Brad, what's up first?
Okay, we've got 3 tonight. First of all, make sure you can hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, great. And before I get started, if I could jump back for just 1 second on the daycare home occupation item that was on the agenda, just in case any of you get questions. Because that is a zoning text amendment, what you're actually doing with your vote on consent at your July meeting is forwarding it through the planning commission as a formal amendment. So the amendment will return to them in August, and we'll get it for a final vote in September. And that's an ordinance requirement under the zoning ordinance.
Thanks for clarifying that, Brad.
All right. First item is a master plan development amendment. It is 300 Epps Bridge Parkway, and the go from an RM1 plan development to a commercial neighborhood plan development. For those of you that are somewhat familiar with the Wood Lake PD, this is the kind of the remnant 2 acres that's always existed out in front that as part of the 83 PD approval, it was approved for, it was kind of an inline retail strip center is the way the development was put in place. There was very limited design standards with it. There were restrictions on the size of the retail uses. None of the individual uses could exceed 1,000 square feet except for a convenience store, and it could be up to 2,500. But that would have been your traditional inline strip retail in the back with a parking lot in front, but probably a little smaller than what's being proposed here. The requested amendment is compatible with future land use designation, and as with any PD amendment, if approved, this would become binding. I'll move quickly through these. All 3 of these items have a lot of information, and if you haven't had a chance to go through our submittals to you, I would encourage you to. But with regard to this one, this is also introducing a mixed use component that was not included in the first one. They're asking for 26 dwellings with 52 beds over the top of office, bar, restaurant, retail space, subsurface and substructure parking with 107 total spaces. There is a right-in, right-out only drive connection to Epps Bridge, 2-way driveway to the signal at Abbey West, which would be to the north. The original proposal also had access to Wood Lake Drive, and that has been removed at the request of the Wood Lake neighborhood. You see here the subject property between Wood Lake Drive and the entrance to the Abbey West apartments. And you see it again there. And then here is the proposed development plan. You see the right in, right out in the center of your screen. Full access over to Abbey West Road, and again, no access to Wood Lake. The original proposal did have access there, and that has been taken out. And then just kind of some conceptual elevation drawings and cross sections. The drawing in the bottom is the orientation that would be towards Epps Bridge Parkway. You see there the building's largely 3-story with 2 levels of residential over a mix of office, retail, commercial. Another view. And a little closer view. Again, this is the entrance directly off of Epps Bridge that would come into the project. The original, even though it was commercial, it was all part of the RM1 PD. We've requested it because it is largely commercial neighborhood now to go to a CNPD. And Planning Commission recommendation is to approve. There were some conditions with it. Additional waiver for the driveway that's been addressed in the report. Some requirements to upgrade that traffic signal at Abbey West. And then there were a lot of self-imposed conditions that were put in place by the applicant, trying to work with Wood Lake, the neighborhood behind them, with regard to hours of operation, trash collection hours, construction hours. All of those are detailed in your report and will appear as conditions on the ordinance as well if approved. It's easier for us to then regulate them if they go forward as conditions. And that concludes the staff report.
All right, this is Commissioner Hamby's district, District 10. Commissioner.
Hey, Mayor, thank you. Appreciate your report, Brad, and I'll be meeting with the residents of Wood Lake, or having a Zoom meeting with them, and we'll go over some of the conditions and see if they address some of the concerns that they may have, and see if there's anything else that need to be added to it to address some of the concerns or changed. But the driveway that has been changed is a big plus for a lot of the residents around there. So we'll see what else is on their minds. I know Phase 5 is certainly concerned about the staging of the building and making sure that if it is approved, that they're protected from the construction and such as that. So I'll report back to y'all what I find out. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other input on this item?
I have,
Melissa?
yeah, I mean, I think this is a nice little project. This is kind of exactly what we want, this kind of small scale retail adjacent to a whole lot of residential, so folks can walk and, you know, not have to get in the car to run their errands. So I think this is a really sweet little project.
Club. All right, Brad, number 18.
Okay. Item 18 is another amendment to an older plan development. This one not as old as Wood Lake, which goes back into the 80s, but this is 352 Whitehall Road, 150 and 250 Pine Lodge Road. This was really the latter phase of the overall Pinecrest development, of which the single family portion was built several years ago and is certainly there today, and is a kind of a cool little vibrant neighborhood that's got a real diverse mix of people in it. This was the commercial component that went along with some other housing options approved in 2005 originally. New owner to the property, and they are back really just asking primarily to change the unit mix. No increase in density with it, but the original 05 PD had a significant number of very traditional multifamily apartment units. This proposal tends to move away from those apartments and goes more to a cottage style and townhome approach with the units instead of the multifamily. About 33 acres in total, and the bedroom mix remains consistent with what was approved. There is no increase with that. There are some variances that are plugged in there. Some of them that were originally listed probably aren't really needed in terms of, and these would actually be waivers. It's a PD amendment, as you see there. And they have been working with the Pinecrest Neighborhood Association as well. Here is the property. It was originally cleared and partially graded for development many years ago, and then development stopped and it has since revegetated largely. You can see the original road section going in and tying into the single family neighborhood kind of in the middle of your screen there. And this would be the proposed, this is the existing zoning now. This was the 05 PD. If you look kind of in the bottom of the screen, that was largely where the multifamily was. This is the old Charlie Williams property for those of you that remember Charlie Williams when it was in business. And
Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it.
It's most of my staff, given their age, has no idea what Charlie Williams is.
Remember the wind, the water churning thing? Yeah.
It just kills me that they don't know it. But it was, there were some old buildings out there that have remained under maintenance for residential, and they would certainly stay. And then at least significant portions of the original restaurant buildings would also be used, maybe changing to more of a retail approach than restaurant, but still would remain.
Awesome. That's awesome.
But this was the 05 PD amendment. You can see there's a change. So what we're getting is it's more townhouse with kind of there in the center being more of the cottage style detached housing versus the way it was 15 years ago. But again, no density change proposed, just housing unit types. This was 05 elevations, current elevations for the new housing options. Some of the commercial proposals. Planning Commission recommendation is to approve with conditions, and you have them listed in your report as well, but they are largely, some of them taken care of. There is 2 of them that will remain as part of the ordinance. That we need a second access road provided to be brought up to 2018 fire code guidelines. This is going to be largely in the location of the old original drive that went back to Charlie Williams. Will be improved. That went by the old Williams house that would have been to the right going in, and then some signal timing modifications that the developer will work with us on at the Whitehall Road, Barnett Shoals intersection, as well as Barnett Shoals College Station. Planning Commission recommendation was unanimous to approve.
All right, Andy, this is in your neck of the woods.
Thank you. I guess Allison and I are the old geezers because I remember Charlie Williams as well. So, Brad, I know that the developer has been working with Pinecrest, and there's been quite a bit of back and forth. So, I was CC'd on a letter from June the 1st from the Pinecrest Community Association with some comments on the revised PD. And they had 4 concerns, and I'll read them, and then I was wondering where we might be on those. So the first was they seemed to be okay with the decrease in the conserved canopy, but they wanted to make sure that there were no trees 10 inches in diameter or larger that were either damaged or cut. They request planting of 12-foot tall native evergreen trees behind the 2 houses at the end of Pine Bark Lane. They were concerned about potential traffic passing through Pinecrest in order to avoid traffic delays at Cedar Rock Trace Barnett Shoals intersection. And then they were concerned about issues of deer, which I guess had become an issue when the vet school was expanded. And they're concerned about presumably if this development goes forward, that some of the deer may be pushed from where they currently are into the neighborhood. And so I was wondering if you'd had if there had been any update on any of those 4.
The applicant for this, and he can certainly cover this more in detail at your voting meeting, but they have been meeting with the neighborhood. It's my understanding, to the extent they can, they want to work with them regarding the minimum caliper size for tree removal. They have agreed to do the 12-foot evergreen tree screen as well, and that was stated to the Planning Commission at their meeting. The traffic is always a concern with one of these, but it is not currently built into the PD either to try to put in a signal at the Pinecrest Barnett Shoals intersection or the roundabout. Really, that's the connection was always proposed to be there. It's already approved that way, and there's no density increase with this. It's really just a change in housing unit type. So we didn't feel like we were really strongly compelled to go there. And then the issue of the deers, I mean, that's not something we would generally ever move into a zoning report to go through and cull a deer herd off the property prior to development. It was certainly discussed. I think the applicant had a little bit of difficulty in answering that question, but he has had that discussion with them. Now, I don't know what they're going to do, but it is not right now part of any type of zoning restriction that there shall be any type of open hunt on the property prior to development. So I hope that answers your questions. And Mr. Koons can certainly.
It does. And with regards to the traffic, the letter notes that there had been some discussion with TPW and the traffic engineer. Have you and he, or your office and his office, are you all on the same page?
I think we are. It's this is, as I said before, this one's a little bit more difficult in terms of trying to impose development regulations into intersections when there's no requested increase in density from what was approved 15 years ago. So to require signalization now when it wasn't 15 years ago it's a difficult staff recommended condition to put in there. But he also feels like that just modifying signal timing of the 2 existing signals I indicated earlier would help move traffic through that area more efficiently, and the developer's willing to work with them on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions on this?
I have a comment.
Yeah, Melissa.
I like this project. I mean, I like the idea of getting some of these small and modestly scaled single family homes in there and I mean and you know, in a dense project, densifying a project, yet making it still palatable for folks who are looking for a modestly scaled single family home. I think this is a need in the real estate market that is suffering more and more. We have lots of big mansions, but this looks like something that, you know, is certainly marketable to kind of middle class folks.
All right. All right, Brad, moving on to 19, telecommunication tower on Belmont Road.
Okay. Last item for the evening for me is a special use permit. 880 Belmont Road out in the AR zone. It is for a 150-foot tall telecommunication tower. It is a non-lit monopole. Surrounded by existing trees. I'll show you in a minute the location. No lighting required on this one. It's a little different than the last one you looked at from a standpoint of visibility. It does meet all ordinance standards, and we did send off this request to an independent third-party consultant to do a report for staff, and their report is in line with the applicant, indicating that there is a need for a tower in this location to provide service. So it did agree with the applicant's request. Really not a place that's conducive for co-location that would meet the needs of the specific area. You see the property here, about 80 acres in total. The tower is towards the southern end of the property with the access drive. That's a Georgia Power easement that cuts right through the middle of it, and you would come down that easement and then turn to the left and go to the south to the tower location. You can see here, blue, where the access is and where the tower ultimately would be, which is really in the middle of a very heavily wooded area. Again, red dot on this, it attempts to show generally where that tower will go in proximity to surrounding uses and to the road. And you see there opportunity for up to 4 users. Distances to existing Verizon locations, the places where they would have an opportunity to locate. You see the closest one is about 3 miles to the north. Planning Commission recommendation is to approve, and it was a unanimous vote.
Thanks, Brad. Commissioner Davenport, this in your district?
Yes, it's in the middle of nowhere, and even with the tree density, it's going to be hard to, with this height, it's going to be hard to recognize. I did speak with Verizon Friday, I think it was Friday, and I'm interested in at least the possibility of making the monopole look like a tree. It will blend into the surrounding area. So far, the residents are okay with it, and things look good.
Thanks, Patrick. Any other input on this one?
Yes, I'd like to see it look like a tree. Thank you, Commissioner Davenport.
All right, everybody. Brad, thank you for this. All right, if everybody would hang around, you remember that we had a motion to move into executive session following the public session. So for everybody else on staff, thank you for being here. We'll give everybody a couple minutes to get off, and thank you, Public Information, for getting everything so well organized this evening.